All right, second annual Bracket King tournament. Get ready to go. The water box, your first pair of Sportsman racers, and we got a beautiful pair of nostalgia Chevys to kick it off for us today. We've got, of course, O-Line O'Keefe over here, the 69 Chevrolet Malibu. Got the Federal Way Automotive sponsorship right there on the side. One of the great sponsors of the event here today. They take on the skate. One Chevy wagon. Love that. Those things are, don't see it too often. All right, here we go. Old research. Doing this a bunch of years. To each other. Walking his day. Great. Chevy wagon. Kenny O'Keefe with 1203 miles an hour over Chevy Malibu. Next pair pulling up for you onto the starting line. A couple of Mopars. Al Young. Both racers identical off the start line. Top end, Al Young with 12 flat. 113 miles an hour to the chart. Tim goes through at 12:21. 113 miles an hour on that pass. Raider Biscay is up next. This time, 83 Chevrolet pickup truck here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Going up against the Cornwall Fools lane. Aaron Fox, 7, 4. He's like the board. Right there goes with the
84 miles an hour. All right, it's time for our first call for Pro Bracket. Into the staging lanes, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Once again, time for our Pro Bracket racers to take a shot at the racetrack. Pull them into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you are registered, teched in, and running in pro, we are ready for your first time run session, and we're inviting you now to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. All right, your last player down, Rick Green and his little Mustang went through 12:49 at 105 miles an hour. And Gordon Rust was driving that 69 Chevrolet Chevelle over here in the Tower Side NC Caterpillar lane, going 12:08 at 110 miles an hour in his Chevrolet Chevelle. All right, another Ford versus Chevy Classic duel here. The little Z28 Camaro for Craig Smith, 1995 model, going up against Casey Reed in the 2011 version of the factory hot rod from Ford, the Mustang, with the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, off the starting line, Craig with a better reaction time by about 500. See if that holds up to the top end. Looks like the Ford's already pulling ahead and goes quicker through with a 12:45 at 114 miles an hour. Craig Smith's little Camaro goes 12:92 at 104 miles an hour on that pass. As we continue with our Sportsman time runs, making passes down the racetrack. And again, we're looking for our Pro Bracket racers into the staging lanes for your first time run session, please. That'd be staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're running pro, you're registered in here in the second floor of the timing tower. You've been through tech and you're ready to go. We're looking for you. Pro Bracket into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first time run session, please. Sportsman now continuing with Art Kirby at his nice 65 Ford Falcon here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack, taking on Larry DeCamp in that 69 Camaro with a brilliant 7 thousandths of a second reaction time. Goes through 12:05 in the Camaro on the Cornwall Tools side at 110 miles an hour. Kirby goes through 13:01 in his little Falcon at 103 miles an hour on that pass. Next pair for you, another Ford versus Chevrolet duel, as you got the little Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. I think Gary Gandy's doing the driving on that one, facing off against Jake Biscay, his Biscay Irrigation Chevrolet Nova here on the NC Machinery Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Yandy's a little quick in the Ford by 6/1000ths of a second and draws the red light, going 1380 at a 95-mile-per-hour clip. Jake goes through with a 1281 at 101 miles an hour down the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Next pair powering down, you've got Jeff Mill and his 57 Chevrolet going to get there first with a 12:03 at 112-mile-per-hour pass. Maurice was a little quick off the starting line, drew the red light in that Monte Carlo, and then ran it through with a 13:52 99-mile-per-hour pass. We're still running through first-time trial sessions for our Sportsman class. And again, we're looking for a pro bracket into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro bracket racers, if you are registered in here in the second floor of the timing tower and have been through tech and are ready to go, we are looking for you for your first-time run session into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. All right, next pair heading down, you've got Brian Sebrig at the little Mercury Comet here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. He's a little quick with a 7/1000ths of a second reaction time. Too quick off the starting line to draw the red light. Then he goes 13:53 at 95 miles an hour. Gary Howe Jr. goes through with a 12:14 at 107 miles an hour in that Buick. And Gary actually did pretty well earlier this season winning Sportsman at the Division 6 National Open. All right, Brian Thompson up next, 1990 Ford Mustang, taking on the more classic 69 Mustang of Sean Langley over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Brian Thompson a little anxious this morning and draws a red light, leaving the starting line a bit too early here on the tower side. It's Sean Langley, in that vintage Mustang getting there first anyway with a 12:20 at 109 miles an hour. Brian Thompson's effort is a 12:42 at 105 miles an hour on that pass. Well, Chevrolet versus Ford again, as we've got the Corvette going up against the Mustang. Aaron Bergstrom is driving this Corvette, taking on the Mustang, which a quicker reaction time and quicker to the finish line with a 12:48 at 110 miles an hour. Aaron's Vet goes 12:90 at 107 miles an hour on that pass. All right, last pair of Sportsmen headed down. You got Don the Worm Elgin over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, driving that 74 Grand Am. Goes through the 12:56 at 105 miles an hour. Bo Bergstrom in the Camaro goes 14:34 down the NC Machinery side at 97 miles an hour. Well, once again, if you have not yet registered for the event, maybe you're just rolling in through the gates or something like that, you need to come up to the second floor of the timing tower. We've got an open door here where we are taking your registration fees for all classes, and all racers do need to register in before participating. We are currently running our first time run session for Pro Bracket drivers. We have 3 classes today, Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro. We're going to split up Super Pro for time runs and some of the early eliminations into door cars versus door cars, and dragsters, roadsters, and altereds versus each other, and the other split. So that'll be kind of fun. But really, they'll all get combined into one class before the day is done and before all the prize money is paid out and all that. So once again, if you're a pro racer and you haven't had that first time run session yet, you've been through registration and tech, get your car into the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, or 4. We are running pro now. Here's your first pair. Brian Horn in the 70 Dodge Challenger with a better light off the starting line goes 10:43 at 126 miles an hour. And Eric Berg goes through with an 11:31 over here on the NC Machinery Cat side at 116 miles an hour. Well, speaking of roadsters, we've got a roadster here on the NC Machinery Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Tim Sipe over there in that nice 63 Nova. I like the paint on that. I'm not sure, is that a copper or a root beer? Well, more sunlight probably let us see, or at least be seen behind these tinted windows up here in the timing tower a little later today. Wow, impressive run for the Roadster, 9:27, 136 miles an hour, the quickest run of the day so far. 11:11, 118 miles an hour on Tim's Little Nova. Mike Driscoll's up next, the classic SS blue with white racing stripe 69 Chevrolet Camaro here in the NC Machinery lane. Takes on, man, you don't see too many of these anymore, whether they're on a racetrack or they're out on the streets. The Z cars of the mid-70s, 76 280Z for Eric Britton from Mount Vernon over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Camaro powering through first, 10:10 at 130 miles an hour for Mike Driscoll. And Eric Britton goes through 11:62 at 115 miles an hour. Now, the cool thing about Eric, though, is that he threw in $100 today for a special bonus for those guys who are racing in either Sportsman or Pro. If you happen to have the best losing package of round 1 in either Sportsman or Pro, you're going to get paid $50 from that guy. You have to show your time slip to Fred Hoffman within 1 hour of your first round loss. But the best winning package in either Sportsman or Pro gets $50 thanks to Eric Britton. So, nice deal. Jake O'Hare goes through in this next pair in his Nova with a quick 9:13 at 148 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools lane. Aaron Williams Chevelle ran a 10:63 at 123 miles an hour on that pair. And here comes your next pair. Ken Ward in his 70 Challenger in the patriotic red, white, and blue, going up against Don Sportella, I believe is how it's pronounced over there in the 72 Chevrolet Chevelle, vinyl top, flames, tail, looking just mean in the Cornwall Tools lane. Don's through with a 10:30 in the Chevelle first at 129 miles an hour, and the Mopar for Ken Ward goes 11:67 at 115 miles an hour. That pass down the racetrack. Jason Cooper's up next. He's got this nice little 72 Maverick to take on Dustin Martin in the 67 Chevrolet Chevelle over there. GM Honest Performance down there in Federal Way in the Cornwall Tools lane. Another one of our sponsors here at the event, so thank you very much. The Martin family for that. Well, Dustin's a little quick off the starting line, just barely turns on the red light by 9/1,000ths of 1 second. Jason Cooper is driving the Maverick down the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. And it's a 9:09 for Dustin and a 10:22 for Jason on that Ford versus Chevrolet duel. Let's make it all Chevrolets this time. You got Tim Mishidu and the 67 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat side. Taking on the 78 model Nova of Robert Steffen over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, Dave Garvin up next with his Mustang, the 69 here in the NC Machinery Lane. Go up against David Knutson's Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane as the oval takes on the bow tie once again. This pair, man, it's close, but getting there first. David Knutson's Camaro with the 1015, just edging out Dave Garvin's 1016 in the Mustang. Both of them running 129 miles an hour. Great matched pair there. That was a great little heads-up time run. Fun. Gary Insrud out next, the 67 Plymouth Satellite here in that classic yellow of the late 60s. The American Dream build design and Rod of Paint sponsored machine will take on Michael Sherman in his 1963 Dodge 330 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both of them go red, a little too quick off the starting line by the exact same amount of 0-3 red light off the starting line. Top end, they're almost identical as well, just edging out the roofs. Here's the Mopar with an 1125 for Gary Insrud's Satellite at 117 miles an hour, and 1126, just a tick behind, but a little quicker at 118, is Michael Sherman's 330 Dodge. Mike McLaughlin's up next, 65 Chevrolet Nova here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Take on Billy Gibbs in that little Ford over in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Billy pulls the trigger a little quick, goes 1086, 122 at the top end in the Ford. Mike goes 978 in his Nova, got 132 miles an hour after a clean 05 green start. Off the starting line, Mark Biscay going to run this thing in a couple classes. We saw this 57 Chevy wagon running in Sportsman. He can also run it in Pro. Kind of the fun deal here. You can buy into multiple classes and run multiple classes if you want. Hey, might as well if you can clean up, right? And again, it's another Chevrolet over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. We got a beauty, early 70s Chevrolet Camaro there, black with the white racing stripes. Mark just drills that tree, 009, 9 thousandths of a second in that 57 Chevy wagon, and then goes 1197 at 109 miles an hour through the traps at the top end. Chevrolet Camaro, 1159 is the number for that one at 118 miles an hour. Got there first, despite being a little slower off the starting line. Next pair up, let's take this cool little Vega here and match it up against the 2001 S10 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dan Whelan's behind the wheel on that one. Dan's a brilliant reaction time off the starting line by 6 1/1000ths of a second. Red light for the Vega driver. So Dan with the 1034 in the pick-em-up truck at 130 miles an hour, 982 the quick charge for the Vega at 134 miles an hour. Rick Green's up next in his 94 Mustang. I think he's running a couple classes with that car as well. Taking on the, look at this, Dave Myers in this 61 Ford Futura straight axle, front end all jacked up in the air. What a classic looking hot rod. Dave Myers over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Fun pair here. Rick Green's a little quick off the starting line, goes through with a 12:49 at 104 miles an hour after a red light start. Dave Myers, a great 012 light, goes 11:07 in that Futuro at 118 miles an hour. All right, we're winding through our Pro Bracket racers, and we're ready to start off with Super Pro Dragster Altered Roadster into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first time run session, please. Once again, Super Pro Dragster Altered Roadsters into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first time run session, please. All right, next there heading down, you got Brian McGinnis in that 56 Chevrolet that's been racing for more years than I've been alive, I believe. I know it's been out here for just about every race I've announced over my 40-plus years out here at the racetrack. And through the traps, 10:08 at 132 miles an hour. He runs after a 006 red light. Travis taking that Buick through 11:41 at 113 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools sign of the racetrack. All right, here's another racer racing double duty today. Kenny Olight O'Keefe and his 69 Chevrolet Malibu in the Cornwall Tools lane. Got some backing from Pearson Chiropractic, Sunrise Dental, and Budget Blinds on the sides of that car. He's facing off against the 68 Camaro here in the NC Machinery side of the racetrack. Camaro driver a little anxious on the starting line. Draws the red light by 05. Kenny O'Keefe looking clean and green with an 015 light off the starting line. The hard-running Camaro goes 10:55 down the Cat Lane at 125 miles an hour. And Kenny O'Keefe with a 12:03 at 109 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Once again, looking for Super Pro Dragster Altered Roadsters into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first-time run session, please. Super Pro Dragsters Altered Roadsters to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first-time run session, please. Craig Smith's up next. Nice little 95, the Z28 Camaro here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack. He's racing double duty, Sportsman and Pro as well. And over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, you got eliminations from Pacific Power and Battery with his nice little 62 Nova. That thing's quick, powering down the racetrack with a 10:29 at 129 miles an hour. Craig Smith goes 12:95 at 103 miles an hour in his Camaro. All right. Got a Ford versus Pontiac duel this time. James Van Cleve and his 72 Ford Maverick here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack will face off against David Hansen in that cool 61 Pontiac Tempest in black and white over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. David's a little quicker off the starting line in his Pontiac with an 03 light. He goes 9:19 at 146 miles an hour. Quick run in Pontiac there. 10:38 for the Maverick at 126 miles an hour. All right, up next, it's Casey Reed, 2011 version of the Ford Mustang. Again, Casey running a couple classes, Sportsman and Pro here today. And he's taking on the Dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, who either got in the wrong set of staging lanes and is running with Pro, or maybe it's a Super Pro Dragster. I don't know. We'll see. Well, Casey's a little quick off the starting line in his Mustang by 01 red. Dragster, nice 01 green, goes 870 at 155 miles an hour. Casey Reed, 1245 at 112 miles an hour on his pass down the Cat Lane. Brad Burton. Man, as he knocked down some stuff for a local guy. Out of Snohomish, Washington, this is former national champion in the stock eliminator class with this fantastic 72 Pontiac Firebird he's got. He's taking on Sean Langley, who's running double duty in both Sportsman and Pro with his 69 Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Here we go. Bad Brad got those wheels up. Nice 0-1-2 wide off the starting line for the Pontiac. Sean Langley's a little too early with his red light run on the Mustang. Brad Burton goes 10:59 at 123 miles an hour in the Firebird. Mustang with a 12:18, 109 mile per hour pass for Sean Langley. Dustin Ward is up next. He switched out the usual dart for the Barracuda today in the NC Machinery Cat length. He's taking on Greg Keelman's 1969 Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tool side. Top end charge, Keelman goes through with a 10:53 in the Camaro at 125 miles an hour. Dustin Ward was just 1/1000th of 1 second from a perfect reaction time, but he was a little too quick and drew the red light by that thousandth of a second. Cuda goes through 11:31 at 115 miles an hour. All right, once again, a reminder, Super Pro, we are busting you up into a couple of categories here to start. We want dragsters, altereds, and roadsters only into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, altereds, and roadsters only in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Door cars in Super Pro, we will get to you next. Door cars in Super Pro, hang tough, we will get to you next. Once again, Super Pro dragsters, altereds, roadsters only into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, that last pair, nice pair with Matt Keelman, 70 Nova, going 10:21 at 129 miles an hour. And Dale Shear's 68 Mustang with a 12:36 at 103 mile per hour blast for him. It's all Mustangs pulling up to the starting line in this pair. And as they bump into the staging beams, you see it's Gary Gandy Jr. here on the tower side. And Lane Kamar over there in the Mustang. Maybe a duplicate number deal. I don't know that they own a Mustang like that. It's our family. But it's a cool looking ride, I'll give you that. 969, 135 miles per hour on that pass. Gary Gandy Jr., 1377, 95 miles an hour on his run down here in the NC Cat lane. We're getting a report from down track that we lost a part off of a car down there in the left lane. I think it's a headlight or something like that. So we're going to hold for just a second while safety crews get out there and try to get that picked up. So hang tight. We will be back to racing here in just a moment. But obviously, safety is, of course, the utmost concern. We don't want to have somebody running down there and running over a part and having a problem. So eagle eye down there saw it come off, and we will send our track crew down to get that picked up and get back to action here in just a moment. Once again, while I have a quiet moment, I will remind you we're kind of splitting up you Super Pro guys. You are one class, but because there's so many of you, we want to kind of make the first few time runs, the first few round or two of eliminations kind of a split deal. So we want to run all the dragsters, altereds, and roadsters together. We're looking for you now into staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, if you're running a dragster, altered, or roadster only in Super Pro, we want you in staging lanes 1 and 2. Door cars, we will get to you next. Once again, door cars in Super Pro, hang tight. We will call you next. Right now, we are only looking for dragsters, altereds, roadsters running in Super Pro to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Hey, once again, want to thank some of the folks who have donated some money to make this special event, the second annual Bracket Kings event, brought to you by Fred Hoffman, a possibility. And some of those folks are the great folks at Airtime Aviation, of course, the good folks at Carter Subaru, and also from Motor Oil Supplies. So thank you so much to all the sponsors. There's a long, long list of them that I'll be mentioning throughout the day who have made this event possible. So thank you so much. The second annual Bracket Kings brought to you by Fred Hoffman and run right here at Pacific Raceways. A fun event. So remember that a few of the neat bonus special things that we've got going on for you at the event include we do have a first round buyback. So if you're a first round runner up and you're like, dang, my car's running so good, but I was just a little early on the line or whatever it is, that puts you out first round, we'll let you buy back in. It's a $50 buyback if you want to buy back in after a first round runner up. If you're running in Sportsman or Pro, and you happen to have the best losing package in that first round runner-up, well, there's an extra bonus $50 for you from Eric Britton, who is paying both $50 to the Sportsman best losing package first round, and $50 to the Pro best losing package first round. Now, the way it works is you have to take your time slip. You have to go over to Fred Hoffman, track him down, and show him your time slip. If you have the best losing package, you have 1 hour, only 1 hour, or then it's void, to track Fred down, show him your time slip, and collect that extra $50 that Eric Britton's putting up. So thanks, Eric, on that one. Now, on the winning side of things, Pat Waters and the great folks from Legal Marijuana Store of Port Orchard are giving out $50 for each class best winning package in the first round. Now, Super Pro, although we are going to run you separately, you're really one class. So there's one $50 Super Pro winner, regardless of whether you're a dragster, ultra, roadster, or door card. And then there's one for Pro, and then there's one for Sports. So again, if you have the best winning package in the first round, $50 comes your way thanks to Pat Waters and Legal Marijuana Stores of Port Orchard. So another fun little bonus deal as people keep throwing in some extra bucks into this super fun event, the second annual Bracket Kings Showdown presented by Fred Hoffman and sponsored by so many folks who have donated in to make this event possible. Kind of a neat program there. So. Happy to be out here announcing it for you. Getting word from down track that looks like we have things cleaned up now. And we are ready to get back to some action. So we will get our cars on the line, a chance to re-burn out and get ready to go again if they so desire. And we'll move back into Pro and their first time run session. We've got just a few cars left before we wrap that up, so I will remind you once again, if you are driving a dragster, altered, or roadster only, and you are in Super Pro, we want you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragster, altered, and roadster only Super Pro racers into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first time run action. All right, here we go. Back in the water, heating up those slicks and getting ready to go. You got Jake Biscay, who's running this Nova double duty, both Sportsman and Pro today in the NC Cat Lane, facing off against Dan Freitner over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane with his 68 Chevrolet Camaro, all rally striped up, looking bad. All right, they're locked in, and here we go. Tree comes down, beautiful wheel stand for Dan in that 68 Camaro. He cuts an 09 light. Jake's like, I'm all about the tree, man. 03 and taking care of business. Dan's quicker to the top end, though, in that Camaro. Nice run, 10:07 at 131 miles an hour. Jake Biscay in the Nova goes 12:86 at 100 miles an hour on that pass. Well, speaking of double duty, here's another couple for you. Both these guys running in both Sportsman and Pro today. Gary Howe Jr., the 71 Buick Skylark, who did well at the Division 6 National Open earlier this year. And Al Young, his bad Dodge Challenger over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, as the Fardall car gets ready to take off here for Al Young. Driving the Plymouth today, sorry. Called it a Charger from my screen without paying too much attention. Gary Howe Jr., a little quicker off the starting line in this pair in his Buick. He goes through with a 12.19 and 106 miles an hour. Al Young a little quicker and gets to the finish line first with his 12.02 in the Mopar at 113 miles an hour. All right, Brian Thompson up next with the 1990 Mustang, taking on Art Kirby in that 65 Ford Falcon. Top end charge, it's the Mustang through first, 12.42 for Brian Thompson at 105 miles an hour. Art Kirby goes 13.03 at 103 miles an hour. Again, both those guys running double duty in Sportsman and in Pro today. Here's Skeeter Keene in the Super Sport 68 Chevrolet Chevelle in the NC Machinery lane. Does a lot of paint work for a lot of these cars. And over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, you got the El Camino. Nice paint job on it. Speaking of paint jobs, getting ready to face off against the painter. Well, Skeeter's a little quick off the starting line. Cuts an 0.2 red light in his Chevelle. El Camino's quicker to the top end, 10.03 at 129 miles an hour, and Skeeter goes 10.35 in the Chevelle at 128 miles an hour. All right, Super Pro door cars, we're finally ready for you. Start pulling them into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars only. Start pulling them into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. This is your first call for your first time run session. And here's our last pair in the Pro class. Headed down the racetrack, Brian Seberg and his 79 Mustang here in the NC Cat lane is facing off against that quick 78 El Camino. Daniel Higgelson over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Daniel cuts a brilliant flight off the starting line, 0.05, and then goes 9.42 through the top end in the El Camino, 142 miles an hour there. Brian Seberg a little bit slower with a 13.53, 94 mile an hour run with a little Mustang. But that does conclude your Pro Bracket class, and we are now moving on to Dragster Altered Roadsters split off of Super Pro. Wade Archer's got his new Dragster, the car here in the NC Cat, and chassis Dragster with a Chevrolet for power, I believe, going up against Danny Howder with his Spitzer chassis Dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Your first pair, Super Pro Dragsters Altered Roadsters. Danny's a little quick off the starting line in his Spitzer with a 0.05 red light. Wade Archer clean and green with an 0.2 light. Goes through 891 at 179 miles an hour to get there first. Danny goes 895 at 172 miles an hour. Got there second. Final call if you're driving a Super Pro Dragster Altered or Roadsters. We want you in staging lanes 1 and 2. And first call for Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, looking for you to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, do the lanes, please. All right, up next, a one motorcycle participant in competition so far, William Nitta on his 2008 Hayabusa here in the NC Cat lane will face off against Mark Gillespie in his 99 Frame World style dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Oh man, both these guys go red, and almost by the same exact margin, both with an 01 light. The bike 014 for William, and the dragster 015 for Mark. At the top in charge, Dragster powers through first, 883, 175 miles an hour. And William Nitta's bike goes through 933 at 141 miles an hour. Ken Clement up next with his American Dream built dragster here at the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack, facing off against Dave Secundi over there at the Cornwall Tool side of the racetrack, the Ellensburg Exhaust sponsored dragster. Once again, looking for Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, looking for you in the staging lanes, please. We are currently running Super Pro dragsters, ultras, and roadsters for their first time run session right now. You should be in staging lanes 1 and 2 if you haven't got into the lanes for your run yet. Wow, Ken just drills that tree, the best light I've seen all day. 001 in the green direction, and then he goes 860 at 155 miles an hour on that pass for American Dream design build. Dave Secundi takes the Ellensburg Exhaust dragster true with a quicker 762 at 173 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tool side of the racetrack. Don Sefton is up next with his orange and flamed TNT chassis dragster here in the NC Caterpillar lane, going up against Megan Gaynor over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. That's a 2008 Mullis chassis dragster for her. Nice light for Don, 013 off the starting line, and he's definitely got more ponies under his cowl as he goes 674 at 203 miles an hour for the fastest run of the event. Congratulations, Don, 674, 203. Wow, brutal. Hey, Megan was no slouch in her dragster either, running a 770 at 138 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side. Quick running pair there as we're looking at the dragsters, ultras, and roadsters Super Pro class here. The second annual Bracket Kings event brought to you by Fred Hoffman. Jack Stutler's up next. He's got a 99 racetrack chassis dragster here on the NC Machinery Caterpillar lane in beautiful blue and gray. He's taking on Chuck Lynn. 2001 undercover chassis dragster over there with the orange and gray in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both these guys too quick off the starting line. Don the red light. Chuck closer to the green with an 012 red light and runs quicker with a 762 at 174 miles an hour on his side of the racetrack. Jack goes through 899999999 if you keep carrying it out at 154 miles an hour on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Once again, looking for our Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4. My, aren't those staging lanes filling up? A lot of Super Pro door cars in attendance today. Once again, Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We are getting ready to run you for your first time run session. Still got a few of our dragsters, ultras, roadsters to run here in Super Pro class. Both, hey, our second bike, too. Look at that. Woo-hoo! Jim Weary, who has just been ripping it up in motorcycle. Man, he was the track champion last year and just keeps winning on that thing. Goes through 957, 140 miles an hour. Faces off against Giovanni Goletti here on the NC side of the racetrack. The dragster going 816 and 162 miles an hour. Next pair, you got John Colecci here on the NC side of the racetrack with his dragster, facing off against John Theophilus over there in his dragster. Hot Rods and Heroes. Well, John Theophilus through first in the 98 Mullis chassis car, goes 775 at 172 miles an hour. A little quicker on the mile per hour is John at 173 miles an hour, and a little slower on the ET with an 876. Ron Spragusi is up next here out of East Wenatchee, making the call over the mountains in his Alter. Nice 1923 T-Bucket going up against Dan Colecci out of Buckley, Washington. The dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Ron's a little quick in that Alter with an 046 red light. Danny's a little slow in his dragsters with a 325 green light. Ron goes 923 in the Alter 140. Danny goes 884, 146 in the dragster. Another altered here, as we've got Austin Calhoun with his 23 T-Bucket over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Taking on Lane Savar here in the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack in his dragster. Lane actually doing quite well over there at the National Open that happened earlier this year, as well as he won the Saturday Super Pro event. Hey, if you're driving car number 22 in the Super Pro door car lanes, we need you to your car, please, because we're going to start pulling you out to run. Driver of car number 22 in the Super Pro door car lanes, we need you to your car, please. We're getting ready to run you guys. We need you in the car so you can run it. All right, Lane takes that dragster through with a quick 730 run at 180 miles an hour. Big run there. Austin Calhoun in the Alter goes 892 at 145 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Well, talk about a guy who cleaned up at the National Open. Dale Green winning a couple over there as he won in Super Comp on both days, Saturday and Sunday, with his DG Machine Shop dragster here in the NC Cat Lane. He's taking on Kelly Savar this time over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane in the dragster. All right, we had another eagle eye down there say, hey, we got a part on the track, so we will shut these dragsters down and jump on the old four-wheeler, go down there and check it out again. Again, safety number one, and if somebody sees something on the track, that's why we have eyes down there at the top end. We want to make sure we get that taken care of before we send the next pair of cars down. So thank you so much for the eagle eye down there at the top end, and we'll get things picked up and get back to racing action here in just a mere moment. We've got our last few Super Pro Dragster Ultra Rotors to run. And then we're going right into our Super Pro door cars. So once again, if you're running Super Pro in a door car and you are registered by coming up here to the second floor of the timing tower and paying in your registration, and you've been through tech and you're all ready to go, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, Super Pro door car, we're going to run you in mere moments, and we're looking for the rest of you in the staging lanes 3 and 4, please. And while I got a moment, I want to thank some of the folks who have donated in to make this event possible today. And that includes great guys like Craig Johnson and Fred Hoffman and Eric Britton. So thank you all so much for making this event possible. The second annual Bracket King Showdown presented by Fred Hoffman and run right here at Pacific Raceways. All right, and we'll get word back from the top end. Things are clean and clear, and we're ready to get back to some action. So we will get reset and ready to run. Again, if you're getting a little bit hungry or thirsty or something like that, we do have our snack bar open for you. It's along that main pit area across from the timing tower. You see the green and black paint job over there on the building. They got the open sign on and a couple of windows open for you to pick yourself up something to eat. They do a great hamburger, cheeseburger over there. They've got hot dogs. They put chips and cheese and all sorts of yummy stuff like that on there for you if you want. Chicken strips are pretty popular. Sometimes they got pizza too, so go check it out if you're a little hungry. Yummy food to eat there. Well, both these dragsters leaving the starting line just a bit too early. Dale Green was darn near perfect, though, with a 0.001 red light, 1/1000th of 1 second from being perfect. Then he runs it through the top end with a quick 7:10 at 189 miles per hour. Kelly Savard draws an 0.3 red light and then goes 9:17 at 172 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Next pair in dragster Altered Roadster Super Pro is Kevin Rennick, and the Machinery Services sponsored Yancey Dragster here at the NC side of the racetrack. He's staged and ready to go. Taking on Mark Savard. The whole family's driving dragsters today, it looks like, over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. And Mark's got a problem. He goes red, and then the dragster has more problems than that as he tries to get it over to the side of the racetrack, get it stopped to eliminate any possible messes. So thank you very much. Mark's been racing out here for decades. I started announcing him when he was about 16 years old and getting to drive his dad's Chevelle. And now he's the kind of the old patriarch of the family, although he's still got his dad, I believe, and he just doesn't race anymore. But anyway, thank you, Mark, for getting the dragster over. We'll find out what's going on and try to get that cleared up and off the racetrack. In the meantime, Kevin Rennick, though, ran down with an 8:06, 164-mile-per-hour run down the NC Cat lane. Mark was 0-1 red off the starting line before things just all started to go even worse, and dragster broke and had to pull it over to the side there. All right, well, apparently word is it's not really liquid down, and the dragster even can kind of like hobble its own way down the racetrack and off there. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to make sure that we don't have any parts and pieces kind of like strewn around or anything. But looks like a fairly quick cleanup is the report from the top end, so I'm happy to report that to all of you. That means we get back to racing quicker and easier once we make sure that Mark's dragster does get off the track and all his parts are picked up, and we're ready to go. So great driving there by Mark. Knowing something went wrong, getting it over, even though the thing still is operable. You never know. Are you dumping your entire transmission onto the racetrack, or what's going on? So appreciate that. Any cleanups over on the side near the wall go a lot faster and easier than a huge stripe down the middle of the racetrack that takes you an hour to clean up. So always the best thing to do, pull it to the side when something's breaking on you. Our door car is getting ready to go. Once again, if you're running in Super Pro door car, staging lanes 3 and 4 is where you should be, because we're about to run you next. Once again, Super Pro door car. And your cars are ready, please. You're coming up next after one more pair of dragsters. I want to once again thank the folks who have made Fred Hoffman's Bracket King event possible. Great folks like Federal Way Automotive and Radiator. TSR transmissions and freeway trailer sales, all dipping in and paying some money out for the purses and all that fun stuff that we got going on here. All right, final pair of dragsters finally ready to get going here. You got Yasha Wilcox, 2005 undercover dragster chassis. Yasha's just 17 years old, by the way, driving that quick dragster. Taking on Cooper Chun, who's another youngster, kind of graduated probably from junior dragsters, who's only 16 years old. So the two young guns face off, and in the reaction time duel, Yasha got Cooper by 2 1/1000ths of 1 second, 0.14 to an 0.16, both looking sharp off the line. Then Yasha goes 750 at 179 to win the ET battle as well. Here's your first pair of door cars. Pulling up to the starting line, Rick Johnson in this hard-running 78 Pinto here in the NC Caterpillar lane. He's facing off against Frank Nelson Jr. 67 Chevrolet Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Hard charging pair, Frank Nelson Jr. through first, 10-12, 133 in the Camaro. Rick Johnson representing the Blue Oval goes 10:47 at 129 miles an hour on that pass. Chad Spugashi in the 64 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Caterpillar lane, going up against Doug Whitmore in his 67 Chevrolet Camaro backed by Armstrong Performance Center in the Cornwall Tools lane. This is Super Pro door car you're taking a look at. Both cars locked in, and here we go. Doug too quick off the starting line, but only by 1/100th of 1 second. He's also going to get to the top 10 first in that Camaro, running a quick 893 at 151 miles an hour. Chad takes the Nova through 969 at 112 miles an hour on his pass after somewhat of a sleepy light off the starting line. We'll just say that. Save any more embarrassment. Justin Martin, the GM Honest Performance 67 Chevrolet Chevelle, running in a double class field today. Saw him earlier in Pro, and now he's running here in Super Pro door car. Taking on Randy Brown, 67 Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, brought to you by Innovation Designs. Swift Tools are the folks backing him. Clean and green, both these guys massacring the tree. Wow, Dustin Martin with a 008 light, but Randy Brown says, I can beat you on that. How about a 002? Man, top end, they were closely matched as well. Look at that, 9067 for Dustin, 9066 for Randy Brown. Man, that was probably the best side-by-side drag race we've seen all day so far. A mile per hour, 146 for Dustin, 147 for Randy. Nice. All right, next pair, Ron Norris, and that 90 Beretta getting ready to stage up here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Take on Brad Powell, the 67 Chevrolet Nova over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, Ron Norris with an 872 on that Beretta, 156 miles an hour, and Brock Powell's Nova went 1018 on that run. Next pair pulling into the staging beam features Robert Strome's Ford Mustang here on the NC Cat side, taking on David Munzas and the Dodge Dart over there on the Cornwall Tools side. Both of them cutting 02 lights off the starting line, 939 for Robert in the Mustang, and a 961 for David in the Dart. Coming up next, you got, we got Bruce White, his flame clad 84 Camaro over there from Adams Management. Bruce a little quick off the starting line on his solo run with an 012 red light. See what he does powering down to the top end of the racetrack with his solo blast. How about 996 at 134 miles an hour? Good looking run. Up next, Dave Wakefield, 72 Chevrolet Chevelle. Brought to you by Shin Mechanical, J&M Contractors, and Swift Tools. Taking on Gary Ermish in that beautiful mean green Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both these guys murdering the tree as well. Dave Wakefield with a Chevelle with a 005, and Gary Ermish with a 001. Power at the top end. Dave's got the edge with a 952 in the Chevelle at 136 miles an hour to Gary's 997 in the Camaro at 134 miles an hour. John Berger's up next. His 1990 Chevrolet Beretta in brilliant orange. He's going to face off against Jim Mabry in that 75 Chevrolet Vega wagon over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Should get a good wheel stand out of Jim's car over here. Keep an eye on that red one. I think the Beretta's going to probably stay pretty low and mean with those wheelie bars. Jim's kind of set up on keep it low today, too. He goes great light with 006 and goes through with a 915 at 145 miles an hour. John goes through 806 on his run in the Beretta at 167 miles per hour. So Mike Sherman's up next with this beautiful 63 Dodge 330. He's running double duty, running in both Pro and Super Pro today. He's facing off against Kevin Young in that 48 Anglia over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Pretty much only see those in this country on a racetrack. I don't know if I've ever seen an Anglia driving around the street. As they power down to the top end, Kevin Young takes that unique Anglia through with an 876 at 152 miles per hour. Mike Sherman with an 1125 at 118 miles per hour on his old big Mopar. Dave Barcelone's up next, 67 Chevrolet Nova here on the NC Cat lane. Facing off, of course, Dave Barcelone, the owner of Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Michelle Lewis is doing the driving of the Infinity Coach 66 Chevy 2 Nova over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Well, Michelle just beats Dave off the starting line by a ton. They power down to the top end. She's got more horsepower as well. It goes 870 at 155 miles an hour. The Infinity Coach streaks on through. Dave Barcelone, no trouble getting off the starting line, and then runs it through 1018 at 129 miles an hour. Darren Van Diest is doing the driving in this nice two-tone 66 Chevy Nova you see here in the NC Cat lane. And he'll be taking on the 66 Belvedere of Pat Keating over there in the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Speaking of Cornwall Tools, thanks so much for their sponsorship of the staging lanes, the tent that we've got out there on the starting line, the right-hand side of the racetrack. I mean, thanks. You guys are great. We appreciate your support of the Bracket Championship Series and all that you do for us here at Civic Raceways. Darren Van Die's taking that 66 Chevy through with an 850 on the Nova at 157 miles an hour. The Belvedere goes through with a 923 at 154 miles an hour for Pat Keating. Jeremy Waterman's up next with his 67 version of the Nova here in the NC Cat Lane to take on Jeff Jackson in that famous 68 Mustang he's been racing for decades over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Well, Jeff killed him on the tree with an 05 light. Looks like Jeremy's going to kill him on the power, though, as he goes 865 at 156 miles an hour through the traps at the top end. Jeff Jackson's Mustang goes 1089, 158 miles an hour. Must have that set up on his Super Street settings with the 1090 index, because he is just about there. Bill Hurd up next. This fun little 1980 Pinto hatchback out of Portland has been Bill's ride for a good many years. Bill, a seasoned racer at 75 years old this year, it says on my screen. So congratulations, Bill. Way to keep it going, man. Todd Sims over there in the 66 Chevrolet Nova, real quick off the starting line with an 013 light. Bill's nice and clean and green with an 018 light, and then goes 890 in that Pinto at 150 miles an hour. Todd Sims Nova with a 1081 at 145 miles an hour. Trim Schrodell's up next, the 1981 Oldsmobile Cutlass here in the NC Machinery side of the racetrack. Going to face off against that 63 model of the Chevy Nova for Rob Lindley over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. All right, looks like we are having a motorcycle bracket category. I saw a couple of bikes earlier. Any of our motorcycles competing in the motorcycle bracket category, we're looking for you to pull into staging lane number 6, please. Once again, any motorcycles racing in our motorcycle bracket class today, pull into staging lane number 6, please, for your first time run session. I'm also going to make first call for Sportsman racers. Back to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. First call for Sportsman racers. Time for your second time run session. Pulling back into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, next pair up here in Super Pro Door Car, Lonnie Sharkey, the 66 Nova, taking on Jess Dale in the 1970 Dart. Jess Dale drilling the tree, 008 on the green side, and then goes 867 at 155 miles an hour on that hard-running Mopar. Lonnie Shark, the Nova, 973 at 135 miles an hour down the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Well, here he is, the man himself, bringing you this Bracket Kings event. Fast Freddie Hoffman in his 67 Chevrolet Camaro here in the NC Machinery side of the racetrack. He's taking on Jim Spurline in this time trial run. The yellow 63 Nova over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. My goodness, Jim launched that thing towards the moon with a brilliant 009 reaction time. Then he launched it again in second gear, came down pretty hard, kind of had to back out of it. Well, hope he didn't break anything on that. That was beautiful to see. What a fun run there for me to watch. I don't know how much fun it was for Jim, but he coasted through 16:31 after a 009 start. Fast Freddie Hoffman, a little quick off the starting line, 02 red. Then he goes 10:06 at the top end with his Camaro at 131 miles an hour. Once again, if you're running our motorcycle bracket class, we're looking for you into staging lane number 6, please. Motorcycle bracket racers, looking for you into staging lane number 6, please. We are also looking for second time trial session for Sportsman racers into staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Sportsman racers, we are looking for you to pull into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session. Please, Sportsman and motorcycle to the staging lanes, please. All right, little technical difficulties at the top end, and we will get those straightened away and get back to racing action here absolutely as soon as possible. Nice field of Super Pro, door cars running today. Still got a few of those to run. And we'll get into motorcycles and sportsmen. So once again, if you're running motorcycle bracket class, wow, there are a bunch of guys who are competing in the bike-only class. A couple of them are doing double duty in other classes, but we have a nice bike field here today as they start pulling into staging lane 6. Once again, all motorcycle racers, staging lane number 6, please, and we're looking for sportsman racers back to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session, please. Sportsman racers back to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session, please. All right, technical glitches fixed and action to continue. Another couple of quick door cars here for us, firing up and brewing their burnouts. Kent Partridge is doing the driving here of this Pontiac Grand Am you see backing up in the NC Cat side of the racetrack. He's going to face off against Chris Ormsby over there with that 1969 model Chevrolet Nova. Beautiful, sleek, black machine out of Paulsbo, Washington, across the water. We'll take on Kent from Yakima, Washington, across the mountains. So, little fun pairing here. Pontiac versus Chevrolet, both under the GM umbrella until they get on the starting line, and they duke it out. Kent wins the reaction time battle with an 0-1-0 light to Chris's 0-3-1 light. He also wins the power battle with a nice 791 in the Grand Am at 173 miles an hour. Chris Ormsby's Nova goes 10:05 at 131 miles an hour. Well, here's another racer doing some double duty today, David Hampson in this slick black and white 61 Pontiac Tempest. Is running both Pro and Super Pro today. The Tin Indian, he calls this one, taking on Joey Keating, the 74 Duster, the big block 440 for power over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, David the Pontiac's quicker off the starting line by about 500 as he cuts an 0-3-0 light. And then charges through with a 917 at 145 miles per hour. Joey Keating's Duster with a 930 at 139 miles per hour. All right, pick your favorite year El Camino in this duel, as you got Daniel Hegerson in the 78 bright orange one here in the NC Cat Lake, taking on Dean Hoffman in the true blue 69 El Camino in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, both guys locked in the duel of El Caminos. Who's it going to be? Both of them a little small wheel pop off the starting line, and away they go. Close up starting line. Daniel runs an 0-3 light. Dean with an 0-2 light. Top end, though, Daniel getting there first with the 78. Goes 940 at 142 miles an hour. Dean Hoffman goes through with his 11:04 at 120 miles per hour. All right, next pair features David Knudsen and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro to take on Tom McGuire over there in that beautiful red with blue flame 66 Chevy Nova in the Cornwall Tools lane. Once again, if you're running motorcycles, we're coming to you next. We need you in staging lane number 6, please. All motorcycle bracket racers, we need you in staging lane 6 if you're going to make your first time run session. Also looking for sportsman racers, back to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time trial run, please. Sportsman, back to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time trial run. In the duel of Chevrolets, it's the Nova. Tom McGuire going through first, 857, 162 miles per hour after a huge red light start there. Tom pulling the trigger too early. David Knutson a little early on the starting line as well, and he goes 10:07 in the Camaro at 130 miles an hour on that pass. All right, Lane Savar is running either double or triple duty today in this Malibu this time. The family door car here in the NC Caterpillar Lane will face off against Terry Wilcox in that mean new Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane out of Lake Tapps, Washington. That thing just all set up like a top sportsman car. Excited to see what that thing runs for Terry. Well, Wayne Savar wins the reaction time duel 04 to an 06, but he's certainly not going to win the horsepower duel as Terry Wilcox goes 824 at 168 miles per hour in the 17 Camaro. Something happened on Lane's run. Doesn't look like we got a mile per hour. We may have gotten that cone out or something blowing across there, but he also didn't run 877 in that Malibu, I'm not thinking. So we might want to check that out. Al Chin, wow, huge, beautiful wheel stand on this single run to complete your sportsman door car class. The 64 Nova wagon wheels in the air, carrying way down the track and running 931 at 126 miles an hour on that pass. Nice run for Al Chin, who is another one of those racers who did quite well at the National Open earlier this year as he picked up a win in the Sunday final round of Pro in that particular event. Little touch up to the racetrack as we bring the tractor out. And it gives me a chance to remind you that we have another race coming up tomorrow. And if you're staying overnight and would like to participate, we have a wonderful non-denominational chapel service that'll be going on right outside the pro shop. It's golf cart seating because, you know, we need to do all these things and safely and all that stuff as we've got COVID times going on here. It's going to be a great subject, though. Healing our nation. And man, could our nation use some healing right now. So make sure you're there. It's hosted by your local Racers for Christ representatives, which is Martin and Linda Schultz. They'll be the chaplains for this event. Martin and Linda always have a great insight onto things. And I'll tell you what, our nation definitely needs some healing. So I have unfortunately committed myself tomorrow and can't be here, but I would love to hear this one. And if you're going to be here, make sure you're here. They're going to give it a couple different times for you, both 7:30 in the morning if you're an early riser and 8:15 in the morning if you're rolling out of bed a little bit later. So once again, the wonderful chapel service for Martin and Linda Schultz from Racers for Christ will be going on tomorrow, both at 7:30 and 8:15, right outside the pro shop. Golf cart seating, so we can all be socially distant from each other and still participate in our worship. So thank you so much for participating and observing that, and really hope that you're able to make it tomorrow for a great sermon from Martin and Schultz. So. As we move on back to racing, we got our motorcycle bracket class pulling into the water box. And our former track champion, last year's defending champ Jim Wary in the INS Taxes 2012 Kawasaki EX14R here in the NC Cat Lane. He's participating in a couple classes today, running both in, I think it was Super Pro if I remember right, and also, of course, here in motorcycle. William Nitta, who also was participating in double classes today on the Hayabusa, sponsored by Bardol, is over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Jim just barely red by 8/1000ths of 1 second. William with a nice clean green start with an 020 light. At the top end, Williams there quicker with a 930 at 142 miles per hour. And Jim goes 954 on the ZX14R at 141 miles an hour. Next pair of bikes features Darren Anderson in his 2013 model ZX10R, facing off against Ryder Biscay over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Final call for Sportsman, round 2 time trials to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call for Sportsman, round 2 time trials, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, off the starting line, Darren Anderson with a commanding starting line lead on the ZXR 013 light to an 086 light. And he powers through with a 913 at 147 miles per hour. Ryder Biscay goes through 1179 at 116 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Next pair of bikes features Donna Johnson on the 2002 Suzuki GSXR here in the NC Caterpillar lane, going up against Josh Johnson on his 1986 model of the same bike. The new one versus the nostalgia bike. You can see kind of some of the body differences there as they get ready to head down the racetrack. Josh with better light goes 056 to a 228 for Donna. They power down through the traps at the top end. It's a 10:15 for Josh's bike at 129 miles per hour. Donna goes 11:49 at 129 miles per hour on that pass. Tracy Johnson is up next, 2008 Hayabusa model bike here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Taking on Mark Biscay on a 2009 model of the same bike over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Little wheel up action there for Mark after he cuts a brilliant 002 reaction time. See if that slows him at the top end. 920 at 149 miles an hour for Tracy and a 10:06 for Mark at 141 miles an hour. I'm going to think that's probably a bike in the 9-second zone if he doesn't have to lift from a wheel stand. Next pair. Couple of drag bikes set up for you, the wheelie bars and everything on these. Stacy Hetch with the 1983 Suzuki GS here in the NC Cat lane. He's going to face off against Wesley Walker, the 73 Kawasaki nostalgia bike over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Now Stacy in a little deep and cuts an 024 light in the Suzuki. West with an 04 light in Kawasaki. As they power through the traps at the top end, West gets there first with a little quicker run, 869 at 146 miles an hour. Stacy goes 873 at 144 miles an hour on that pass. And that concludes your motorcycle bracket class. We now move into Sportsman. Rick Green is up here next with the 94 Mustang. Facing off against Eric Vonsack in the Ford Maverick over there in the Cornwall Tools side. All right, top end, we've got Rick Green there first in the Mustang, 1246.105 to Aaron's 1377 at 99 miles an hour. All right, it's time for first call for Pro Bracket for time run number 2 back to the staging lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. First call for Pro Bracket back to the staging lanes for time session number 2 in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro Bracket to the lanes, please. All right, next pair up. You got Al Young, who's been driving double duty here at this event today, and that Plymouth GTX, sponsored by Bardall here in the NC Caterpillar lane, going up against Art Kirby's Ford Falcon over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Reaction time advantage for Art as he goes 03 to Al's 05. Top end, though, Al's quicker with a 12.01 in the Plymouth at 113 miles per hour. Art Kirby goes 13.04 at 103 miles an hour on his path down the Cornwall Tools Way. Casey Reed is up next with the 2011 model Ford Mustang. Looks like Casey's getting a single run down the racetrack on this pass. Once again, looking for Pro Bracket racers. Back to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro Bracket racers, looking for you. Back to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Ooh, we got a Bergstrom family affair going on. Aaron versus Bo. Top end, it's Aaron through first, 13 flat, 107 miles per hour. And Bo goes 14.46 in the Camaro at 95 miles an hour. Next pair up, a couple of regulars. Kenny Oline O'Keefe, the 69 Chevrolet Malibu, brought to you by HMS, Federal Way Automotive, who of course is also a sponsor of this event, and Budget Blinds. He's taking on Jake Biscay over there with Biscay Irrigation, Chevrolet Nova, the Cornwall Tools Lane. 3 coming down for both of them. Nice clean green starts. Kenny Oline O'Keefe with an 0.14. Jake with an 0.54. Chevelle out in front as they cross the finish line. 12 flat for Kenny O'Keefe at 110 miles per hour. Jake Biscay 12.81 at 101 miles an hour in the Nova. Once again, looking for Pro. Back to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time run session, please. Pro Bracket racers, back to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time run session, please. Craig Smith up next, 1995 Z28 Camaro to take on Larry DeCamp, his 1969 model of the Chevrolet Camaro. Final top over there in the Cornwall Tools side. Both of them pretty competitive, 04 light to an 05 light. Pretty closely matched as they go down. Looks like Larry's got the edge by about a second, 12.11, 110 miles an hour in the ET. Craig goes 13.12 at 89 miles an hour. Tim McKay is up next with his 2019 Challenger. Brand new car last year, going up against Sean Langley's old classic 69 Ford Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. I want to once again thank some of the great sponsors who have made this event possible, like my good cousin, Russ Randall, the Dr. Injector, putting in some money towards this. Good folks at Security Race Products that sell here at the track, and as well as their store as well. So thanks to them. Next pair headed down, Tim McKay with a brilliant perfect light. First perfect light I have seen of the event. 0.00 and then a 12.32 in that Challenger at 112 miles an hour. Sean Langley a little quick in his Mustang with an 05 red light, and then he goes 12.18 at 110 miles per hour. Gordon Rust is up next with the 69 Chevrolet Chevelle in rust color, of course, going up against Brian Thompson in the 1990 Ford Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Maybe a little more burgundy on that car. And the red light to match the red car, unfortunately, comes on for Brian Thompson in the Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Gordon Rust is clean and green with an 03 light in his Chevelle and goes through first with a 12.02 at 110 miles an hour on that run. Brian Thompson's Mustang at 12:44 at 105 miles an hour. All right, Maurice Castro up next, 79 Monte Carlo, taking on the Mustang here in the NC Cat Lane. Well, Jeff Mill going 12:07, 113 miles an hour in that 57 Chevy. Gary Hound Jr. in the Skylark going 12:12 on his run down the racetrack. Now you got Don the Worm Elgin in his 74 Pontiac Grand Am here in the NC Cat Lane. Stock Eliminator car taking on Gary Gandy Jr. in his Ford Mustang over in the Cornwall Tools lane. Gandy Jr. is a little early off the starting line by 6/1000ths of 1 second and draws the red light, then runs it through with a 1378 on the Mustang at a 95 mile per hour clip. Don the Worm goes 0-2 on the starting line at 12:56 down the track at 105 miles an hour. Looking pretty consistent for the Worm, 2 runs in a row there. Next pick, you got Ryder Biscay, 1983 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck here. From Biscay Racing Team in the NC Cat Lane, taking on Brian Seberg in the 72 Comet over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. $13.49 for Brian Seberg, who gets there first at 95 miles an hour. Ryder Biscay with a 15.65 at 84 miles per hour. All right, looks like we got one more Sportsman car to run before we move on to Pro Bracket and their second time run session. So once again, if you're running Pro Bracket today, you should be in staging lane 1, 2, 3, or 4 for your second time run session. Once again, final call, Pro Bracket, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. For your second time run session, please. Mark Biscay off and running in that 57 Chevy wagon. Goes 11.95 at 110 miles an hour to conclude round 2 of our Sportsman time run sessions. Pro round 2 coming your way next. Hey, you know, the gifts just keep on coming. Fred Hoffman was just up here again and went, hey, man. Frank Nelson wanted to throw in some money, and so he's going to pay out $50 to the best losing first-round package in Super Pro. We had Eric Britton paying it out to Sportsman and Pro, and now Frank Nelson Jr. has stepped up, and he is going to pay out $50 to the best losing Super Pro round 1 TT. So again, rules on this are you have to, of course, have the best losing run in the opening round, and you have to take that time slip as your proof over to Fred Hoffman. You have to do it within 1 hour's time of the run. You got 1 hour. You should be able to get your stuff together by then. Take it and find Fred, show him your slip, and he will pay you out $50 that Frank Nelson has just thrown into the pot for the best losing Super Pro ET of round 1. So remember, Also, that when you have those unfortunate round one runner-ups, we do have a buyback that's in place. It's only $50 and it buys you back in. Also remember that this is a mandatory registration race. All racers who are here participating today must come up to the second floor of the timing tower and pay in your $100 to get into the race in the timing tower. So there are a few of you who have not yet. I've seen you make a run and not yet registered, so please make sure all racers who are participating today come up here to the second floor of the timing tower, get yourself registered in for the event. It's a $100 buy-in for this event today, and they take it second floor of the timing tower. You'll see the open door. Come on up and get your registration in if you have not yet. Thanks. The wonders of technology. Fred just called me and said, dude, you're saying it wrong. The best run of the buyback round gets the money from Frank Nelson and from Eric Britton. So I had it wrong. I said best losing time first round. No, that's not it. It's best time in the buyback round. Best winning time in the buyback round. So that's what it is. My bad. So if you runner-up first round, and then you buy again, there's the extra money in the buyback round for the best run, for Pro and Sportsman from Eric, and for Super Pro from Frank. So just to clarify, it's the best time in the buyback round for Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman. All right. Sorry, I misspoke earlier, and we will clarify that. All right, I'm still wrong. Best losing package in the buyback. Best losing package in the buyback round of Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman gets the money from Frank Nelson and Eric Britton. All right. I hope everyone is more clear than me because I've messed it up twice. So the best losing package in the buyback round of Sportsman and Pro gets $50 from Eric Britton. And the best losing package in the buyback round in Super Pro combination of dragster, altered, roadsters, and door cars gets the $50 from Frank Nelson. Sorry to confuse you guys. It was all me. And my apologies. I'll say it a few more times. Try to clarify that as we go on. Michael Sherman's running now. 69 Dodge. Taking on Jason Cooper in his 72 Maverick. Michael's too early off the starting line. 009 red goes 11:39. Jason Cooper a 10:17. Down the Cornwall to the side. Now, a couple of great starts here if they were a little green, but they were both a little red. Jake O'Hare with an 018 light. Skeeter Keene with a 002 red light. Man. Anyway, Jace goes through in his hard-charging 63 Nova with a 903. And Skeeter goes 1030 at 129 miles an hour with his 68 Chevrolet Chevelle. Pro bracket action is what you're taking a look at here. Second time run session. Beautiful Super Sport Camaro here for Mike Driscoll. Love this blue with the rally stripes and the Super Sport and all that. Come on, Don's got a pretty mean-looking Chevrolet Chevelle over there as well. The flames on the front, the factory top with the vinyl on it still. Pretty neat-looking cars here, both of them. Mike's a little quicker on this run, 10:02 in the Camaro to a 10:36 for Don Chevelle over there in the Wall Tools lane. Next pair, how about Eric McLaughlin and his 65 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat lane. Going up against Dan Whelan's S1001 pick-em-up truck over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Row bracket, second time run continuing. Top end, it's Dan. Through first in the truck, 1031 at 131 miles an hour. He had the better light too, 02 to an 04. Eric goes 976 at 133 miles in the Nova with the quicker ET down the NC Cat side of the racetrack. All right, Eric Burge with the Plum Crazy Purple Dodge here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Dave Carman with that hard-running 69 Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dave's quicker off the starting line and quicker to the finish line with a 1011 at 130 miles an hour. Eric takes the Plum Crazy Purple Mopar through with an 1128 at 116 miles per hour on that pass. All Chevrolet. Oh, no, I take that back. We've got the Buick over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. The 70 Buick being driven by Travis Delkey, going up against Robert Way in the 1973 model of the rally striped Camaro here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Robert's a little quick off the starting line on his side of the racetrack with an 05 red light. Travis looking mean and green with an 019 light in the Buick. As they go through the traps at the top end, Robert stays out in front in the Camaro and goes 1129 at 121 miles an hour, while Travis takes the Buick through with an 1138 at 114 mile per hour pass. Aaron Williams is up next with the 67 Chevrolet Chevelle in that classic light blue they had in that year. Going up against one that's all crazy up painted from Dustin Martin over there in the 60 Cornwall Tools lane. So pick your favorite paint job on a 67 Chevelle. I think Dustin probably got the more ponies on this pair as he's charging down. Had the better light too, 02 to an 06, and goes 905 at 147 miles an hour in the Cornwall Tools lane. Aaron Williams Chevelle with a 1061, 123 mile per hour pass. Billy Gibbs up next with his Ford here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack to face off against the little Mustang of Rick Green over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Brilliant light for Billy Gibbons on that run. 005 off the starting line, and then he goes 1085 through the traps at the top end to get there first as well. 122 miles an hour on that run. Rick Green goes through 1247 in his Mustang at 105 miles an hour. All right, well, here you go. You got the old-style gasser look to the 61 Ford Futura for Dave Myers down the NC Cat side of the racetrack. And then you got a beautiful wheel stand out of that 72 Maverick for James Van Cleve over there in the Tools lane. James is quicker on the starting line and quicker to the finish line. A nice 01 light topped off with a 10:35 at 126 miles an hour through the traps at the top end. And Dave Myers, neat little Futura, goes 11:07 at 118 miles per hour on that pass. Side-by-side Chevrolet's up next. If you like the Nova, we got a 67 being driven by Tim Shidu here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. And if you like Camaros, the 68 model of the Cornwall Tools lane is being driven by Zach Zuberg. Well, Zach's the quicker off the starting line with a nice 012 light. Tim, a not bad 03 light for himself, but Zach's got the quicker ride and takes the Camaro through 10:57 at 126 miles an hour on that run. Tim goes 11:02 at 121 miles an hour on that pass. Red light comes on for Josh Razzler in that Chevrolet Vega 08 red light. Daniel Heckelson in the El Camino goes through with a 9:42 at 143 miles an hour. John's time a 9:79 in the Vega at 135 miles per hour. All right, well, we've got our dragster running in pro bracket again here, so I guess he's trying to run two classes. He was way too fast for pro bracket last time with an 8-second run, so we'll see if he's trying to dial it down here. This is Cooper Chun, his 99 moles chassis dragster. Gary Unsrud driving the 67 Plymouth Satellite over there in the Cornwall lane, backed by American Dream Design build, Rod of Paint. Both of them with an 03 light off the starting line. Dragster is out in front, but is he going to go another 8-second run? Now he's at 9:11. Did slow it down, and I think that's well within the realm there. So 148 miles an hour. Gary Unsrud goes 11:25, and the Satellite at 118 miles per hour. Dan Finer's up next with the 68 Chevrolet Camaro, all rally striped up here in the NC Cat lane to take on the 62 Chevrolet Nova of Alan Meacham and the Pacific Power Battery sponsored machine. Also with some backing from Federal Way Automotive. Alan is absolutely perfect off the starting line. Second perfect light of the event I've seen so far. 10:26 at 129 miles an hour for Alan and his Nova. Dan a little quick off the starting line with an 01 Bud Light, and then he goes 10:07 at 131 miles an hour to get down to the finish line first. Art Kirby's up next, 65 Ford Falcon, taking on David Knudsen and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro. We are looking for Super Pro Dragster, Altered, and Roadster only. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Dragster, Altered, Roadster only. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Dragster, Altered, Roadster, Super Pro only. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Top in charge, David Knudsen goes 10:07 at 130 miles per hour, where Art Kirby takes his Falcon through with a 12:99 at 104 miles per hour. Once again, looking for only Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters running in Super Pro to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session, please. Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters only. Super Pro, second round, 2 time runs for you. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, mean looking Nova here on the tower side of the racetrack. 69 going up against the 90 model Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Let's see what's Nova meant to Mustang. Mustang versus Mustang. Vintage Mustang through first, 980 at 135 miles an hour. And Brian Thompson goes 1248 at 105 miles per hour on that pass. Sean Langley is up next with his model 69 Mustang here in the NC lane to take on the 56 Chevrolet Brian McGinnis from the Cornwall Tools lane over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Brian McGinnis, 10:07.132, and Sean Langley, 12:19.109. Once again, if you're running a dragster, altered, or roadster in Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2 for your next time run session, please. Dragsters, alters, and roadsters only in Super Pro. We need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, alters, roadsters, staging lanes 1 and 2 for Super Pro time run 2. David Hansen's up next. That 61 Pontiac Tempest he calls the Tin Indian here in the NC Cat Lane. Taking on Casey Reed, 2011 Ford Mustang over in the Cornwall Tools Lane. 02 light for David, 01 light for Casey. David's already pulling away with that hard-charging Pontiac and goes 913 at 146 miles an hour. Casey Reed a 1343 at 108 miles an hour. Dustin Ward's up next, trading in the Dart for a Barracuda this time out. Taking on a 68 Ford Mustang for Dale Sheeran over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Dustin Ward's Barracuda leaving first, 01 light to a 195 for Dale, a little sleepy on the line there. 1126 for Dustin at a 116 miles per hour. Dale goes 1229 at 110 miles an hour. Well, Al Young driving double duty here with his Plymouth GTX, sponsored by Bardall. Going to face off against Ken Ward in his 70 Dodge Challenger. Once again, if you're driving a dragster, altered, or roadster in Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, dragsters, alters, and roadsters only in Super Pro. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Ken Ward goes 1176 at 111 miles an hour on his pass down the line on the Challenger. Al Young goes 1203 at 113 miles an hour. Beautiful paint job on this 66 El Camino here for Jeff Staley. Going up against Greg Heuman's 69 Camaro and Hugger Orange over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Nice wheels up launch for Greg Keelman in that Camaro. He pops those tires off the starting line, powers down the racetrack. Just taking the El Camino through quicker though, 999 at 130 miles an hour. Greg Keelman goes 1052 in his Camaro at 126 miles per hour. Pro bracket continuing with Craig Smith and his 95 Z28 Camaro facing off against Kenny O'Keefe and his 69 Chevrolet Malibu, backed by Pearson Chiropractic, Sunrise Dental, Budget Blinds. Once again, if you're running a dragster, altered, or roadster in Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session, please. Dragsters, ulsters, and roadsters running in Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Kenny's a little quick in this quicker in this pair as he cuts an 03 light to the 05 light of Craig's. Kenny goes 12 flat at 110 miles an hour in the Chevelle to get there first. Craig Smith goes 13-12 at 90 miles an hour in the Camaro. Here's Matt Keelman up next, 1970 Chevrolet Nova to take on Brad Burton in the 72 Pontiac Firebird over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. up launches from both these Chevrolets. The power hits the ground, and away they go. Matt Nova's going to get through first, 10:19 at 130 miles per hour. Brad Burton's Pontiac, 10:58 at 123 miles an hour. That was a fun pair to watch. Gary Gandy Jr.'s up next with his little Ford Mustang to take on Mark Biscay in that classic 57 Chevy wagon over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Final call if you're running the dragster, altered, or roadster. We need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for Super Pro time session number 2. Once again, dragsters, alters, and roadsters only in Super Pro. Final call, staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run session, please. Well, Gary Gandy's a little quick off the starting line by 1/1000th of a second, the smallest possible margin. Then goes 13:79 at 95 miles an hour. Mark Biscay, 11:97 at 109 miles an hour. Wow, a couple of brilliant lights here for the final pair in the pro bracket. Brian Seberg in that Mustang, a 005 red light. Jake Biscay, a 000 perfect light in the Nova. Third one I've seen today. 1279, 102 for Jake Biscay. Brian Seberg takes the Mustang through 1350. On the starting line here from the tractor, and then we will move right into our Super Pro class that features just dragsters, alters, and roadsters. So final call if you're running a dragster, altered, or roadster in Super Pro. We need you in staging lanes 1 and 2. We're running you now. I'm going to say this again just to clear it up since I messed it up so many times earlier. We have a special $50 payout being put up by Eric Britton for Sportsman and Pro, and being put up by Frank Nelson Jr. for Super Pro for the best losing package in the buyback round. So you would runner-up first round, and then you'd lose again in the buyback round. But if you had the best package, then we would still pay you $50. Well, Eric Britton would to a Sportsman or a Pro, and Frank Nelson Jr. will to Super Pro. All right, first call, Super Pro door cars. We need you back to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. First call for Super Pro door cars. We need you back to staging lanes 3 and 4 for your second time run session, please. Super Pro door cars, back to staging lanes 3 and 4 for your second time run session, please. All right, dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and some motorcycles, all competing here in this branch off of Super Pro for us today. Danny Hodder has got a 2002 Spitzer chassis dragster here, and he's going to face off against William Nitta, who is running both in Super Pro and in motorcycle class today, with the 2008 Hayabusa you see over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Williams already in the pre-stage beam and waiting patiently for Danny to bump in here. Williams already staged, and there we go. Now's Danny. Here we go. Dragster and the motorcycle. Wow. Away we go. William Nitta off and running. Danny didn't take the tree somehow here in the tower side. William goes through with a 932 at 141 miles an hour on that pass. right, they're going to give Danny another shot at it here as he bumps back up into the staging beams, and he'll get a solo run now. Down the tower side. .882, 174 miles an hour on that run. All right, second attempt at dragster versus motorcycle. Jim Weary, who was the defending track champion in the INS Taxis 2012 ZX14R on the motorcycle here in the NC Cat Lane, will face off against Jack Stutler in the 99 Race Chassis Dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. All right, both stations ready to go. Let's see if we get a good race this time. Nice. Jim 007 off the tree, Jack 013 off the tree. Pretty close. Top end. Another nice race as Jack goes through a little quicker with a 893, 154 miles an hour in the dragster. But Jim not far behind with a 959 and 140 miles an hour on the motorcycle. Now we got dragster versus roadster in this pair coming up in Super Pro, open wheel class. Giovanni Colecci is up next with the 2007 Worthy Chassis Dragster, facing off against Brett Ironsley over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane with the 1927 Street Roadster. In case you wondered, Street Roadsters have the fenders on them, or like a T-Bucket or something does not. Well, they're both a little too anxious off the starting line. Giovanni closer to green with a 008 red light and quicker to the finish line with an 815 in the dragster at 162 miles an hour. Brett takes the roadster through with a 923 at 137 miles an hour. Mark Gillespie is up next as we pair a couple of dragsters against each other. Gillespie's got the 99 Frameworks chassis dragster here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Ken Clement in the American Dream Design Build dragster, which is a 2005 custom chassis over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Once again, looking for Super Pro door cars to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars. We're looking for you to staging lanes 3 and 4 for your next time run session, please. Super Pro door cars to the lanes for time trials number 2. Top end on this pair is Ken Clement's dragster getting there first, 857 at 156 miles an hour in the right lane. Left lane, Mark goes through 9 flat at 176 miles an hour on his pass. John Kalecki's up next with his 2006 undercover chassis dragster here in the NC machinery side of the racetrack. Going up against Wade Archer, the M&M chassis dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. John goes through after a 5/1000th of a second red light, quicker with an 873 at 174 miles an hour. Wade Archer, a brilliant 007 green light, runs his dragster through 886 at 180 miles an hour. Another dragster versus roadster deal here, although this is probably technically an altered since the driver has been moved to the middle of the vehicle instead of the left or the right, as a traditional roadster would have. Dave Secundi, the Ellensburg Exhaust 98 Mullis chassis dragster, will stage up in the NC Cat Lane, and it's Ron Spragusi over there in the Cornwall Tool Lane with his T-Bucket altered. powers through first. The dragster with a quick 764 run at 173 miles an hour. Ron takes his altered through 915 at 145 miles an hour. Another 23 T-Bucket altered coming up for you. Switching sides of the racetrack, though. This time Austin Calhoun is driving it in the NC Cat lane, and Don Sefton is driving his dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Sefton's dragster goes 675, 202 miles per hour, the quickest vehicle on the premises. And Don's proven it. Two runs in a row over 200 in less than 7 seconds. Looking tough, Don. Man, hard charging ride. Austin Calhoun's altered 889 at 145 miles an hour. All right, Kelly Savar up next with the Worthy Chassis dragster here in the NC Cat lane to face off against Danny Kolecki over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Kelly quicker off the starting line, but Danny closer to the finish line with a quicker ET of 876 at 147. Kelly goes 890 right on that super comp index at 174 miles per hour. With his undercover chassis dragster here in the NC Cat lane to take on Kevin Rennick. The Machinery Services sponsored Yancey chassis dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Chuck cashes in with the quicker ET on this run, 760 at 175 miles an hour after a brilliant 008 light. Kevin Rennick, an 08 light with an 806 at 164 miles an hour. John Theophilus is up next, driving the Hot Rods for Heroes 98 Mullis chassis dragster here in the NC Cat lane, taking on Lane Savar in the dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Rain with a nice 011 light goes 731 at 180 miles an hour to get to the top end first two. John Theophilus goes 759 at 174 miles an hour here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Megan Gator's up next with her 2008 Mullis chassis dragster in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Dale Green in the DG Machine Shop dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, 2008 American chassis dragster. Well, in the Doodle red light runs, it's Dale Green having the better shot at it. His red light was only 003, 3/1000ths of a second red. And runs 709 at 189 miles an hour to get there first. Megan Gaynor was 03, 1, so 300 red, and then goes 735 at 181 miles an hour. Cooper Chun's up next. He's running the Strikester both in Pro and in Super Pro. And it slowed down into the 9-second zone for Pro last time down. We'll see what he's running here in Super Pro. I would assume around the same, because why not? But we'll see. Yesha Wilcox, the other dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both these young racers, Cooper just 16, Yesha just 17, both of them coming out of the junior dragster ranks into full-blown Super Comp style cars that run even quicker than that. Yesha has the better of these two young racers. She goes 013 with a 749 at 180 miles an hour. Cooper goes 814 at 162 miles an hour. All right, Mark Savar up next with his dragster. He will be, I guess, the last dragster here in the dragster altered and roadster class of Super Pro. Before we move into our Super Pro door class. So, once again, final call, Super Pro door slammers. We need you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your second time run session, please. All right, Mark Savar, red, but barely by the smallest possible margin of 1/1000th of 1 second. And then he goes 833 at 112 miles an hour, and I'm glad to see that thing's back on. It really had some problems last time down the racetrack, broke part way down, but obviously they were able to get it fixed and bring it back here for the second time run session. So awesome that we didn't have any major carnage there. All right, Super Pro door cars getting ready to go at it. Al Chin, 1964 Chevrolet Nova wagon. This thing gets a nice wheel stand when it leaves, so keep your eye on that wagon. Rick Johnson's doing the driving of the 78 Ford Pinto over there on the Cornwall Tools lane. So blue oval against the bow tie, and here we go. Well, looks like Al's got his wagon set on mellow today. A little bit of a wheel pop, but not a nice big one. Rick Johnson pretty mellow with his as well. Al goes through 912 at 145 miles an hour, and Rick Johnson goes 1049 at 126 miles an hour. All right, Jim Mabry's coming up next for you. This one will get some wheel action up in the air. 75 Chevrolet Vega wagon taking on John Berger's 90 Beretta over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Jim set on mellow today too. Well, there you go. 75 Vega, little red, 03 from the light for Jim. John Berger, though, he's already done. 807, 168 miles an hour on that orange Rondon Beretta. Mabry with 913 at 145. All right. Frank Nelson Jr. in this Camaro, who is giving out $50 to the best losing Super Pro ET from the buyback round. Finally got it straight. So once again, Frank Nelson Jr. giving $50 to the best ET of a losing round in Super Pro buyback. Dustin Barton, G&M Honest Performance Chevrolet Chevelle, the competition this time around. Over in the Cornwall Tools lane. Frank Nelson Jr. a little quick off the starting line at 002 red light, and then a 1015 at 133 miles an hour. Dustin running even quicker in that Chevelle 904 at 147 miles an hour after an 02 light. Here's Randy Brown, 67 Chevy Camaro from Innovation Designs and Swift Tools, facing off against Ron Norris's 1990 Chevy Beretta in the Cornwall Tools lane. Almost identical reaction times, 021 for Randy Brown, 020 for Ron Norris. Top end charge, it's going to be Ron through first to the Beretta, 871, 156 miles an hour to Randy Brown's 904 at 148 miles an hour. Brock Powell's up next with the 67 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat Lane, taking on that 63 Dodge 330 from Mike Sherman over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Brock's a little early in the Chevrolet with an 010 red light for the Nova. Then he goes through quicker, though, 10:15 at 132 miles an hour. Mike Sherman's Dodge, 11:24 at 119 miles per hour. Robert Strom's up next, 93 Mustang here in the NC Cat Lane to take on Dave Wakefield, that 72 Chevrolet Chevelle from Shim Mechanical, J&M Contractor, and Swift Tool in the Cornwall Tools lane. Now, some of the lights on Dave's rig kind of flashing around like maybe he was hitting a shifter. Put him a little bit behind on the light compared to Robert, who ran 0-2 with a 938, 143 miles an hour in the Mustang. Dave goes 953 at 137 miles an hour down the Cornwall Tools side. Kevin Young's up next with the 48 Anglia here on the NC Cat side to take on Gary Ermish in that mean green Chevy Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Side by side Chevrolet is Bruce White, the Advanced Management Camaro. Cuts an 0-2 light. Daniel Eggleston too early off the starting line, but just by 9/1000ths of 1 second. He gets to the finish line first in that 78 El Camino. 941, 142 miles an hour. Bruce White, 995 at 134 miles an hour in his 84 Camaro. Doug Whitmore driving the Armstrong Performance Center 67 Camaro here in the NC Cat Lane to take on Darren Van Diest, the 66 Chevrolet Nova over on the Cornwall Tool side. Darren drills the tree at 017 light to Doug's 034. Darren's also quicker to the top end with an 849 at 157 miles an hour. Doug Whitmore guns 893 at 151 in his version of the 67 Camaro. Todd Sims up next, 66 Chevrolet Nova, taking on Chris Ormsby, the 69 version of the same car, over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Chris Ormsby's 10:04, 131 mile per hour run in the Nova was the quicker of the two after a nice 015 light. Todd Sims a little early off the starting line with an 09 red light, and then goes 10:68 at 1:45 on his run. Next pair of Nova's coming up for you. It features Michelle Lewis driving this Infinity Coaches car here in the NC Cat Lane. This 66 Chevy Nova 2 was a screamer last time down the racetrack. So Chad Spraguzzi over there in the Cornwall Tool Lane in his 64 model, he's got a little something to try to catch up to here. Well, Michelle drills him on the tree. And looking pretty quick as they head down track with an 871 at 154 miles an hour. Chad goes 944 at 138 miles an hour after a little bit of a disappointing start. Here's Jeff Jackson, his hard-charging 68 Ford Mustang to take on Dave Barcelone in his 67 Chevrolet Nova. Well, the Ford versus Chevrolet duel, Jeff Jackson cuts the tree a little close with a 002 red light, then goes 1088 at 158 miles an hour. Dave Barcelone's Nova goes 1017 at 129 miles an hour. All right, motorcycle bracket racers, looking for you back to staging lane number 6, please. All motorcycle bracket racers, we need you pulling back into staging lane number 6 for your second time run session, please. Motorcycles, back to staging lane 6 for your second time run session, please. And we'll make first call for Sportsman. Back to staging lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, back to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Well, that one was an interesting deal. Rob Lindsay was like way red, but then ran an 851 at 152 miles an hour to get there first. Jeremy Waterman and his version of the Nova in the 67 model went 861 at 156 after a nice clean green 02 start. Tom McGuire's up next to his beautiful flame-clad version of the 66 Chevy Nova, taking on Tim Schrodel in the 81 Oldsmobile Cutlass over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Once again, looking for our motorcycle bracket racers back to staging lane 6 for your second and final time run session, please. Motorcycle bracket racers back to staging lane 6 for your second and final time run, please. And Sportsman racers, it's time to dial them in and pull them in for round 1 eliminations in staging lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman racers, time to dial them in and pull them in for round 1 eliminations into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. So in the duel of the Nova versus the Cutlass, Tom McGuire's Screaming Nova goes 831 to get there first. Your next pair features David Monsas in the 69 Dodge Dart going up against Lonnie Sharkey in the 66 Chevrolet Nova. Both guys murdering the tree. 004 for Dave, 003 for Lonnie. And at the top end, a couple of 9-second runners as the Dart gets there first. 962 for Dave at 137 miles per hour. Lonnie goes 974 at 134 miles an hour in the Nova. Jess Dale's 1970 Dart up next in the NC Cat Lane, taking on Pat Keating in that 66 Plymouth Belvedere over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Once again, looking for motorcycles back to staging lane number 6 for your final time run session, please. Motorcycles back to staging lane 6 for your first time run session, please. Sportsman racers, time to dial them in and pull them in to staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 1 eliminations. Sportsman racers, time to dial them in and pull them in to staging lane number 1 and 2 for your first round of eliminations. Jess Dale takes the Dart through 870 at 155 miles an hour after a nice 01 light. Pat Keating's Belvedere goes 943 after a nice 03 light on the starting line. Well, here he is, the man himself, Fast Freddie Hoffman in his 67 Chevrolet Camaro here on the NC Cat side, taking on Bill Hurd with his Ford Pinto over there on the Cornwall Tools side. 891 for Bill at 150 miles an hour on that pass. Fred Hoffman goes 1009 at 131 miles an hour on his pass down the track. David Hansen goes 913, 146 miles an hour in his 61 Pontiac Tempest. Dave Knutson with a 1007 in the Camaro at 130 miles an hour on that pass. Super Pro door cars continuing, and you got Terry Wilcox backing up his 2017 Camaro over there on the Cornwall Tools side. Patiently waiting in the water box, Brian Horn, the 1970 Dodge Challenger, brings his car forward to the starting line now. Last few Super Pro door cars getting their final time run session before we move on to the final time run session for the motorcycle bracket class. Once again, if you're a Sportsman racer, you should be dialing those cars in and pulling them in to staging lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Sportsman, dial them in and pull them in to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Well, we have some fun raffle prizes that we were giving away. And I've got a big stack of them already, and I hear there's even more to come later. So I'll be listening up here in a minute, and I'll let you know who won the raffle drawings and where do you get that. All right, Terry Wilcox, a 004 red light as he just barely tickles that bulb on that new Camaro. Goes 819 through the traps at the top end at 169 miles an hour. Brian Horn with the 70 Challenger runs 1044 at 126 miles an hour. Next up, it's Kent Patridge in the Pontiac Grand Am in purple here on the NC Cat side, and Lane Savar with the family's pretty hard charging 79 Malibu over there on the Cornwall Tools side. All right, Jim Weary, you have just won yourself a $50 Summit gift card from Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. So congratulations, Jim Weary. 6102. You have just won yourself a $50 Summit gift card from Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. It can be picked up at Fred Hoffman's pit in the by the blue tarp. Looking for the big blue tarp, and that's where you get those. Yeah, look at that. Jim's getting ready to run. Well, he was. Now he's going to go over and get his gift certificate. Kent Partridge must have left before the tree activated or something. I was telling you who won the drawing, and he didn't get a time, so I'm assuming he took off way before Lane Savar's brilliant 008 reaction time and 1084 down the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack there. And we got one more here in the Super Pro door car class, and that's Mean Dean Kaufman, who driving the 69 El Camino. I wonder if he's still got that Buick GS. Had a nice Buick GS for a lot of years. All right. Dean popping those tires up, heading down the racetrack with a nice 024 light. $10.97, 120 miles per hour on that pass for Dean Kaufman. That concludes your Super Pro door class. Motorcycles coming up next for their final time run session. And if you're a Sportsman racer, you need to start putting the dial-in number on your window and getting it pulled into staging lanes 1 and 2 for your opening round of eliminations. While we do a little touch-up to the track, I got some more door prizes to give away. So just again to recap, Jim Weary, was right down here in the lanes with his bike, has won a $50 Summit gift card from Dave Barthelow's Truck Town. And again, you can pick that right up under the blue tarp at Fred Hoffman's pit area there. They'll set you up with that. Our second winner in the drawing is Rick Green, car 6847. Rick, you have just won yourself a Pit Pal fuel jug holder lock and key from Ballard Lock and Key. So thank you very much, Ballard Lock and Key, for setting up Rick Green, car 6847, with a Pit Pal fuel jug holder from Lock and Key. So very cool. All right, we're not done. I got another one. Next winning number is 651. Congratulations, Dean Kaufman, who just made a run down there in his El Camino. You have just won yourself a case of Lucas Oil transmission fluid from Access Performance Parts and Arlen Steger. So thank you very much, Arlen and Access Performance Parts, for setting Dean Kaufman up with one case of Lucas transmission fluid, car 651. Again, these prizes can be claimed over in Fred Hoffman's area, right under that blue tarp. I give away one more before we run the first pair of motorcycles here. This one's going out to number 665, Rob Lindley. You have just won yourself a 2050 Kendall oil supply from Motor Oil Supply. Once again, 2050 Kendall oil from Motor Oil Supply goes out to Rob Lindley. Number 665. All right, let's light up these two back tires. One on each vehicle. We go from 4 wheels to 2 as the motorcycles pull forward. Donna Johnson brings her 2002 GSXR Suzuki into the beams over there in the Cornwall Tools lane to take on Darren Anderson with the 2013 version of the ZX-10R here in the NC Cat lane. Motorcycles in action. First pair staging on the starting line here for their final time run session. Nope, a little bit too quick for Darren Anderson as he goes 146 red. Donna's 106 green, but Darren's going to take this one from beginning to end, getting there first with an 899 at 146 miles an hour. Donna with a nice 1097 at 130 miles an hour after her clean start in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, here he is, Jim Weary, who won himself the gift certificate on his INS Taxis 2012 ZX-14R. Going to take on Tracy Johnson, Hayabusa there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Jim's quicker off the tree, an 02 light to an 06 light for Tracy. Powering down the racetrack, Tracy drives around and goes 918 at 149 miles an hour to get there first. Jim goes 956 at 140 miles an hour. Ryder Biscay is up next on the NC Cat side, taking on William Nitta, who is running both in Super Pro and motorcycle with his 2008 Hayabusa, which is sponsored by Bardol Products. William quicker off the starting line, an 02 light to an 07 for Ryder. Williams out in front as they cross the finish line with a 929 at 142 miles an hour to an 1189 for Roger Biscay at 117 miles an hour. Still got a few more motorcycles to run here. It looks like we're going to sing a single pass this time. This is Mark Biscay, 2009 Hayabusa, where a single run in the NC Cat lane. He's a little quick off the starting line, draws an 049 red light. Goes 982 at the top end at 141 miles an hour. Again, looks like we got another single coming up here before your final pair of side-by-side motorcycle action. This is Josh Johnson out of Puyallup, Washington. 1986 Suzuki GSXR, staged and ready to go. single run down, and that's an 0.29 reaction time off the starting line. And at the top end goes 10.07 at 129 miles an hour. All right, up next we got Wesley Walker, the 1973 nostalgic Kawasaki here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, taking on Stacy Hesh in the 83 Suzuki GS over there on the Cornwall Tools side. Identical reaction times off the starting line. Both riders with an 0.10 light top end charge. Stacy through first, 8.62 at 145 miles an hour. About a tenth behind, Wesley goes 8.72, but a little quicker mile per hour at 148. That concludes the time run portion of the program. It's time to go into round one eliminations. Sportsman will be your first class out. So a couple things to remind you of as we move into eliminations. One is that if you have the unfortunate situation of being a first round runner-up, meaning you lose this round, you can buy back in. It's only, I think, $50 to buy back in, and then you get to keep on racing. And if you happen to have the quickest losing ET in the buyback round in Sportsman, then Eric Britton's going to be like, man, what a hard luck day it was for you. Here's $50. So pretty cool. So again, if you lose the opening round, you can buy back in. And in the buyback round, if you have the quickest losing ET, because you just couldn't help but losing 2 rounds in a row today, but you were mighty close, well, then we'll have a little $50 reward from Eric Britton for you for that. So keep that in mind. Also, in the first round, if you happen to have the best winning package, then Pat Waters from Legal Marijuana Store in Port Orchard is going to pay you $50 for that. So something to keep in mind. Best winning ET in this class, $50 from Pat Waters from Legal Marijuana Store in Port Orchard. And if you happen to be a first round runner-up, you can buy back in. So a couple of cool little things to know before we kick off our first round of Sportsman eliminations today. Here's the second annual Bracket Kings tournament, brought to you by Fred Hoffman and Pacific Raceways, of course. Lots of other folks at stores stepping in for this as well. A couple of them, just to mention a few, would be Freeway Trailer Sales, Auto Plus of Valor, Pacific Power Shifts, just to name a few. And hey, I'm not done giving away prizes either, so I'll go ahead and do that. Well, before I do that, though, let's get into the pre-race ceremony here. So we have with us Martin Schultz, our official chaplain for Race vs. Christ, is going to give a very nice sermon tomorrow on something we all need to know about, which is how to heal our nation during this tough time. Let's have you do the invocation, Martin. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with me for a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so very much for such a beautiful day to enjoy our sport of drag racing. Thank you for watching over all of us, everybody who sets foot on this facility. Keep us safe as we go about just having a great, fun day. Thank you. This I pray in our Heavenly Father's name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise, and gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of the U.S. National Anthem. And veterans, remember, you may remain covered and render a proper military salute.
Thank you so much, Martin. We appreciate you bringing us into today's eliminations activity. It's that time, gentlemen. Start your engines. Here we go, getting ready for your first pair of eliminations and Sportsman. And a reminder, there's still some folks who haven't bought in yet. You need to buy in before the first round of eliminations, and that would be here in the second floor of the timing tower. Wander down the road, you'll see the open doors, and they can take care of you right there. Once again, you must buy into this event in the second floor of the timing tower. For first round of eliminations, and there are some of you who have not yet, apparently. So get on that. Don't disqualify yourself by not buying in before first round. All right, double breakout race here, but Jake Biscay runs closer to his dial and takes the win in the Biscay Irrigation Nova. Maurice Christo is up next with the 79 Monte Carlo here in the NC Caterpillar lane, dialed in with a 1360, taking on Larry DeCamp in the 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Oh, Larry's too early off the starting line by 4/1,000ths of 1 second and draws the red light. So Maurice and his Monte Carlo are your automatic winner on this one, lighting up the scoreboards with a 1344. He ran it out the back door, and good thing he had Larry with a red light in the other lane, as he was a little quick by almost 1,500ths there. 12-18 on a 12-12 losing effort for Larry DeCamp. Pro Bracket, we need you pulling into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 with a dial in on your window and getting ready for first round eliminations. Pro Bracket racers, dial them in and pull them in, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for round 1 eliminations. Pro Bracket to the lanes with dial-ins, please. All right, next pair down in Sportsman, it's Brian Seberg picking up the win in his little Comet. 13:59 on a 13:55 for the win. Kenny Olight O'Keefe with a brilliant 008 reaction time, but he wasn't as close to his dial at the top end. He goes down to defeat here in the opening round. Here's Bo Bergstrom up next with the 79 Z28 Camaro in the NC Cat lane. Taking on Art Kirby in the Falcon. Oh, Art's too early off the starting line. He's going to be kicking himself on that one. An 017 red light for Art Kirby, and he had Bo, who couldn't get off the line with a 2-2-3 light. Ouch. But it's enough for the win for Bo with a 1477 on that 79 Camaro. Aaron Bergstrom's up next, and that's in this Canary Yellow Corvette, dialed in 13 seconds flat. 12:53 the dial for Casey Reed and the Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. So Corvette with a little bit of handicap start over the blue oval. And here we go. Mustang trying to chase down that vet before they get through the traps at the top end. Let's see if Casey has enough to do it. Would timers say yes? Casey Reed with the win, 12:85 on the 12:53 dial for the win. Aaron Bergstrom was out in front as they crossed the finish line, but he had to break out to do it, running 12:95 on the 13 flat dial for the loss. Gordon Rust is up next. 69 Chevrolet Chevelle, dialed in 1202. He'll give chase to the 73 Ford Maverick over there in the Cornwall Tools lane of Aaron Bonsack. All right, here goes Aaron in the Ford. And here comes Gordon in the Chevrolet. Oh, Aaron too early off the starting line by 0.07 of a second. That's going to hand an automatic victory to Gordon Rust in that 69 Chevrolet Chevelle, who runs 12:05 on his 12:02 dial for the win. Up next, you got former world champion Al Young and the Plymouth GTX, sponsored by Bardall over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. He's dialed in 12:03. He's going to give up a slight handicap start to Sean Langley in the 69 Ford Mustang here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. He's dialed in with a 12:18. Wow, both these guys chopping down the tree with 00 lights. It's going to be a great race to the finish line here. Let's see who drives the finish line better. Almost negligible difference off the starting line, and it's Al Young taking the win as he goes 12:06 on his 12:03 dial in the Plymouth for the win. Sean Langley, who had a better light by only 0.02 of a second, goes 12:22 on the 12:18 dial for the loss. 002 light for Sean, 004 light for Al. What a race off the starting line that one was. Al Young coming back for the next round. Here's Jeff Mill in his 57 Chevrolet in the NC Cat lane, dialed in a 12:08. He's going to give up just 0.08 of a second to Gary Howe Jr. in that 71 Buick Skylark over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, both drivers clean and green. We got a nice race going here. Who's it going to be? The Buick or the Chevrolet as they power down to the finish line. Timers tell us it is Gary Howe Jr. and his Buick taking the win. He goes 12:17 on a 12:16 dial for the win. Jeff Mill was out in front, but he broke out having to do it. Runs 12:02 on his 12:08 dial for a breakout loss in the NC Cat lane. Ryder Biscay's up next with the 83 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck here in the NC Cat lane. He's going to get a pretty big handicap start, dialed in with a 15:69. As Rick Green over there in the Cornwall Tools lane Mustang is dialed in with a 12:51. So not quite, but almost 3-second handicap start for Ryder's Chevy truck over Rick's little Mustang. All right, Rick having to be patient on the starting line, and he was patient enough. Here he comes. Let's find out if that Ford can chase down that Chevy pickup truck before they get to that 1,360-foot mark. Top end, it's Ryder Biscay taking the win. The truck stays out in front, and Ryder drills his dial in 15:69, right on the 15:69 for the win. Rick Green did drive around him, but had to break out to do it, going 12:49 on his 12:51 dial for the loss. There's Mark Biscay. Lots of the Biscay racing family here. Oh, Mark's too early off the starting line by 06 and turns on the red light. Don the Worm Elgin, who was 06 on the green side, will be bringing that Pontiac Grand Am back, winning with a 12:59 on his 12:56 dial in over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Up next, pair of Fords for you. We've got the Mustang here on the NC Cat side, and Gary Gandy Jr. over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Handicap start for Gary by a little more than a second. Both racers clean and green off the starting line. The Ford's powering down towards the finish line. Which Mustang's going to take it? It's the Nostalgia team with the win. 12:49 on the 12:48 dial. Losing effort for Gary Gandy Jr., a 1383 on the 1379 number in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, if you're not tired of Mustangs yet, here comes Brian Thompson and his 90 version of the Mustang in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1247. Taking on a practically brand new, last year it was, 2019 Dodge Challenger for Tim McKay here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Top end, it's tight. Brian Thompson takes the win. He goes 12:48 on his 12:47 dial for the win. And Tim Kay is a little bit quick in the Dodge with a 12:22 on the 12:25 dial in. I think that concludes our Sportsman Round 1 eliminations. Once again, reminder, if you were a first round runner-up, you can buy back here on the second floor of the timing tower. Bring your $50 up, and you can buy back into the buyback round. And we even have some bonus money in the buyback round. The fastest losing package in the buyback round in Sportsman will be getting $50 from Eric Britton. Now you do have to bring your time slip to Fred Hoffman within an hour of making the run to claim the $50 prize from Eric Britton for the fastest losing time in the buyback round. So a neat little purse. Whoever our fastest package winner was in this opening round just won $50 from Pat Waters in Legal Marijuana Store of Port Orchard. So I'll try to get you that data as we calculate it, because I'm not doing all that math in my head as I sit here. But they'll give me that data, and I'll let you know who those people were. Remember, your time slip needs to go to Fred Hoffman within an hour of this run in order to claim your prize. Well, speaking of prizes, Fred came up with just tons and tons of cool door prizes that we have raffled out here, and I've got more of them to give away. So, in case you missed it earlier or you were making a run, winners are Rick Green, Dean Kaufman, and Rob Lindley so far have all won great stuff. Oh, and Jim Weary, right, also won so far on this drawing. And here we go with another one. This time your winner is Car 6013, Darren Anderson. Congratulations. You have just won yourself the Valvoline 540 synthetic oil, a full case of it from Earl Cunningham. So thank you, Earl, for setting us up with that cool case of Valvoline 540 synthetic oil. Darren Anderson, Car 6013, has just won that. Darren, you want to go over to Fred Hoffman's blue tarp over there, and he will set you up with these cool door prizes. Hey, but I'm not done. I said Fred ended up with a pile of these door prizes, and I wasn't kidding. I got more to give away here as we get ready for our first round of Pro Bracket eliminations. Reminder, if you're in Pro Bracket, you need to be dialed in and pulled into staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are running your class now. And a reminder to all racers, if you didn't buy into the program yet up here in the second floor of the timing tower, you have to before round 1, or it's all for naught. So make sure you get your registration in. It's $100. Up here in the timing tower, we'll get you signed up, but it has to be before first round, or it's all over for you. All right, let's give away something else. How about we give away a $50 gift card from Summit Racing? Fred Hoffman has given this one out himself, and the winner is Craig Smith, Car 618C. Congratulations, Craig Smith, Car 618C. You have just won yourself a $50 card from Summit Racing, courtesy of Fred Hoffman. All right, what do we got next? How about another door prize to give away? This is another Valvoline 540 synthetic case of oil, donated by Earl Cunningham, and the winner of this one is Kenny O'Keefe, Car 6557. Kenny O'Keefe, you have just won yourself some Valvoline 540 synthetic oil, a full case of it from Earl Cunningham. You can claim that over at Fred Hoffman's place right there under the blue tarp. Congratulations, Kenny. Oh, I'm not done. I got more. I got more to give away. How about we give away a $50 gift card from Summit Racing again? Fred Hoffman donating this one, and the winner is William Nitta. William Nitta on his bike, 6007. Congratulations. You are the winner of a $50 gift card from Summit Racing, courtesy of Fred Hoffman Racing. So congratulations, William Nitta. Bike 6007. You can claim your prize at Fred Hoffman's area there, right under the blue tarp. All right, up next, I got another case of Valvoline 540 synthetic oil from Earl Cunningham to give away. And the winner of this one is Brian Seberg, car 627. Congratulations, Brian Seberg, car 627. You have just won yourself the case of 540 Valvoline synthetic oil donated by Earl Cunningham. Think I was done? Oh no, I'm not done. I've got more door prizes to give away. This time, let's give away a 5-gallon VP 110 race fuel jug. Cool. Scott Imbler and Pacific Power Shift has given us this cool prize to give away. And the 1 gallon of, the 5-gallon jug of VP race fuels goes to Brad Burton. Congratulations, Brad Burton, car 5809. You have just won yourself a 5-gallon VP 110 race fuel jug from Scott Imbler and Pacific Power Shifts. Again, Brad, you can go to Kenny O'Keefe's blue tarp over there, and they will set you up with your cool door prize. Well, we obviously are still looking at the track, and I still got more door prizes to give away, so let's keep them rolling. That's what I say. All right, let's give away another $50 Summit gift card, shall we? This one has been donated by Federal Way Automotive and Radiator. $50 Summit gift card donated by Federal Way Automotive and Radiator this time goes to Cassidy Langley. Cassidy Langley, car 428. Congratulations, Cassidy Langley. You have just won yourself a $50 Summit gift card from Federal Way Automotive and Radiator. Again, you can claim your prize under Fred Hoffman's blue tarp over there in the pit area. All right, what's up next? Ooh, look at this. This is a $100 gift certificate from Performance Coatings. Nice. This $100 gift certificate from Performance Coatings is going out to winner Jeff Mill. Congratulations, Jeff Mill. Car 235. You have just won yourself a $100 certificate from Performance Coatings. Congratulations, Jeff Mill. You can pick up your prize under the blue tent over there in the pit areas, right there by Fred Hoffman's pit. All right, another one to give away. How about another $100 gift certificate from Performance Coatings? We're going to give this one to Aaron Bergstrom. Congratulations, Aaron Bergstrom. Car 202. You have just won yourself a $100 gift certificate from Performance Coatings. Again, Aaron, you can go pick up your winner under the blue tent over there with Fred Hoffman. He's got all the door prizes available for you. Time now looks like to run into some pro bracket eliminations. Round number 1. But as they get ready to fire them up, I'll give away one more prize. Why not? This is a $100 gift certificate in parts from Carter, Volkswagen, and Subaru. Congratulations, a $100 gift certificate for parts from Carter, Volkswagen, and Subaru. And the winner of this one is Robert Way. Congratulations, Robert Way. Car 1025. You have just won yourself a $100 gift certificate for parts from Carter, Volkswagen, and Subaru. Again, that can be picked up under the blue tent over there in Fred Hoffman's pit area. Okay, time to go racing again. Pro bracket, round number 1 eliminations on the line. First pair of cars, Ken Ward, 1970 Dodge Challenger up against Dave Carman's 69 Ford Mustang, both locked into the beams. Obviously, handicap start going to Ken Ward as the Challenger took off there a little more than a second before Dave Carman did. Both drivers clean, competitive green lights off the starting line as they get to the top end. Ken Ward drills his dial in right on the money in the Challenger, 1168.8 on the 1168 dial for the win. Dave Carman not too far behind with a 10:15 on his 10:12 prediction, but it wasn't quite enough as by 7 one-thousandths of a second margin of victory, Ken Ward takes the win. Jason Cooper's up next, little 72 Maverick, dialed in quick, 10:20. He's going to give up the handicap start to Eric Britton over there in the 76 280Z car. Eric giving up $50 to the best losing Sportsman package and best losing pro package in the buyback coming up later. And Eric takes the win on this one. He doesn't have to worry about a buyback as he goes 11:59 on his 11:58 dial for the win. Jason Cooper falls just a little short by only 9/1,000ths of 1 second in another tight race. Cooper goes 10:22 on his 10:20 dial. Aaron Williams up next, 67 Chevrolet Chevelle, dialed in a 1061, up against Robert Steffen, 78 Nova, dialed in with a 1069. These guys pretty closely matched as the Chevrolets power down the racetrack. Top in charge shows that it is Aaron Williams taking the win as the Chevelle goes 1063 on the 1061 dial for the win. Robert Steffen with a brilliant 005 reaction time off the starting line in his Nova, but the car just wouldn't run the number. Pulls a 1074 on the 1069 dial for the loss. Mike Driscoll's up next with this beautiful blue and white rally sport painted SS Camaro here in the NC Cat Lane, dialed in 1003. He's going to give up the handicap start to the 73 model rally striped Camaro of Robert Way over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both drivers clean off the starting line. Let's find out, can the 69 catch up with the 73 before they cross the finish line? Oh yeah, Mike gets it done. 10:06 on the 10:03 dial for the win. Robert Way's 73 Camaro breaks out, trying to stay out in front. I mean, he stayed out in front, but 11:15 on the 11:30 is not the way you're going to win it. So Robert Way goes down to defeat with a breakout here in the opening round of Pro. Brett Everly's up next with his Roadster here in the NC Cat Lane, dialed in with a quick 9:22. Dustin Martin says, that's not quick. I'm going to dial in 9:07 in my 67 Chevelle and take you to task here in the Cornwall Tools lane. So we'll see what happens as we're waiting for Dustin to stage. He's in, light comes down, and they're off and running. Oh, red light comes on for Brett Irely and his Roadster. So Dustin Martin automatically good for the win in his Chevelle over in the Cornwall Tools lane. He runs it out the back door a little quick, a 9:05 on his 9:07 prediction is still good for the win. Brett also running it out the back with 9:17 on his 9:22 dial, but after a red light start, it was really all for naught anyway. David Knudsen and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro are up next. This is darn near a heads-up race here. As you look at the scoreboard, you can see there is 1/100th of a second difference in the two dial-ins. It'll be almost non-visible off the starting line as they both take off and launch clean and green. Dan Freitner over in the Cornwall Tools lane driving the 68 Camaro. To the 67, top end, they're both too quick, but closer to the dial and only breaking out by 8/1,000ths of a second is Dan Freitner with a 10:07 on his 10:08 dial. David Knudsen goes under further with a 10:02 on his 10:07 dial. Tim Sipe is up next with his 63 Chevrolet Nova, dialed in 1099. He'll get a slight handicap start over James Van Cleve and that 72 Maverick, who's dialed in with a 1039. Nice wheels up launch for James as he tries to chase down Tim, and he's pretty much got this one in the bag. Tim was too early off the starting line by 7/100ths of a second. Ends an automatic victory to James, who runs it out the back door and goes 10:38.6 on his 10:39 dial for the win. Remember, if you're a first-round runner-up, you can buy back in for $50 up here in the second floor of the timing tower and still keep racing. So keep that in mind. There's even bonus prize money available in the buyback round. Michael Sherman's up next with his 63 Dodge 330, dialed in 1124. He'll get the handicap start over Greg Keelman's 69 Camaro, dialed in with a 1054. There goes the Mopar. Here comes the Chevrolet. Wow, almost identical reaction times off the starting line. This is going to be a great race to the finish line here. Who can drive the finish line better? We're talking a few thousandths difference off the starting line. And at the top end, they both run too quick. Greg Keelman takes the win by breaking out by only 3/1,000ths of a second, going 10:53.7 on his 10:54 prediction for the win. Michael Sherman was a little further under as he went 11:22.7 on his 11:24 dial, and by 100th of a second, it's Greg Keelman taking the win. Craig Smith is up next with his 95 Z28 Camaro here in the NC Cat lane. He'll be taking on Brian McGinnis in that 56 Chevrolet the McGinnis family has had since the beginning of time, I think. Well, maybe since 1956 anyway. And they're both headed down the racetrack clean and green. Brian trying to close that gap of about 3 seconds he gave up to Craig Smith on the starting line. And he has enough to do it. Runs 10-12 on his 10-10 dial. And Brian McGinnis in that 56 Chevy are coming back for round 2. Craig Smith has the option of the buyback, but loses here with a 13-17 on a 13-12 dial in. Josh Razzler's up next, the 72 Chevrolet Vega here in the NC Cat lane. He's dialed in 978 and is going to give up a handicap start of not quite a second to Brian Horn and his Dodge Challenger over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1043. As they shoot through the traps at the top end, it's Brian Horn drilling his dial in and taking the win. 1043-6 on the 1043 dial for the win for Brian Horn and his challenger. Josh Razzler goes 979 on his 978 dial, but gave up just a little too much on the starting line on that one. Jeff Staley's up next with his beautiful 66 Chevrolet El Camino dialed in 10:01. He's going to give up about a second and a quarter handicap start to Gary Ensrud in that 67 Plymouth Satellite, brought to you by American Dream Design and Build and a lot of paint over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Oh, red light start for Jeff Staley, but just barely by 4 1/1000ths of 1 second in that El Camino. Gary Ensrud Satellite is going on to the next round with a winning time of 11:28 on the 11:25 dial for the win. Jeff was close on his dial too, 10:02 on the 10:01, but the red light ended it all for him there by 4/1000ths of a second. Eric Burge is up next here on the tower side. The plum crazy purple Dodge, dialed in 11:27. Will get a handicap start of just a tick over a second over Matt Keelman's 70 Nova over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 10:25. Locked into the beam. There goes the Mopar. Here comes the Chevrolet. Wow, beautiful big wheels up launch for Matt Keelman in that Nova. Does he have enough to drive around the Mopar is the question. As they have crossed the finish line, timers say yes. Matt Keelman takes the win, 10:36 on the 10:25 dial. Losing effort for Eric and his Dodge, 11:40 on the 11:27 dial in the NC Cat lane. All right, up next, you got Don Spaccaratella. The 72 Chevrolet Chevelle, flame-clad vinyl top, wing on the back, looking mean, dialed in 10:35. He's even going to give up the handicap start to Travis Delkey in the Buick over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Okay, well, both guys leave red. So it's going to be Travis, who left by a less red margin, who takes the win with an 11:44 on the 11:38 dial. Don left red by the larger margin and breaks out with a 10:33 on his 10:35 dial for the loss. Here's Brian Thompson in his 1990 Mustang. He's going to get a handicap start of almost a second and a half over Dave Myers in that Gasser-styled Ford Futura in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dave Myers turns on the red light in that Futura and puts himself out of competition. Brian Thompson's winning time at 12:48 on his 12:47 dial for the win. All right, first call. Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters running in Super Pro. It's time to dial them in and pull them in to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters running in Super Pro. Time to dial them in and pull them in for round 1 eliminations to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters Super Pro to the lanes with dial-ins, please. All right, next pair headed down. Dan Whelan's off first. That Chevy S10 truck gets the handicap start. About a second and 1.25 over at Jace O'Hare in his 63 Nova. Both drivers almost identical off the starting line, but it's Dan in the pickup truck who's closer to his dial and takes the win, 1037 on the 1034 dial. Jace a little further out with a 911 on his 904 prediction in the Nova. Dustin Ward, probably 67 model of the Plymouth Barracuda here in the NC Cat Lane. Dialed in 1130. We'll get the handicap start over Billy Gibbs and his little Ford over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Giving them about a half a second before they get rolling. Barracuda and the Ford off clean and green. Wow. Both drivers cutting a 00 white on the starting line. They are both set for kill. Who's going to drive that finish line better? Because the starting line really doesn't make too much difference. Billy Gibbs taking the win as he goes double breakout as well. Wow. 1087.4 under by 6 thousandths and good for the win is Billy Gibbs and his Ford. Dustin Ward in the Mopar 1127 on the 1130 dial as he breaks out by the larger margin. Darrell Hurst is up next in this beautiful 1970 Mustang, dialed in with a 975. He'll be taking on Cooper Chun in the 99 Mullis chassis dragster in the Cornwall Tools lane. Again, just over 3/4 of a second handicap start for the door car over the dragster. And there, as we move on through Pro Bracket and their opening round of eliminations. Again, I'm looking for dragsters, alters, and roadsters running in Super Pro to dial in and pull into staging lane 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, alters, roadsters, and Super Pro, dial it in, pull it in, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Cooper Chun too quick off the starting line and red lights by 1/100 of a second. That gives Darrell Hurst the win in the Mustang with a 967 on his 975 dial. Tim Shadoo's up next with the 67 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat Lane. He's going to give about a second handicap start, just a touch over. Kenny O'Keefe in the 69 Chevrolet Malibu over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Kenny backed by Pearson Chiropractic, Sunrise Dental, Budget Blinds, HMS, Federal Way Automotive. Red light start for Tim means that Kenny O'Keefe is good for the win. He runs it out the back door and sees he's got a little more. 1203 on a 1208 dial, but good for the win for Kenny O'Keefe due to the red light start for Tim Shadoo. All right, I have been corrected. Apparently Cassidy is driving the family's 69 Mustang here today. So Cassidy Langley, who also won herself a prize earlier in the door prize drawing, is hoping for the prize of a round 1 win here up against Art Kirby in his 65 Ford Falcon. So pick your favorite 60s vintage Ford. Cassidy or Art? Going to go into the next round. Both of them green off the starting line. Let's find out what happens at the finish line as the Mustang tries to chase down the Falcon. Top end, it is. Cassidy Langley picking up the win as she goes 12:19 on the 12:18 dial. Art Kirby got there first, but he broke out to do it by 8/1000ths of 1 second, going 13:07.2 on a 13:08 dial for the loss. Eric McLaughlin's up next, 1965 Chevrolet Nova. Nice car here in the NC Cat Lane. Dialed in with a 980. It's going to give up 3/4 of a second or so handicap start to Zach Zerberg over there in the 68 Camaro. Nice clean green start for both racers. Nova trying to track down the Camaro. And And at the top end, another double breakout race. But Zach Zerberg in the Camaro runs closer to his number, going 10:56.2 on the 10:58 dial for the win. Eric McLaughlin under further in the Nova as he goes 9:75.8 on the 980 dial for the loss in the NC Cat Lane. Up next, you got David Hansen in that hard-running tin Indian, the 61 Tempest dial, then 9:13. We'll be giving up a handicap start of about 2 3/4 seconds or so to Jake Biscay in his 68 Chevy Nova over there on the Cornwall Tools side. Once again, if you happen to be a first-round runner-up and you want to buy back in, we let that happen. $50 gets you back in. Second floor of the timing tower is where you want to be. Once again, if you're a first-round runner-up, come on, buy back in. Let's keep the fun going. Come up here to the second floor of the timing tower and buy right on back in. All right, nice race between these ones. David Hansen drills the tree, a 001 reaction time. Doesn't get much better than that. And then runs 9:18 on the 9:13 dial for the win. Jake Biscay ran 12:87 on his 1280 dial in a losing effort over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Now here's Mark Biscay, the 57 Chevy wagon dial, then 11:97. Going to get just under a second and a half handicap start from the wheel-standing Firebird of Brad Burton over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both drivers clean and green with an O-light, and at the top end of the racetrack, it's Mark Biscay who picks up the win, going 12:01 on his 11:97 dial for the win. Brad Burton comes up a little bit short with a 10:66 on his 10:63 dial, and gave up about 300s on the starting line as well. So good run there to beat the former world champ. Gary Gandy Jr.'s up next with his little Mustang with a 1381 dial. He's going to get a big handicap start of about 3.5 or more seconds over Daniel Hickelson's a hard charging 78 El Camino, dialed in with a 944 there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Long way to go for the El Camino, but it's charging hard. Top end, the timers say it is Daniel Hickelson, who drives around for the win with a 948 on the 944 dial in that El Camino. Gary Gandy Jr. comes up just a little shy, 1383 on his 1381 dial in, and gave up about 400s on the starting line. Brian Seberg's up next in his Mustang here on the NC Cat side, the 79 Mustang dialed in 1357. Al Young giving him almost exactly a second and a half handicap start before he gets to pull the trigger on that Plymouth GTX sponsored by Bardall in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both drivers almost identical reaction times off the starting line, separated by about 4 thousandths. At the top end, though, it's Brian Seberg, who was able to stay out in front and within his dial, going 1360 on the 1357 dial. Al Young trying to go too quick to stay out in front, goes 1204 on the 1208 in the losing effort there on the Cornwall Tools side. Rick Green up next with his 94 Mustang in the NC Cat lane here, dialed in 1248. Again, he's getting a couple second handicap start from Skeeter Keene with that 68 Chevrolet Chevelle there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Skeeter's all staged and ready to go. Stage beam hasn't come on for Rick yet. Is he broken or playing games, or he's going to get timed out here pretty soon? There it is. Rick can't get the car to stage for some reason, so it's going to be a single pass. Skeeter Keene for the win, going down the Cornwall Tools lane. .10:36, the winning time for Skeeter Keene. All right, the signal's given. Fire up burnouts on the next pair. And here they come. Gary Howe Jr. driving the 71 Buick Skylark here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack, dialed in with a 1219. He's going to get the handicap start of almost 2 seconds over Alan Beecham in the Pacific Power and Battery 62 Chevrolet Nova over there on the Cornwall Tool side of the racetrack. Alan also backed by Federal Way Automotive with his Nova. clean start for both these racers. Who's going to win the last pair? Pro bracket round one. It's Alan Meacham, who goes 1031 on his 1027 dial for the win. Had the better light by a couple hundredths as well. Gary Howe Jr., 1225 on the 1219 dial in a losing effort here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Well, that concludes Pro Bracket round number one. Remember, you can buy back if you were a first round runner-up and only cost you $50, and you can do it right here in the second floor of the timing tower. So once again, everybody who picked up a runner-up in the first round, buy back in. We got a buyback. Then it'll keep your racing program going for the day. Come on up to the third floor, second floor of the timing tower, and give us your money for the buyback. Second floor, the door's open. Come give us your buyback, and you can get back in the program if you were a first round runner-up. We got more racing action for you. We're going to move into our Super Pro ranks. Once again, if you're running a dragster, an alter, a roadster, or a motorcycle in Super Pro, you need to be in staging lanes 1 and 2 immediately, please. We're coming to you next for round 1 eliminations. Once again, if you're running a dragster, an alter, a roadster, or a motorcycle in Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2 dialed in, ready to go for your opening round of eliminations, please. Once again, all prize winners, we need you to come over to Fred Hoffman's trailer under that blue awning and pick up your prizes and get your pictures taken. Given away so far, we got winners of Robert Wade, Aaron Bergstrom, Jeff Mill, Cassidy Langley, Brad Burton, Brian Seaberg, William Nitta, Kenny O'Keefe, Craig Smith, Daryl Anderson, Jim Weir, Rob Lindley, Dean Kaufman, and Rick Green. You've all won prizes so far, and I've got more to give away still. So let me tell you who those are. And we're also looking for a first call for our Super Pro door cars to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. First call, Super Pro door cars. Dial in those cars and get them pulled into staging lanes 3 and 4 for your opening round of eliminations. Once again, Super Pro door cars, dial them in and pull them in, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, let's give away some seatbelt harnesses from Security Race Products. The winner for this is Dustin Martin, car 673. Congratulations, Dustin Martin, car 673. You've just won yourself the seatbelt harnesses from Security Race Products. Up next, we have a $100 parts gift certificate from GZ Motorsports, and the winner of this is Chris Ormsby. Congratulations, Chris Ormsby, car 6623. $100 parts certificate from GZ Motorsports is yours. Once again, head on over to Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning, and you will see where you can collect your prizes and get your pictures taken. Let's give away a $100 gift certificate from TSR Transmissions, and the winner for this one is Ken Ward. Congratulations, Ken Ward, W670. You have just won yourself a $100 gift certificate from TSR Transmissions. Next prize to give away, we've got a case of 2050 Valvoline oil from Motor Oil Supply. Winner of this is David Hansen. Congratulations, David Hansen, car 6530. You are the winner of the 2050 Valvoline motor oil from Motor Oil Supply Company. Another one, how about a case of 2050 Valvoline from Motor Oil Supply Company? This one also going out to David Hansen. I guess he had a double win of the same product. Congratulations. Head on over to Fred's trailer and pick those up. Now got a 2050 Kendall oil from Motor Oil Supply Company. Dan Freitner. Congratulations, Dan Freitner. You are the winner, car 627 of the 2050 Kendall Motor Oil from Motor Oil Supply Company. Again, you can pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer. Get your picture taken right there under that blue awning. All right, Super Pro, dragsters, alters, roadsters, and motorcycles. Round 1 eliminations. Giovanni Colecci in the 87 Worthy Chassis Dragster, dialed in 8:15, is your winner. Is Danny Hodder. It turns on the red light by the smallest possible margin of 1/1000th of 1 second over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. The winning time for Giovanni is a 8:17 on the 8:15 dial. Another winner for you. How about $50 Summit gift card from Dave Barcelone's Trucktown? Winner of this is Aaron Vonsack. Aaron Vonsack, car 303. Congratulations. You have just won yourself a $50 Summit gift card from Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. You can pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer there. Just look for the big blue awning there, and he'll get you set up under that blue tarp there. How about another one? Let's give away a 3-gauge set with pillar mount from ISS Pro. Winner of the 3 gauges is Dave Myers. Congratulations, Dave Myers, car 141. You have just won yourself the 3-gauge set with pillar mount from ISS Pro. You can pick it up at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning. Next pair of dragsters going down. John Kolecki's your winner as Kevin Rennick turns on the red light by a 0-1 margin over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. John Kolecki's winning time is an 8:77 on the 8:73 dial for the win. All right, let's give away another door prize. This one is a starter motor from Competition Specialties. Starter motor from Competition Specialties goes out to James Van Cleve, car 622J. James Van Cleve, car 622J. You've just won yourself a starter motor from Competition Specialties. Again, you can pick that up at Fred Hoffman's trailer right under the blue awning and get your picture taken with your winning prize. All right, Baxter Dragsters, Alters, and motorcycles in Super Pro. John Theophilus and his dragster here dialed in at 861 takes on the 757 dial of Mark Savar. Mark had problems with his dragster earlier. He's got problems again, and that's going to hand the win to John Theophilus, who goes 780 on his 761 dial for the win. Mark killed the tree with a 003 light, but again, the dragster broke somehow and was unable to make it all the way down the racetrack. So we will go out and get that checked out. Congratulations to John Theophilus, who goes on to the next round. Remember, if you're a runner-up in any of these classes today, you can buy back in right here in the second floor of the timing tower. $50 buyback gets you back into the program. So once again, if you were a first-round runner-up, come see us here in the second floor of the timing tower. Buy back in and keep the fun going. Speaking of fun, let's give away some more door prizes. How about we give away a Lucas transmission fluid 12-pack from the good folks at Plurd Racing Products. The winner of this one is Megan Gaynor. Congratulations, Megan Gaynor. Car 627M. You have just won yourself a 12-pack of Lucas transmission fluid from Plurd Racing Products. Up next, I've got a case of 2050 race oil from Bardall to give away. So congratulations to Lane Savar. Lane Savar, you have just won yourself a case of Bardall 2050 race oil, car 687 Lane Savar. You have just won yourself the case of Bardall. You can pick that up over at Kenny's trailer under the blue awning. Go over there, get your picture taken, get your prize. Let's give away another case of 2050 Bardall race oil. This one's going to go out to Danny Hodder. Congratulations, Danny Hodder, car 6091. You have just won yourself a case of Bardall 2050 race oil. Again, Danny, you can go pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue tent, and they will set you up and get your picture taken and all that fun stuff. I got another one to give away while we get a little break in the action. How about we give away a 5-gallon jug of VP race fuel? This one's being given away by my cousin, Russ Randall from Dr. Injector in Federal Way. And this goes out to Bill Hart. Congratulations, Bill Hart. Car 6881. You have just won yourself the 5-gallon VP race fuel jug from Russ Randall at Dr. Injector in Federal Way. All right, as we fire up the next pair, I'll give away one more door prize before we get back into racing action, and this one goes to Tim Sherowell. Congratulations, Tim Sherwell, car 6523. You have just won yourself a 5-gallon jug of VP race fuel, thanks to Dr. Injector of Federal Way and my cousin Russ Randall. So once again, thanks to Dr. Injector and Russ, Tim Sherwell, you've got yourself the VP race fuel. Head on over to Fred's trailer under the blue awning, and you will get yourself set up with your prize and get your picture taken and all that fun stuff. All right, looks like I got one more before they take off the starting line. Let's give away yet another 5-gallon jug of VP race fuel from Russ Randall, Dr. Injector and Federal Way. The winner this time is Brian Horn. Congratulations, Brian Horn, car F670. You have just won yourself a 5-gallon VP race fuel jug from Dr. Injector and Russ Randall and Federal Way. Go see Fred Hoffman under the blue awning at his trailer. All right, back to Super Pro dragsters, ultras, roadsters, and motorcycles. Jack Stetler's in his Race Tech dragster dialed in 890. He gets to lead first. Here comes Lane Savar in the dragster dialed in with a 732 in the Cornwall Tools lane giving chase. Great lights, both racers. Lane Savar's was better, and so was his ET. 737 on the 732 dial for Lane is good for the win after a brilliant 006 reaction time. Jack Stetler just a little too far behind as he goes 897 on the 890 dial for a loss in the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Next pair is Ken Clements and his American Dream Design Build dragster here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, dialed in with an 859. He'll get the handicap start. And Dale Green, who's been on a tear this year in the DG Machine dragster in the Cornwall Tools lane, will give chase, dialed in 710, so he's given up over a second and a half handicap start in this dual dragster duel. Both drivers clean and green, and here comes Dale Green trying to chase down Ken Clements in the top end. He's got enough to do it. Dale goes 711 on the 710 dial for the win, and Ken Clements breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second trying to stay out in front with an 858 on the 859 dial. Let's give away another door prize. How about another 5-gallon VP race fuel jug from Dr. Injector and Federal Way and Russ Randall? This one goes out to Dustin Martin, car 673. Congratulations, Dustin Martin, car 673. You've got yourself a 5-gallon jug of race fuel, VP style, from Dr. Injector and Federal Way and Russ Randall. All right, up next, we got dragster and an altered coming forward. Alston Calhoun and his 23T altered is dialed in 890. He gets the handicap start of a second and a third over Chuck Lynn and his undercover dragster in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 760. Both of them bumping into the staging beams now. Okay, here we go. Austin Calhoun, 005, 892, and good for the win. Chuck Lynn, an 09 light with a 761 and a 760 isn't quite enough, as Austin Calhoun got there a few hundredths earlier. Mark Gillespie's up next in his dragster here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, dialed in with an 890. This is going to be a heads-up race with Wade Archer and his dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. They get ready to stage. I'm going to give away another door prize. This is 2 fuel jugs that Fred Hoffman's given away. Something to put that VP in, right? All right, here we go. Winner of the 2 fuel jugs from Fred Hoffman is Doug Whitmore. Congratulations, Doug Whitmore. You have just won yourself 2 fuel jugs from Fred Hoffman. You can pick them up over in Fred's pit there under the blue awning. Mark Gillespie's up next against Wade Archer. Heads up, 890 race here. Oh, nice. These drivers only separated by 6 1/1000ths of a second off the starting line as they both drilled a beautiful tree. Top end is Wade Archer, breaking out by the smaller of the 2 margins, going 889-1 on the 890 dial for the win. Mark Gillespie goes 8887 for the loss. Megan Gainer's up next with her Mullis chassis dragster dialed in 734. She's going to give up a handicap start of about a second and a half to Danny Colecci over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Oh, Danny's too quick off the starting line, turns on the red light. Megan's brilliant on the starting line with a 005 light and goes 737 on the 734 dial for the win. All right, let's give away a couple more fuel jugs from Fred Hoffman. The winner on this is Michael Sherman. Congratulations, Michael Sherman, car M689. You have just won yourself 2 fuel jugs from Fred Hoffman. You can pick them up at Fred's pit there under the blue tent. Up next, let's give away a 5-gallon jug of VP 110 race fuel. This one's from Scott Embler and Pacific Power Shifts. And the winner of this is Brian McGinnis. Congratulations, Brian McGinnis, car 6939. You have just won yourself 5 gallons of VP 110 race fuel from Scott Embler and Pacific Power Shifts. You can pick that up in Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning. All right, here you go. The quickest man on the premises, Don Sefton, trying to give chase to William Nitta's motorcycle. At the top end of the racetrack, he had enough to do it. Don goes 678 on his 677 dial for the win. William Nitta's bike was close, but not close enough, as he goes 934 on the 930 dial in a losing effort on the NC Machinery Caterpillar side of the racetrack. All right, let's give away another door prize. These cars get staged up. We got Darren Van Diest. Congratulations, you have just won yourself a set of 4 cargo tie-downs from Freeway Trailers. Thanks to Freeway Trailers for the set of 4 cargo tie-downs. They've gone to winner Darren Van Diest in car 6645. Darren, you can go get your tie-downs over in Fred Hoffman's trailer area there under the blue awning, and they'll get you set up. All right, pair of dragsters as we continue with the dragsters, altered roadsters, and motorcycles side of Super Pro. This is Kelly Savar doing the driving of the dragster here in the NC Cat lane with an 891 dial. A little bit of a handicap start for her over Cooper Chun, who was dialed in 817 in the dragster over in Cornwall Tools lane. Cooper trying to give chase as they head down to the top end of the racetrack, and Cooper gets there first, running 819 on his 817 dial for the win. Kelly Savar goes 894 on the 891 dial for the loss here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. All right, let's give away another case of Valvoline 540 synthetic oil. This one goes to Pat Keating. Congratulations, Pat Keating, car 6324. You have just won yourself the case of Valvoline 540 synthetic oil donated by Earl Cunningham. Thanks to Earl Cunningham for the case of oil going to Pat Keating. You can pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning there. They'll get you set up with your prize right over there. Next pair up, Ron Spaguzzi with the 23T Alter dialed in 890. He gets about a second handicap, maybe a second and a half handicap start for Yesha Wilcox Dragster dialed in with a 749. Once again, if you're driving a Super Pro door car, we need you dialing in and pulling into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, dial them in and pull them in. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, to the lanes, please. Yesha Wilcox picking up the win as he goes 750 on the 749 dial. Ron breaks out, trying to stay out in front big time, going 857 on his 890 dial for the loss. Motorcycle versus dragster again this time. Dave Secundi's your dragster driver in the Ellenberg's exhaust car, dialed in with a 764. He's going to give up just about 2 seconds handicap start to Jim Weary's INS Tax's motorcycle in the Cornwall Tools lane. Jim's bumping into the pre-stage beam, and here comes Dave. Dave's staging ready. Jim's staging ready. Tree comes down, there goes Jim. Oh, not quite patient enough was Dave Secundi as he turned on the red light. Jim Ware's automatically winning that one on his bike with a 9:59 on the 9:54 dial for the win. Dave wasn't too far off the dial, 7:65 on a 7:64, but he was a little too quick on the light. That concludes your dragsters, ulters, and roadsters versus bikes portion of Super Pro. Here comes the Super Pro door cars. Once again, remember, if you were a runner-up in first round, you can buy back in and get back in the program right here in the second floor of the timing tower. Once again, we are taking buybacks right here in the second floor of the timing tower. If you want to get back in on the action and you were a first round runner-up, we've got the solution for you. Come see us here in the second floor of the timing tower. All right, first pair door cars. Al Chin and his 64 Nova trying to stay out in front, and Ron Norris and his 90 Beretta, but he can't do it. Ron Norris takes the win, going 873 on the 872 dial for the win. Al just a little further under with a 914 on the 912 dial in his lane. So by 4/1000ths of 1 second, Ron Norris is your winner in that first pair of Super Pro door cars. Rick Johnson's up next. His 78 Ford Pinto's dialed in with a 1048. He's going to get a handicap start of about 2.5 seconds over John Berger's 90 Beretta over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. See if he can stay out in front. Chevrolet charging hard, but the Ford's got a pretty big lead. And it's the Ford taking the win for Rick Johnson with a 1055 on the 1048 dial for the win. John Berger goes through darn close, 807 on his 806 dial, but he just gave up too much on the starting line on that one. More door cars to come, but let's give away another door prize first. How about we give away a case of brake cleaner? This is from Mark Henges and Airtime Aviation. Who's the winner? It's Kevin Youngs and his Anglia K659. Congratulations, Kevin Youngs. You're going to have the cleanest brakes around as you've got a full case of brake cleaner from Mark Henges and Airtime Aviation. Kenny, you can go pick up your winnings over at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning over there. Next pair of door cars up on the line. You got David Knudsen and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro with a 1002 going up against Dave Barcelone from the truck town. His 67 Nova in the Cornwall Tools lane. About a quarter of a second handicap start for Dave Barcelone, a little under that. Top end, Dave stayed out in front, but he had to break out to do it, going 10-18-8 on his 1020 dial for the loss. Dave Knudsen stayed good and green. 10-05 on the 10-02 dial. Carries him on to victory in that 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Next pair of door cars hitting the starting line is Frank Nelson Jr. His 67 Chevrolet Camaro going up against Joey Keating in the 74 Big Block Duster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Joey's going to give up about a 1 second handicap start to the Chevrolet of Frank Nelson before he gets to leave the starting line. There goes Frank. There goes Joey, but Joey was not patient enough. He turned on the red light for the loss. And I'll tell you, Frank was good for the taking there as he cut a horrible light off the starting line and ran it through the top traps at the back door too fast with the 1013. But hey, that red light, as they say, first or worst, and that's the worst offense. And Joey Keating goes down here in round one. Frank Nelson Jr. going on to the next round. Brian Horn's up next with his 70 Challenger, 1043, the dial in for him. He's going to get a couple of seconds handicap start, maybe 2.5 from Maud Lindsay. He's got that quick 66 Nova dialed in with an 893. There goes the Mopar. Here comes the Chevrolet. Rob trying to close the gap on that Dodge. Does he have enough to do it? Dodge is still out in front, but here comes that Chevrolet, and it is Rob Lindsay picking up the win just in time as he runs right on the dial. 8932 on the 893 dial for the win for Rob Lindsay's Nova. Brian Horns just a touch slow in his Challenger as he goes 1044 on the 1043 production here in the NC Cat Lane. Kevin Youngs and his 48 Anglia is up next with an 874 dial in. He'll give up a little bit of a handicap start to Jim Mabry in his 75 Chevy Vega over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Boy, Kevin taking his time getting in, but finally does. All right, clean green start for both racers. About 15 hundredths of a second difference. Top into the racetrack, it's Jim Mabry picking up the win as he drills the dial in 9:17.5 on the 9:17 for the win. Kevin Young's a couple ticks slow with an 8:76 on the 8:74 dial for the loss in the Anglia. Brock Powell's up next with the 67 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat Lane, dialed in at 10:17. Chris Ormsby, the 69 Nova with a 10:03 dial, is going to give up just a little bit of a handicap start in this all Chevrolet duel. Top end, timers say it's Brock Powell in the 67 Nova picking up the win. He drills his dial in right on the money, 10:17.4 on the 10:17 dial for the win. Chris Ormsby 10:06 on his 10:03 dial for the loss in the Cornwall Tools lane. Robert Strome's up next with his 93 Mustang, dialed in with a quick 9:39. He'll give up a little handicap start to Bruce White's Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 997. Top end, it's Bruce White picking up the win. Bruce drills the dial in down to the thousandths of a second, 9.970 on his 997 prediction for the win. Robert Strom wasn't that perfect as he goes 941 on the 939 dial for a loss in the Mustang. Tim Shortell's up next with his 81 Oldsmobile cutting the style at 11:03. He'll get a nice little handicap start over Doug Whitmore's Armstrong Performance 67 Chevrolet Camaro there in the Cornwall Tools lane. And here comes that hard-running Camaro trying to chase down the Oldsmobile. Top end, the timers say, nope, it's the Oldsmobile staying out in front. 11:04 on the 11:03 dial for the win. Doug Whitmore fell off in a pretty big way by like a quarter of a second as he goes 9:25 on his 898 dial there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, motorcycles, we're looking for you. Dial yourselves in, pull them in to staging lane number 6, please. Motorcycle bracket round 1, staging lane 6, please. Motorcycle bracket round 1, we need you in staging lane 6, please. Motorcycle bracket round 1, staging lane 6, please. We're also going to make first call for Sportsman buyback racers to staging lanes 1 and 2. First call, Sportsman buyback racers, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, in this pairing you got Randy Brown picking up the win with a 909 on his 908 dial on that 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Michelle Lewis in her 66 Infinity Coach's car goes 875 on an 871 in a losing effort in the NC Caterpillar lane. Next pair of door cars pulling up, you have the 78 Chevrolet El Camino. Daniel Hegelson here in the NC Cat lane, facing off against Dan Frainer in the 68 Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Dan got the handicap start, trying to stay out in front in his Camaro. Top end of the racetrack, it says he does. 10:16 on his 10:07 dial for the win. Daniel Heckelson goes 9:48 on the 9:44 dial in his El Camino for the loss here in the NC Cat lane. Once again, looking for motorcycles. Staging lane number 6, please. Round 1 motorcycle bracket eliminations. We need you pulling into staging lane number 6, please. Motorcycles, we need you to the lanes for round 1 eliminations. This is also first call for Sportsman buyback, staging lanes 1 and 2. First call, Sportsman buyback. We need you pulling into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, here you go. It's an all Camaro affair. Here's the guy who's bringing you this event today, Fast Freddie Hoffman in the NC Machinery side of the racetrack. His 67 Chevrolet Camaro. He's facing off against the new 2019 version of the Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. being driven by Terry Wilcox. All right, both stations ready to go. Fred Hoffman getting about a 2-second handicap start. Here comes Tracy Wilcox. Terry Wilcox, rather, but Terry's a little early out the starting line, draws the red light, and goes 8:17 on the 8:19 dial for the loss. Fast Freddie Hoffman takes the win with a 10:13 on his 10:10 dial. Up next, you got Jeff Jackson and his 68 Ford Mustang dialed in 1090. He's going to get about a second handicap start from Gary Ermish in the 68 Camaro over there at the Cornwall Tools lane. Gary Ermish. Jeff Jackson. Maryland Mustang. Jeff Jackson taking the win in his Mustang. 1091 on the 1090 dial for the win. Gary Ermish goes 1003 on his 997 in the Camaro for the loss. Once again, looking for motorcycles, staging lane 6 for round 1 eliminations. Motorcycle staging lane 6, please. And also looking for sportsman buyback, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman buyback participants looking for you in the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Hey, let's give away another door prize as they stage up on the starting line. I got another case of 2050 race oil from Bardall to give away. And the winner of this one is Jess Dale. Congratulations, Jess Dale. Our 6195. You have just won yourself a case of 2050 race oil from Bardall. You can pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the tent over there. The blue tent, look for that. They'll set you up with your door prize. Todd Sims, Bill Hurd. Who's it going to be? It's Bill taking the win as the Pinto goes 893 on the 892 dial for the win. Todd Sims' losing effort in the Nova is a breakout as he goes 10875 on the 1090 dial after a brilliant 009 reaction time. Todd just taking too much stripe at the top end there and broke out. Darren Van Diest is up next in his 66 Chevrolet Nova dialed in 850. He's going to give up about a half a second handicap start to Dustin Martin in that GM Honest Performance 67 Chevrolet Chevelle over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 907. Oh, Darren didn't wait quite enough on the starting line. He was impatient by 3/1000ths of 1 second and loses with a 853 on the 850 dial. Dustin Martin good for the win as he goes 909 on a 907 dial after a brilliant 005 green reaction time over on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. All right, let's give away another door prize, shall we? How about a case of brake cleaner from Auto Plus of Ballard? Thanks to Auto Plus of Ballard for the case of brake clean, and this one goes out to John Kolecki. Congratulations, John Kolecki, car 6728. You have just won yourself a case of brake clean from Auto Plus in Ballard. You can pick that up under Fred Hoffman's blue awning over there in his pit area. Up next, you got Kent Partridge, the 2004 Pontiac Grand Am, giving up a handicap start to David Monas in the 69 Dart over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. David out in front, looks like he's got this one, and does, with a 1006 on the 964 dial. Problem-filled run for Kent in his Grand Am as he can only coast through with an 1123 effort on a big 783 prediction. Next pair is featuring David Hansen and his hard-running 10 Indy in the 61 Pontiac Tempest is dialed in 916. He will give up a half a second or so handicap start to Dave Wakefield in the 72 Chevrolet Chevelle there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Sponsored by Shin Mechanical, J&M Contractors, and Swift Tools. Top in charge, David Hansen takes the Tempest through 919 at 145 miles an hour for the win. Dave Wakefield's losing effort is a 957 on the 956 dial. right, Dean Hoffman up against Jess Dale in this pair. Dean's El Camino goes 11:05 on the 1095, and that's not quite enough. Jess Dale picks up the win as he goes 874 on the 872 dial in the dark for the win. Once again, looking for buyback Sportsman only to staging lanes 1 and 2. Those who buy back into Sportsman only, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. We got extra bonus money in the buyback round, so buybackers are racing buybackers before they get into round 2. All right, up next, here's Lane Savard, the family Malibu, with an 1086 dial. He's going to get a handicap start of just about 2 seconds over Pat Keating's 66 Belvedere over in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both drivers clean and green. Lane trying to stay out in front in that Chevrolet, but here comes that powerhouse Plymouth. Top end it is. Lane Savard picking up the win as he goes 11:14 on the 1086 dial for the win. Pat Keating slowing in the Belvedere with a 963 on the 890 dial for the loss. Jeremy Waterman in his 67 Nova is taking on Tom McGuire in his 66 Nova. Pick your favorite color mid-60s Nova here. You like the beautiful blue or the red with the blue flames? Hard call, huh? They're both 8-second runners, too. Jeremy, tick of a head start with an 861 dial over the 832 for Tom. And here we go. Oh, Jeremy's red with the blue car. Tom's green with the red car. And Tom's the winner, 835 on the 832 dial. Jeremy's losing effort, 868 on the 861 after an 03 red light start. Next up, Chevrolet Nova versus the Dodge 330. As we continue with Super Pro Door Car Round 1 Eliminations. Once again, if you're a motorcycle racer, you should be in staging lane 6 for your opening round of competition. And if you buy back into Sportsman, you should be in staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Sportsman buybacks only to 1 and 2, and motorcycles in 6, please. We're coming to you next. Mike Sherman goes 11:23 on the 11:22 dial for the win in the big Dodge. Chad Brucey, 64 Nova, breaks out with a 919 on the 940 dial. Man, he was way under. Wow, on that pass there. So. Here's Lonnie Sharkey, your final door car in the Sportsman door car ranks for round 1 eliminations. Lonnie gets the luck of the single in this round, and we'll try to advance through and see how close he can get to his 974 prediction. Nobody in the other lane, so he pretty much advances as long as he stages the car and leads like that and doesn't cross the center line or roll it over into a wall or something dumb like that. So. Lonnie goes 977 on his 974 prediction on a free pass. See where he's at. That concludes Super Pro Round 1 eliminations. We now move into Motorcycle Round 1 eliminations. Once again, if you are a buyback into Sportsman, you need to be in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. We're coming to you next. This is first call for Pro buybacks only. Pro buybacks only, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro buybacks only. Pull into staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro buybacks to the lanes, please. All right, remember, if you were a loser in the opening round or a first round runner-up, the nicer way to say that, you can buy back in. Come on up here to the 3rd floor of the timing tower and buy back in. We just round Super Pro door cars. You are all available and eligible to buy back in if you would like. Once again, you can buy back in right up here, 3rd floor of the tower. Bring your $50 and we'll let you run again. Okay, first pair of motorcycles staging up on the starting line. Darren Anderson, 2013 ZX-10R, dialed in 905, gets the handicap start over Stacy Hetch, the 83 Suzuki GS over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. All right, Suzuki trying to close the gap here for Stacy Hetch. Looks like he may be out in front on this one and does take the win with an 883 on the 865 dial for the win. Darren Anderson's losing effort, a 914 on the 905 dial. Pair 2 motorcycles pulling forward. Wesley Walker on this. I love this vintage 73 Kawasaki drag bike Wesley has going here. Just a neat machine in the Kawasaki green and the old style body and tank and all that. He's dialed in 870. Got to give up a little bit of a handicap start to William Nitti's Hayabusa over there in the Cornwall Tools, sponsored by Bardall. Wesley Walker sponsored by John Walker here in the NC Cat Lane. All right, both bikes stage stepping, ready to go. Oh, red light for William Nitta by just 4/1000ths of 1 second. That means Wesley Walker and the Nostalgia Kawasaki is your winner. He goes 872 on his 870 dial for the win. Once again, looking for pro buyback. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro bracket buybacks only. Staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro buybacks only. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We're coming to you right after Sportsman buyback. And if you're a super pro racer, you can still buy back up here in the second floor of the timing tower and get back in on the action if you would like. Come on up. Josh Johnson, Tracy Johnson, underway here. 10-12, 9-20. Top in charge, it's Josh Johnson, running 10-20 on his 10-12 dial for the win. Tracy Johnson gave up too much on the starting line, so his 9-24 on the 9-20 dial is for naught. Let's give away another door prize, shall we? I got another case of Brake Clean from Auto Plus and Ballard to give away. Thanks to Auto Plus and Ballard for the case of Brake Clean. This one's going out to Yesha Wilcox. Congratulations. Yesha Wilcox. 609V. You have just won yourself a case of Brake Clean from Auto Plus and Ballard. You can claim that at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning. Let's get back to motorcycle action. This is Mark Biscay on the 2009 Hayabusa, dialed in 986, taking on Jim Wary on the INS Taxes ZX14R in Cornwall Tools Lane. It's Jim Wary picking up the win as he goes 962 on the 957 dial for the win. Mark Biscay breaks out, trying to stay out in front, running 984 on the 986 dial for the loss. Final pair, round 1 motorcycle. This is Ryder Biscay facing off against Donna Johnson. Ryder's going to get the handicap start of just over a second. Donna Johnson on the GSXR will try to close the gap before they get to the top end of the racetrack. There goes Ryder. There comes Donna. The other Ryder, RRR. And it's Donna Johnson with the win. 1098 on the 1096 dial and the GSXR. Ryder Biscay a little too slow with an 1192 on the 1185 for the loss here in the NC Cat Lane. Round 1 eliminations complete here at the Bracket Kings Tournament. Second annual, brought to you by Fred Hoffman. Run here at Pacific Raceways. Thanks to all the sponsors who have donated all the fun prizes. And let's give away another one, shall we? How about let's give away a battery from Pacific Power and Battery and Frank Nelson. The winner of the battery is Dustin Ward. Congratulations, Dustin Ward. Car 6700. You have just won yourself a battery from Pacific Power Battery and Frank Nelson. You can pick that up at Fred Hoffman's trailer and under the blue awning there. Get your prize. Let's give away one more before we get into the Sportsman Redemption round, the buybacks. Let's give away another case of 2050 Bardol Race Oil. This one goes out to Robert Way. Congratulations, Robert Way. You have just won yourself a case of 2050 Bardol Race Oil. Pick that up at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning. They'll set you up with your prize, shoot some pictures, all that fun stuff for the event. All right, this is Sportsman Buyback. These guys bought back in. Remember that the closest or best package of a losing run wins you $50 from Eric Britton, giving up $50 to the best losing package here in the buyback round of Sportsman. You got Aaron Bergstrom going up against Kenny O'Keefe. About a 1 second handicap start for Aaron over Kenny. And as they shoot through the traps at the top end, Kenny O'Keefe picks up the win and goes into round 2. 12:15 on the 12:04 dial. And so far, Aaron Bergstrom's up for the $50 because nobody else has run yet, with a 13:05 on his 13 flat run here in the NC Cat Lane. Sportsman Buyback round 1 continuing. Craig Smith with the 95 Z28 Camaro dialed in 1312 will give up a slight handicap start to Gary Gandy Jr. in the Ford Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Boy, these guys only separated by 6 1/1000ths of a second off the starting line reaction time. Great close race here. Gary Gandy Jr. picking up the win in his Ford with a 13:85 on the 13:81 dial for the win. Craig Smith's losing effort, a 13:17 on a 13:12 dial over on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Next pair up, Sportsman Buyback, Aaron Vonsack, the 73 Ford, going up against Art Kirby and his 65 Ford. Art giving that the handicap start of about 3/4 of a second, now trying to close the gap on the little Mustang with his Velkin. And he does. 13:13 on a 13:04 is good enough for the win for Art Kirby. Losing effort for Eric Vonsack is a 13:89 on the 13:76 dial in the NC Cat Lane. Next pair, you got Jeff Mill and his 57 Chevrolet going up against Rick Green and his 94 Mustang. Rick's going to get about a half a second handicap start. Once again, looking for Pro Bracket Buyback, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bracket Buyback, staging lanes 3 and 4. Final call, Pro Bracket Buyback, staging lanes 3 and 4. Oh! Jeff Mill turns on the red light, and it's going to be an automatic win for Rick Green and his 94 Mustang. Rick Green goes 12:54 on a 12:48 for the win. Jeff Mill probably has the best package if you count negative, but I'm not sure how they're going to work that because he was red light and he broke out, but I think he was closest to his package so far. That's all in the wrong direction, so that may not count. Sean Langley, oh, I take that back. It's Cassidy. That's right. It's Cassidy driving the Mustang today here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against Mark Biscay over there in the 57 Chevy wagon, Cornwall Tools lane. Cassidy is going to get a slight handicap start. Here comes the Chevrolet. All right, if you're a pro buyback, you should be in staging lanes 3 and 4 because we're running you next. And if you're a dragster, roadster, altered, or motorcycle who bought back into Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2. This is your first call. Buyback for dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles, Super Pro. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, buyback for dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles. Staging lane 1 and 2. We need you to start pulling in now. You're coming up right after we run out our Pro buyback. And believe it or not, I still have more door prizes to give away. Fred wasn't kidding when he said, I got so many door prizes, just about everybody's going to get one. How about we give away an aluminum air tank from Fred Hoffman donating this one. And the winner of the aluminum air tank is Casey Reed. Casey Reed, car R688. Congratulations. You have just won yourself an aluminum air tank from Fred Hoffman. You can pick that up at Fred's trailer under the blue awning. And I got another one to give away. How about another aluminum air tank from Fred Hoffman? This one's going out to Alan Meacham. Alan Meacham, car 623W. Congratulations. You have also won yourself an aluminum air tank provided by Fred Hoffman. But the giving keeps on coming as we've got an aluminum radiator now. Wow, nice prize from Pete Coates. And it's going out to Dan Frater, car 626. Hey, Dan's won a couple of prizes. Congratulations, Dan. You got 2 prizes coming your way. Head on over to Fred's trailer under the blue awning there and pick them up. Pete Coates has just set you up with an aluminum radiator. I got another new one to give away. How about a Snap-on screwdriver set from the Snap-on dealers of Seattle? Thanks to them for giving this out to Dave Knudsen. Congratulations, Dave Knudsen, car 601, K601. Dave Knudsen, Snap-on screwdriver set from the Snap-on dealers of Seattle is yours. And you can pick that up over at Fred Hoffman's trailer under that blue awning over there. One more prize to give away, and this is another battery from Pacific Power and Battery and Frank Nelson. Thanks, Frank, for another battery. The winner of the final door prize of the event is Angela Peterson. Congratulations, Angela Peterson, car P600. You have just won yourself a battery from Pacific Power and Battery and Frank Nelson. And you, as well as all of the other door prize winners, can go over to Fred Hoffman's trailer under that blue awning and pick yourself up your door prize, get a picture with it, and commemorate the occasion. It'll be a fun deal. Fred's got them all over there, and he's ready to give them away. All right, back to racing action. Here comes the Pro Bracket Buyback. Now remember, if you happen to lose in this buyback and you have the best package of a losing run, you have just won yourself $50 from Eric Britton. Once again, Eric Britton sponsoring for both Sportsman and Pro Buyback round. The best losing package picks up $50 in cash. Frank Nelson Jr. is going to do that for the Super Pro cars, which will be coming up here shortly. Speaking of which, we need our dragsters, altereds, and roadsters and motorcycles who have bought back into Super Pro. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Ford versus Chevrolet. Nice wheels up launch for Dave Carman in the '69 Mustang. Dave Knudsen got a little too excited and turned on the red light in his '67 Camaro for the loss. Although, again, he's pretty close if you count him going the wrong direction. Dave Carman with a 1016 on the 1014 dial is your winner in the Mustang. Dave, red lights by just 01 and breaks out by 01. Pretty darn close, but all in the wrong direction. Second pair up, Pro Buyback. Josh Reisler, 72 Chevy Vega. Jason Cooper, 72 Ford Maverick. Winner goes into round 2. Loser has a shot at maybe $50 if you're in the right direction. Josh turns on the red light, and so that's not going to be him. He's also off on the dial by quite a bit. Jason Cooper picks up the win, goes on to the next round, running a nice 1021 on his 1020 dial after an 06 light. All right, here comes Tim Shadoo and his 67 Chevrolet Nova, dialed in 1103. He's going to give up 1 second handicap start to the Plymouth GTX from Bardall and Al Young over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1204. Oh, red light comes on for Tim Shadoo, and Al Young is your automatic winner here with his Plymouth GTX. Al goes through with a 12 flat at 113 miles an hour for the win. Jace O'Hare, 63 Nova. Dustin Ward, 67 Dodge. Plymouth. It's Dustin Ward picking up the win in the Barracuda, 1131 on the 1128 dial. Losing effort for Jace O'Hare, a breakout, 910 on his 913 dial. He might have the 50 bucks as he was only off by 12 hundredths on the ET and had an 014 light. So looking pretty good there for Jason. Maybe losing, but maybe $50 run. Michael Sherman is up next. His 63 Dodge 330 with an 1122 dial. Going to give a second handicap start to Gary Howe Jr. and Skylark over there, dialed in with a 1222. Both drivers clean and green. The Dodge trying to catch up with the Buick, but can't do it. Gary Howe Jr. drills his dial in, goes 12.22.1 on a 12.22 dial for the win. Losing effort for Michael Sherman, an 11.22 right on his 11.22 dial with an 8 and an 0.77 light. So he may be the $50 winner now. Again, I'm not doing all the math, but that, I think, is the best run so far in a losing effort. Jess Daly, 66 Chevrolet El Camino. Beautiful paint on this machine, dialed in 10.04. Going to give a 1 second handicap start. Dave Myers, 61 Futura. Straight axle. Yasser looking car over there, Cornwall Tools lane. Fun machine. Both drivers great on the light, separated by only 4/1000ths of a second. At the top end, it's Jess Daly picking up the win in the El Camino as he goes 10.13 on the 10.04 dial. Losing effort for Dave Myers is an 11.32 on the 11.09 dial. Craig Smith and his 95 Z28 Camaro's up next with a 12.13 dial. He's going to get a big, almost 3 second handicap start from Don Spatella and the 72 Chevrolet Chevelle in the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack, dialed in with a 10.34. Once again, looking for all dragsters, roadsters, ultras, and motorcycles who bought back into Super Pro into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, ultras, roadsters, and motorcycles who bought back into Super Pro, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2 immediately, please. We're coming to you next. Craig Smith picking up the win as he drills his dial 13.12 on a 13.12 with an 0.24 light for the win. Don's losing effort, 10.43 on the 10.34. Down the Cornwall Tools side. Dragster and a door car coming up for you next. Ford Mustang here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Gary Gandy Jr. dialed in 13.81. He's going to get a big handicap start of 3 3/4 seconds over Cooper Chun. And his dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a quick 9.16. All right, there goes Gary. Cooper trying to be patient on the starting line and finally gets to lead and try to chase down that Ford Mustang. Top end, he does. Cooper Chun with the win in the dragster, 9.17 on the 9.16 dial for the win. Gary Gandy Jr. with a 13.76 breakout on his 1381 dialer. Art Kermy and his Ford Falcon here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack, dialed in a 1306, is going up against the former world champ Brad Burton and his 72 Pontiac Firebird over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1067. So about 2.5 second handicap start for Art here on this one. For the wheel standing, hard charging Pontiac, and Brad Burton tries to chase him down. Brad Burton with the win, runs right on the dial, 1067.7 on the 1067 dial for the win. Up next, you got Rick Green and his 94 Mustang, dialed in 1254 against Eric McLaughlin and his 65 Chevy Nova, dialed in 975, so he's given up almost 3 seconds of a handicap start before he tries to chase him down here. Hey, we're missing one dragster in the dragster altered roadster motorcycle Super Pro buyback. Once again, still looking for one more dragster in the buyback class to come back, please. One more dragster. We need you in the buyback lanes. This is first call for buyback Super Pro door cars to the staging lanes, please. First call for Super Pro buyback door cars to the staging lanes, please. First call, Super Pro buyback door cars to the staging lanes, please. Here's Robert Steffen, your final pro buyback racer. Got the look of the draw and a single to advance into the second round of Pro Bracket Eliminations. That's what happened to all the buyback winners. All the buyback winners went into second round, and all the buyback losers were vying for best losing run because they got paid by Eric Britton. If you were the Sportsman or Pro buyback runner-up with the best package, you won yourself $50 from Eric Britton. Now, the way you claim it, you should take your slip, you take it over to Fast Freddy Hoffman, and you show him the slip, and if you are the one, you get the $50 prize from Eric Britton. Now we're going into Super Pro buyback. Frank Nelson Jr. is doing the same thing. You have the best losing package here in Super Pro buyback. Now this is for each of the Super Pro splits. It's for the total combined Super Pro dragsters, alters, roadsters, bikes, door cars. You have the best of all of them. You get the $50 from Frank Nelson Jr. All right, well, word from the top end is there is some kind of misty fluid on the track down there that they are trying to clean up. So obviously not safe to send Robert Steffen down on top of, so we will get that cleaned up before we send him on his run. And then we will move on to dragsters, altereds, roadsters in the buyback. So I'm not sure if we were still missing, but we were missing a vehicle in our dragsters, altereds, roadsters buyback. So if that's you, get yourself in the lanes. You got mere moments to get in the lanes before we run you. We're also looking for Super Pro door car buyback. Super Pro door car buyback vehicles, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. If you're a door car and Super Pro, and you're in the buyback, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Also a reminder, if you were a door prize winner, of which, oh my goodness, there are a ton of them, you can pick up your door prize at Fred Hoffman's trailer under the blue awning over there, and he will get you set up with the prize and take a picture for posting and all that fun stuff. So, again, just a rundown of winner names because the list is so long. I'll try to bang out as many of these as I can as we go through the cleanup. But these following people have won a door prize and need to go see Fred Hoffman in the his pit area to pick it up. Angela Peterson, Dave Knudsen, Dave Freiner, Alan Meacham, Casey Reed, Robert Way, Dustin Ward, Yasha Wilcox, John Kolecki, Jess Dale, Kenny Youngs, Pat Keating, Darren Van Diest, Brian McGinnis, Michael Sherman, Doug Whitmore, Dustin Martin, Ryan Horn, Tim Sherrill, Bill Hart, Danny Hodder, Lane Savar, James Van Cleve, Dave Meyer, Aaron Monsack, Dan Freiner again, David Hansen, you got a couple, Ken Ward, Chris Ormsby, Dustin Martin's got a couple, Robert Way, Aaron Bergstrom, Jeff Mill, Cassidy Langley, Brad Burton, Brian Seabird, William Nitta, Kenny O'Keefe, Craig Smith, Darren Anderson, Jim Wary, Rob Lindley, Dean Kaufman, and Rick Green. See, I told you the list was long. A ton of door prizes being given away. They're all available at Fred Hoffman's trailer right now. Well, I'll tell you what, you guys may have won some nifty door prizes, but Dane from Four Horsemen, who runs our concessions over there, just brought me some super yummy treats. So, let me tell you a little bit about them, because it's always fun for me to see what are the great new things that Dane's coming up with over there. So, he's got like this fantastic barbecue sandwich. It's like pulled pork, and it's got the fantastic like the dressing and the like coleslaw on top. You know how they do those when they're like super special Sammys? Man, this thing is good. So if you want yourself like the pulled barbecue sandwich, well, head over there because they've got them, and it is absolutely fantastic over there. So definitely something new that I didn't even know was over there. He brought me over a couple things that, of course, they got the burgers and the dogs and all that cool stuff that I talk about. But I had no idea that he was doing barbecue Sammys over there. And man, this thing is good. So definitely got to go over there and check it out. Now, here's another one that's like something new. I hadn't tried over there before. I'm so glad he brought me over one so that I know about it and I can tell you guys about it. And that is a BLT. He is doing BLTs over there. I don't know. I've been doing this for more than 30 years, and I don't remember a concession stand ever doing a BLT that's been here. So way to go, Dane, and the Four Horsemen with making it a creative, fun environment to like grab a bite to eat. Now, where do you get this yummy food that I get to enjoy? Well, you just go over into the main pit area. You'll see the building. It's green and black and stands out over there. You can't miss it. They got their open sign open, the windows open. There's absolutely no waiting line right now, so you can get yourself a barbecue sandwich or a BLT or one of their fantastic big honkin' burgers. They got the dogs, and they do the dogs with all sorts of yummy stuff on them. And so go over there, check it out. Of course, Coca-Cola products and beer and all that yummy stuff available too. So go check it out. Four Horsemen running our concessions this year. Super yummy, great food. If you're a little hungry like I am, it's time to go grab some while we got a little break in the racing action here. So thanks, man. I appreciate Dane coming up here and giving me all the new yummy treats to talk about. Now, I realize I hadn't done lunch yet, so I'm like all talking about the food. But Dane also told me he's got ice cream over there. So if you maybe already had lunch and you just want like a nice little sweet treat to top it off, since we're into after 2 o'clock here already. He's got a great ice cream over there as well too. So ice cream treats and great food and beverages over there at Snack Bar. Open right now. No waiting line. They'll serve you right up. Instant service.
I was joking like when I went. I was like, oh, it is kind of. Hey, don't you know the number to get in? Don't you know the number? 230 Street. Get here! Hey, what? Okay. Are you saying what you don't know the number to get in here? Yeah, it's either that or 222. It's not, they're not even. So like this one's 2101. And I don't know what that one is because Ed used this version there. No, we need that version. Because it's the left hand here.
Wait, what?
There's a microphone in here.
Oh, that thing?
Mm-hmm. We're on YouTube right now. Yeah, see? If you look at that laptop.
Hey, if you got car 6846, you need to be in the door car buyback. 6846, car 6846, you need to be in the door car buyback. Get in the lanes. We'd hate to see you miss out on your buyback chance. Car 6846, door car, Super Pro. Get yourself in the lanes, where we're going to run you in mere moments. We need you in the lanes. Don't want you to miss your buyback chance. Come on. All right, Robert Steffen wrapping up the pro buybacks. Luck of the draw gives him the single. and he's advancing automatically into round 2. Pro eliminations. 1077 on his 1073 dial on that run, 122 miles an hour. Man, this BLT is just fantastic. Man, so yummy. If you want a BLT for lunch, head on over there to the snack bar. The Four Horsemen bringing just the really yummy goods to our snack bar this year. So really appreciate all the great things they're doing, all the creative cooking that they're doing. So many different things than you might expect to see at a typical racetrack concession stand. So top notch, Dane. Loving it. Loving that BLT. All right, here we go. You got Jack Stetler and his dragster going against Danny Hodder and his Super Pro dragster, altered, roadsters, motorcycle buyback. Who's going into round 2? Who's trying to salvage something with $50 that Frank Nelson's going to pay you if you have the best losing package in the buyback round here. All right, stage 2 ready to go. 8/100ths of a second difference in the dial. 4/100ths of a second difference on the starting line. And the win goes to Danny Hodder. 893 on the 882 dial for the win. Losing effort for Jack Stetler to 901 on the 890 dial for the loss here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack. Dragster motorcycle next. Dave Secundi's dragster, the Ellensburg exhaust machine dialed in 766. He's going to have to be patient on the starting line as he gives up almost 2 seconds to William Niddup in his 2008 Hayabusa motorcycle on the Cornwall Tools lane. Motorcycle off clean and green. Here comes Dave and his dragster. Both drivers with nice clean reaction times off the starting lines. The motorcycle's going to stay out in front. The dragster drive around. The bike stays in front. William Nidda picking up the win with a 936 on the 934 dial for the win. Dave Secunda goes 769 on the 766 dial with an 022 light. That puts him certainly in the top spot for the $50 so far.
I was going to say, I think you need to get pictures of it on there.
Here's Ron Spragusi in his 1923 T-Bucket Alter, dialed in with an 835. He actually gets the handicap start of about a quarter second over Kevin Rennick and his Machinery Services Yancer chassis dragster there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with an 810. Once again, if you're running Super Pro door car buyback, you need to be in staging lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car buyback. We need y'all back in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Oh, red light comes on for Ron. Kevin Rennick taking the win and going into round 2 here in the buyback. He runs 811 on the 810 dial for the win. Ron at 839 on the 835 after a red light start. Here's Kelly Savar. Her dragster's dialed at 893. She'll get a handicap start of about a second and a little under a half over Chuck Lynn, who's got his dragster over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 761. Dragsters for the pair, stage stepping, ready to go. Kelly's off. Here comes Chuck. Oh, Chuck's red on the starting line. Kelly's going to round 2. Winning time at the top end, 895 on the 893 dial for the win. Chuck Lynn goes 0-2 red gives it up right there. Drills his dial in 761.1, but it doesn't matter when you turn on the red light before you even leave the starting line. All right, Ken Clements is up next. The American Dream Design Build Custom Dragster in the Cornwall Tools lane. He's dialed at 858. Going to give up a little bit of a handicap start to the 890 dial on the dragster here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Ken powers through for the win. 860 on the 858 dial. As a great 8,000 of a second reaction time carries him on to victory. Mark Gillespie goes through with an 892 on the 890 dial for the loss in the NC Caterpillar lane. That concludes Dragsters, Dragsters, Altereds, and Roadsters. Here comes Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Al Chin, 64 Chevy Nova Wagon. Dave Wakefield, 72 Chevrolet Chevelle. It's Al Chin picking up the win as he goes 915 on the 914 dial for the win. Dave Wakefield breaks out with a 953 on the 958 dial. Looks like here's Daniel Higgelson. 78 El Camino. I think he's supposed to be racing Chad's Bergusi's Nova. It looks like Chad's Nova had some problems. You can see him pushing it down there in the staging lanes. It's too bad. Anyway, Daniel thinks it's great. He goes 955 for the win after a 007. Not secret agent, but a red light off the starting line. Here's John Berger, 1990 Beretta out of Yakima, Washington, with an 807 dial in. He's going to give a little more than a 2-second handicap start to Gary Ermish. Beautiful green 68 Camaro, rally striped up over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Nice wheels up one, Gary. John settles in, heads down track. Oh, Gary, red by 9 thousandths. I missed that for a second. Well, John Berger is coming back into round 2 with his Beretta, going 812 on the 807 dial. Gary Ermish, if they are counting it going the wrong direction, has got that $50. He's got a 009 red and a 10.012 on his 10.03 dial. Chris Ormsby picking up the win as he goes 10.09 on the 10.05. Brian Horn's losing effort at 10.51 on the 10.44 dial. Dean Kaufman in his 69 El Camino down in 11.04 is going to get a handicap start over Robert Strom here, about a second and a half. His 93 Mustang. 965, and Robert Strome's Mustang is good for the win. Losing effort for Dean Kaufman, 1102 on the 1104 dial. Hey, we are looking for motorcycle buyback, staging lane 6, please. Motorcycle buyback participants, we need you in staging lane 6, please. Motorcycle buyback to staging lane 6, please. We're also going to make first call for Sportsman round 2. Now, if you won in buyback or you won in round 1 Sportsman, you need to come into round 2 Sportsman right now, staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, all Sportsman buyback winners and all Sportsman round 1 winners, we need you to pull back into staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 2, please. Todd Sims, red light comes on for him by 7/1000ths of a second, puts him out of competition. Michelle Lewis picks up the win as she goes 875 on the 876 dial for the win. Darren Van Diest is up next with his 66 Chevy Nova, taking on Jeremy Waterman with the 67 model Nova over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both of them running mid 8-second runs here, 8:53 for Darren, 8:65 for Jeremy. We got a great race going here. Oh my, both of them just killing the tree too. Ouch. This is going to be a good race to the finish line. Who's it going to be? Jeremy picking up the win in a double breakout race as well. Jeremy goes 864-2 on the 865 dial for the win. Darren a little further under as he goes 851-1 on the 853 dial for the loss. So congratulations to Jeremy on that one. And Darren's pretty darn close to getting that $50 for the best losing effort, I think, on that one. That's he was mighty close. Once again, motorcycle buyback, staging lane 6, please. Motorcycle buybacks, we need you in staging lane 6. And we're looking for Sportsman, round 2, staging lanes 1 and 2. Now, keep in mind, if you won in Sportsman buyback or you won in Sportsman round 1, you're all in Sportsman round 2, and we need you all in staging lanes 1 and 2 right now, please. Once again, Sportsman winners in buyback and Sportsman winners in round 1, we need all of you to come back for Sportsman round 2 and staging lanes 1 and 2 right now. There's Jeremy Waterman. No, I take that back. This is Dave Barcelone going on a single run down the racetrack. He goes 10-16 on the 10-17 dial for the win, and it looks like Terry Wilcox, so his car is sitting in front of the staging lanes there, and I guess he was unable to make the call. So that gives us one more in the Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Doug Whitmore, the Armstrong Performance Center 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Going to luck of the draw and an advancement into round number 2 of Super Pro Eliminations. 899-1 on the 9 flat dial for Doug. He's looking strong. Going into round 2, Super Pro Door Car. All right, final call. Motorcycle buybacks. We're coming to you now. You need to be in staging lane 6. Final call. Motorcycle buybacks. All right, looking for Sportsman round 2, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman round 2, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, Sportsman, if you picked up a win in round 1 or you picked up a win in the buyback, you are all in round 2, and we need you in the lanes right now. Once again, all Sportsman winners from round 1 and all Sportsman winners from buyback, we need you in the staging lanes right now for round 2. That'll work the same for Pro and Super Pro and Motorcycle. All of the winners in the buyback go into round 2. One pair in your motorcycle buyback. You got Darren Anderson on his 2013 CX-10R, taking on William Nitta in his 2008 Hayabusa, sponsored by Bardol. Oh, Darren's read off the starting line, and William is going into round 2 motorcycle. His winning time on that pass, 9:34, right on his dial, and good for the win, 140 miles an hour. Darren Anderson, a breakout and a red light, and it just wasn't his day here, even in the buyback. Well, OMG, they are making an outstanding barbecue pork sandwich over there at the snack bar today. So if you were a little hungry and you want to grab yourself a bite, it is fantastic. I had Dane from our Four Horsemen Concessions bring me up one to test samples, since it's something that I have never tried before. Man, it's good. Barbecued pork. It's got the coleslaw on top kind of thing. Really yummy. So if you want one, they're available at the snack bar. Looks like no waiting line right now. You can run over and grab one. They've of course got the BLT sandwiches that I also tried. Also fantastic. Highly recommend those if you like a BLT. They've got ice cream if you want to get a little sweet treat, kind of top off your lunch if you already had lunch. Of course, they got Cokes and all those products and beers and all that fun stuff, and even ice cream over at the concession stand. All right, we're about ready to get back to some more racing here at the second annual Bracket Kings Showdown, brought to you by Fred Hoffman and all those great people who have donated to the cause as well. And we are looking for last call for our Sportsman Round 2 participants to staging lanes 1 and 2. Last call. Sportsman Round 2 participants staging lanes 1 and 2. Now this includes all winners of the buyback and all winners in round 1. We need you all back into staging lane numbers 1 and 2 for this second round of eliminations. At this time we'll make first call for Pro Bracket Round 2, staging lanes 3 and 4. First call for Pro Bracket Round 2, staging lanes 3 and 4. Again, this will include all winners of the Pro Buyback and all winners of Pro First Round. You are all now in second round Pro, which we are looking for in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, all Pro second rounders, which includes everyone who won in buyback and everyone who won round 1. We need you in staging lanes 3 and 4 for your second round of eliminations, please. Some of those great folks helping to make the Bracket Kings possible again this year are the good guys from Ballard Lock and Key. That's Robert Stone. Earl Cunningham Racing. Of course, Bardall and their great family of products. Of course, Fred Hoffman Racing, who really is coordinating and putting all this together. Mark Hentges and his Airtime Aviation crew, who have donated both money and prizes. Motor Oil Supply Company, who gave so many cases of motor oil to us to give away door prizes, my goodness. Also Arlen Stringer from Performance Parts as well. So thank you. That's like a third of the folks who helped make this happen, and I'll keep talking more about them as we go on through the rounds here, but I wanted to give you at least a few of them before we get into round number 2 of Sportsman. First pair pulling forward in round 2, you got Brian Sebring. His Ford here on the tower side of the racetrack. The little Mustang's dialed in with a 1357. And he's facing off against Kenny O'Keefe over there in the Malibu 69 Chevelle. Backed by Federal Way Automotive, HMS, Budget Blinds, Sunrise Dental, Pearson Chiropractic, all those good folks helping Kenny out. He dialed in 1206. So second and a half handicap start for Brian over Kenny. Ward versus Chevrolet. Brian's off in his Ford. Here comes Kenny in the Chevrolet. Top end, it's a double breakout race. Both racers going a little quicker than they thought, but Kenny O'Keefe is closer to his dial. He's only under by 8 thousandths as he goes 12.052 on the 12.06 dial for the win. Brian Sebring's day is done, unfortunately, with a 13.53 on the 13.57 for a breakout here on the NC Caterpillar side. Gordon Rust up next, 69 Chevrolet Chevelle, dialed in 12.05. He's going to give up more than 2 1/4 second handicap start to Bo Bergstrom, 79 Camaro, over there on the Cornwall Tools lane. Chevelle trying to chase down the Camaro. getting pretty close as they approach the finish line. And he does do it. Gordon Russ picks up the win, 12-13 on the 12:04 dial for the win. A 14:43 on a 14:38 losing effort for Bo Bergstrom. All right, Jack Biscay up next in his Chevrolet Nova, dial 1285. Give up a little bit of a handicap start of about a quarter of a second to Art Kirby. 65 Ford Falcon over in the Cornwall Tools lane. And Jake Biscay picks up the win. He drills his dial in right on the money, 1285.3 on the 1285 dial for the win. Art Kirby breaking out as he is trying to stay out in front. Goes 1302 on the 1304 dial for the loss. Rick Green's up next with his 94 Mustang, dial 1254. He'll get a slight handicap start of about a quarter second over Gary Howe Jr. The 71 Skylark in the Cornwall Tools lane. Gary Howe Jr. with the win, 12:26 on a 12:20 dial for the win. Losing effort for Rick Green at 12:55 on a 12:54 dial. Maurice Castro in the 79 Monte Carlo here in the NC Cat side of the racetrack, dialed in 13:52. It's about a 1 second handicap start over Don the Worm Elgin in that 74 Pontiac Grand Am over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. All right, both staged and ready to go. And here they come. Pontiac trying to close the gap on the Chevrolet now. Pro Bracket buyback, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Bracket round 2, I'm sorry. Pro Bracket round 2, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bracket round 2 to the staging lanes, please. Maurice Castro picks up the win, going 13:60 on a 13:52 dial for the win. Don the Worm goes 12:62 on a 12:58 dial in a losing effort on the Cornwall Tools side. Ryder Biscay and his pickup truck are dialed in with a 1569. He's going to get just a little more than a couple second handicap start over Gary Gandy Jr., who's in the Ford Mustang for Cornwall Tools lane. $13.91 is good for the win for Gary Gandy Jr. and his Ford. Ryder Biscay's pickup truck goes 1581 on the 1569 dial in a losing effort here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Pair of Ford Mustangs pulling up the starting line now. Jeff Jackson Jr. with the Happy Donut 68 Ford Mustang here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 12:48. It's a heads-up race against Brian Thompson's 90 Mustang. Also dialed in to the 12:48. $12.50 on the 12:48 dial is good for the win for Brian Thompson after he drilled a 002 reaction time off the starting line. Jeff Jackson goes through with a 12:61 on a 12:48 in a losing effort in the NC Cat lane. Here's Mark Biscay in the 57 Chevrolet wagon taking on Al Young. The Plymouth GTX, sponsored by Bardall over in the Cornwall Tools lane. Almost identical reaction times off the starting line for these two racers. Now Young picks up the win, going 12:07 on the 12:04 dial. Losing effort for Mark Biscay's 57 Chevy wagon at 12:05 on the 12:02 dial. So there you go. Sportsman round two complete. Looking for Pro round two to the staging lanes, please. Pro round two to the staging lanes, please. This would, of course, include all winners in the buyback round and all winners in round one. You're all in round two Pro, and we need you all into staging lanes. It looks like 3, 4. Well, again, I will remind you, if you won one of our fabulous door prizes donated by all the folks who have made this second annual Bracket Kings event possible, you do need to pick up those prizes over in Fred Hoffman's pit area. You'll see the blue awning and all that. He'll get you set up a prize, your picture, all that fun stuff. So, again, the names of the winners, if you haven't been over to see Fred yet, are Angela Peterson, Dwayne Knudsen, Dan Fainer, Alan Meacham, Casey Reed, Robert Way, Dustin Ward, Joshua Wilcox, John Galecki, Jess Dale, Kenny Young, Pat Keating, Darren Deest, Van Deest, Brian McGinnis, Michael Sherman, Doug Whitmore, Dustin Martin, Brian Horn, Tim Sherrill, Bill Hart, Danny Hodder, Lane Savar, Megan Gaynor, James Van Cleve, Danny Meyer, Aaron Vonsack, David Hansen, Ken Ward, Chris Ormsby, Robert Way, Aaron Bergstrom, Jeff Mill, Cassie Langley, Brad Burton, Brian Seaver, Toya Nitta, Kenny O'Keefe, Greg Smith, Darren Anderson, Jim Wary, Rob Lindley, Keith Kaufman, and Rick Green. You've all won prizes and all need to go over and see Fred Hoffman in his trailer to get them picked up. All right, back to action. Pro Bracket round two. Aaron Williams picks up the win in his 67 Chevrolet Chevelle as he drills his dial-in 1061.9 on the 1061 dial and a brilliant 003 reaction time off the starting line. Travis losing effort over there at the Cornwall Tools Lane. Up next, Ken Ward, his 70 Challenger dial. Best losing packages in the buyback round for Sportsman and Pro. Well, Eric unfortunately puts himself out of competition here in the second round as he turns on the red light in that 280Z car. Ken Ward is good for the win with an 1173 on the 1168 dial.
bracket round 2 participants, we need you back in the staging lanes, please. Final call. Pro bracket round 2 participants to the staging lanes, please. We need all winners from the buyback and all winners from round 1 into round 2, please.
Once again, all winners
From buyback and all winners from round 1. We need you in the staging lanes for pro bracket round 2. Final call. Final call to the staging lanes for pro bracket round 2. Jason Cooper picks up the win, 1025 in his 1020 dial, and takes the win. Mike Driscoll's up next. Beautiful SS69 Chevrolet Camaro with the rally stripes dialed in 1007. He gets about a second handicap start.
Aston Martin 67 Chevrolet Chevelle from GM Honest Performance over there in the Cornwall Tools lane.
913 on the 910 dial, and Dustin Martin advances into round 3 of Pro Bracket. Losing effort for Mike Driscoll, 1010 on the 1007 dial here in the NC Cat lane. Brian Horn's up next with his 1970 Challenger, going up against Dustin Ward and his 67 Plymouth Barracuda over there in Cornwall Tools lane. Brian Horn goes red with an 013 red light. Dustin Ward has the Barracuda. Good for the win. Breaks out with a 1126 on the 1130 dial. Still good for the win after the red light of Brian Horn. Jeff Staley's up next, 66 Chevrolet El Camino with a 1003 dial. We'll get a slight handicap start of almost half a second over Daniel Heggelson's 78 El Camino in the Cornwall Tools lane. $10.03 for Jeff in the 66 El Camino, and he takes the win. Both of them break it out, but Jeff closer to his dial as Daniel Heggelson goes 952.5 on his 956 dial in a losing effort in the duel of El Caminos. Dave Garvin's up next with his 69 Ford Mustang, taking on Cooper Chun in the Dragster in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dave's going to get a handicap start of almost a second over Cooper Dragster. Dragster trying to chase down the Mustang. Can't do it. Mustang's good for the win for Dave Carmen. 1015 on a 1014 dial. Losing effort for Cooper's Dragster 922 on a 921 dial. Gary Invocation's up next. 67 Plymouth Satellite from American Dream Design and Build. Rada Paint. Facing off against the former world champ Brad Burton in his 72 Pontiac Stalker over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Gary's going to get a handicap start of about 3/4 of a second or so for Brad's wheel-standing Pontiac. First call, round 2, Super Pro, Dragsters, Altereds, and Bikes. Staging lanes 1 and 2. Dragsters, Altereds, Roadsters, and Bikes. Super Pro. Need you in staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Dragsters, Altereds, Bikes only. Super Pro, round 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Again, this is buyback winners and first round winners. We need you back for staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 2, please. Gary Ensworth goes through and drills his dial in for the win with that satellite 1125 is the win. James Van Cleve is up next with a 72 Maverick, dialed in 1039 to take on Greg Keelman's 69 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in with a 1055.
Both of them popping the wheels off the starting line as they launch hard, head down track. About a tenth of a second difference in reaction time on this one, though, so pretty easily goes to Greg Kielman, who goes 1060 on a 1055 dial for the win. James Van Cleef drilled his dial in 10398 on the 1039 dial, but he gave up a tenth of a second on the starting line, and that gave enough for Greg to take the win. Brian McGinnis up next in his 56 Chevrolet, going up against Gary Howe Jr. That 71 Skylark over there in the Cornwall Tools side. That's the quarter second difference in these two dial-ins. Once again, if you're running Super Pro, Dragsters, Alters, Roadsters, Motorcycles, and you're in round 2 because you wanted buyback or you wanted round 1, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, Alters, Roadsters, Motorcycles, and Super Pro, round 2 participants, we need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Brian McGinnis picking up the win on this one, 10-10 on the 1009 dial for the win. Gary Howe Jr. breaks out for the loss with a 12-18 on the 1220 dial in the Cornwall Tools lane. Here's Kenny O'Light O'Keefe with his 1205 dialed 69 Malibu. Take it on Dan Wheeland in his 2001 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Dan's going to give almost a couple second handicap start to Kenny before he tries to chase him down. Kenny's still out in front, but here comes that hard-running pickup truck. Timer set. Both of them go a little too fast, but Dan's closer to the dial-in with a 10:35.4 on a 10:37 dial. Kenny goes under further with a 12:02.3 on the 12:05 dial. Alan Meacham's up next with his Pacific Power and Battery 62 Chevrolet Nova, also backed by Federal Way Automotive. Dialed in with a 1029. He'll take on Zach Zerberg, 68 Camaro, over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, Zach turns on the red light, puts himself out of competition, and Alan Meacham's coming back with a 10:28.9 on the 10:29 dial for the win. Brian Thompson in his 90 Mustang, dialed in with a 1246, will take on Craig Smith in his 95 Z28 Camaro, dialed in with a 1310 over the Cornwall Tools lane. $13.11 on a 13:10 dial and a brilliant 002 reaction time carry Craig Smith on to the win in that Z28 Camaro down the Cornwall Tools lane. Brian Thompson was looking tough too, 12:49 on 12:46 dial with a great 5,000s reaction time, but it just wasn't close enough as the car didn't quite run as close to the number. Brian Seaberg's Mustang is heading down next. 13:53 the dial. Taking on Mark Biscay, who had to wait patiently and now trying to close the gap of about a second and a half. And his 57 Chevy wagon in the Cornwall Tools lane. Top in charge, it says Brian Seaberg takes the win in the Mustang. 13:56 on a 13:53 dial. Mark Biscay breaks out running 12:03.5 on a 12:05 dial in a losing effort down the Cornwall Tools lane. Here's Skeeter Keen, 68 Chevrolet Chevelle, getting ready to take on the 61 Pontiac Tempest of David Hansen. A little more than a second handicap start for Skeeter over David's Pontiac. Oh, David goes red by just 5/1000ths of 1 second. Skeeter Keen automatically won in this one and runs through with a 10:37 on the 10:36 dial. Once again, if you're a dragster, roadster, altered, motorcycle running in round number 2 of Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Once again, round 2 Super Pro for dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles. We need you in staging lanes 1 and 2. Remember, if you picked up a win in the buyback or you picked up a win in round 1, that means you're in round 2, and we need you in the lanes, please. Here's Matt Kielman with his 70 Chevrolet Nova taking on Dan Frainer and his 68 Chevrolet Camaro. Nice wheels up launch for Matt Kielman as the Nova settles down and heads down track. And Matt picks up the win on this one, 10:31 on the 10:29 dial for the win. Losing effort for Dan Frainer's Camaro is a 10:12 on the 10:08 dial. Here's Al Young. Is Bardall sponsored, Plymouth GTX dialed in a 1210, taking on the beautiful 70 Mustang of Darrell Hurst over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 975. Well, both drivers leaving the starting line too early on that one, but it's Darrell Hurst who was closer to the green and takes the win. He goes 985 at the top end. Al Young breaking out with a 1218 on the 1210 dial. John Langley, 69. Oh, I take that back. It's Cassidy. That's right. Cassidy's driving this one today. Dialed in 1217, taking on Billy Gibbs in that Pontiac G6 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Once again, looking for dragsters, altereds, roadsters, motorcycles in Super Pro Round 2. The staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, altereds, roadsters, motorcycles Round 2. Super Pro. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Cassidy Langley picking up the win here as she goes 12:19 on the 12:17 dial for the win. Billy Gibbs, Pontiac red lights off the starting line, and his day here in round 2. All right, first call for Super Pro door cars. Back to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. First call, round 2, Super Pro door cars. Back to staging lanes 3 and 4. Remember, round 2 includes all winners from the buyback and all winners from round 1. All winners from buyback and all winners from round 1. We need you back into the staging lanes for Super Pro Door Slammer. Super Pro Door Cars. Round 2. We need you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. right, final call if you're running in Super Pro, a dragster, a roadster, an altered, a motorcycle. We need you in the staging lanes. We're running your class right now, round 2. Once again, final call for Super Pro. Staging lanes 1 and 2 if you're in a dragster or an altered or a roadster or a bike. Final call. We're running your class now. Also looking for round 2 Super Pro door cars. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 2 Super Pro door cars. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. This will include all winners in buyback and all winners in round 1. You are in round 2, and we need you back in Super Pro door car. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Wild Wade Archer dialed in with an 890. Going to give it a little bit of a handicap start to William Nitty's Hayabusa over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Wow, 1/1000th of 1 second difference in the reaction times. This is going to be a race at the finish line. And it's Wade Archer picking up the win in a double breakout race. He's under by 7 thousandths with an 8893 on the 890 dial. William Nitty under by a little more, 2 thousandths more as he goes 934.1 on a 935 dial. Man, tough race there, decided by 2 1/1000ths of 1 second. Starting line says we got a little bit of something dripped up there on the line, so we're going to clean that up before we run the next pair, of course. And while I got a point, I will remind you that, man, I'm still enjoying the last few bites of my barbecue sandwich from our great Hoffman concession stand over there in the main pit area, the green black building. We got the open sign going and all that good stuff. Jim Weary is taking a single run down, and that may have been intentional. I'm not quite sure. 861, 139 miles an hour on that pass. Oh, no, I see he was going to race John Kolecki here, but it was John who was leaking a little bit of fluid and got disqualified, unfortunately for him. And tough way to lose. Jim goes on to the next round. Super Pro Eliminator. Once again, final call if you're running a dragster, a roadster, an altered, or a motorcycle in Super Pro. We're running your class now for round 2. You should be in staging lanes 1 and 2. We are also looking for round 2 of Super Pro door cars to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 2 Super Pro door cars, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, round 2 includes all winners from your buyback and all winners from round 1. Once again, thanks to the folks who have been making this event possible for us here. So many folks donating great door prizes and money for prize money and extra bonus money for best package and all sorts of great stuff. So special thanks to, of course, Fred Hoffman Racing, who put this all together. Competition specialties, performance coatings, and Brad Gunn, GZ Motorsports, Carter Volkswagen and Subaru, Tom Brown Auto Body, Archer Construction, Tony Arthur Racing, Federal Radiator and Automotive, and Ron Buchholz's crew, Dave Barcelone and Dave Barcelone Trucktown, TSR Racing Transmissions, and Pacific Power and Batteries, and Frank Nelson. Thank you all so much, along with all the others that I mentioned earlier, for all your donations and kind to make this a wonderful event here, the second annual Bracket King Showdown, presented by Fred Hoffman and run right here at Pacific Raceways. My second time, it's been a fun event. And we got more to come, as we're just in round 2. Super Pro. The dragsters, halters, roadsters, and motorcycles pulling forward now. Looks like we got cleanup done, and we're ready to get back to some more action. Double winner at the National Open. Dale Green and his DG Machine Shops dragster lighting up tires over there on the Cornwall Tool side. Kelly Savar here in the NC Cat Lane. All right, listen up, Sportsman and Pro, you are laddering next round, and they are being posted on the base of the timing tower right now. Attention all Sportsman and Pro racers, you are laddered for the next round, and your pairings are now being posted on the base of the timing tower. Sportsman and Pro, you're on a ladder, check your pair and see who it is on the base of the timing tower, please. Ready to go. Kelly Savar on clean and green. Here comes Dale Green. Oh my goodness. 1/1000th of 1 second different in the reaction times. A great race going here. And Kelly Savar picks up the win as she drills that dial in 8958 on the 895 dial. She even had Dale Green by 1/1000th on the reaction time. 713.9 on a 711 dial for Dale Green in the losing effort for the Cornwall Tools lane. Megan Gaynor's up next with her dragster here in the NC Cat side with a 738 dial. Taking on Ken Clement and his American Dream Design Build Custom dragster over there in the Cornwall Tool lane. Ken getting a little more than a second handicap start over Megan, who now tries to close the gap on him. Top in charge. Megan taking the win. 740 on a 738 dial. Ken goes 862 on an 859 in the losing effort over on the Cornwall side of the racetrack. Danny Howard's up next with his Spitzer chassis dragster dialed in 885. He's going to get 3/4 or a little plus handicap start over John Theophilus, dialed in 759 in the Cornwall Tool lane. $762, and John Theophilus good for the win after a brilliant 009 reaction time off the starting line. Danny Hodder goes through 888 on an 885 for a losing effort on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Giovanni Colecci going up against Kevin Reddick. Both of them double O off the starting line. Great race here. Kevin Reddick drills the dial in to boot to take the win. 8-11-4. An 8-11 dial for the win. Giovanni goes a little under by 8/1000ths with an 8-17-2 on the 8-18 dial. So for 8 racing there, man. Kevin Reddick going on to the next round. Cooper Chudd up next with the 99 Mullis chassis dragster dialed in 817, going up against the fastest man on the premises, Don Sefton, and that blown 2016 TNT dragster dialed in with a brutal 679 200 mile per hour plus car. Aspirated dragster off, blown dragster off. Ooh, man, 5,000ths of a second difference in the reaction times. Top man, who's it going to be? Don Sefton taking the win, running 680 on his 679 dial. Cooper John was close. He went 618 on the 617 dial. Margin of victory on this one. 11 10,000ths of a second. Man, what a great race you just saw there. Incredible. Lane Savar's up next in his dragster, taking on Yasha Wilcox over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Lane, already a 20-year-old now, going to try to school the 17-year-old Yasha on how it goes. Pretty close here, 734, 749 for the dials. Lane Savar picking up the win as he goes 735 on the 734 dial for the win. A breakout loss over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Looks like we got one more. The Altered of Austin Calhoun, the 23T, going to make a single pass down here to complete our dragsters, Altereds, Roadsters, and Motorcycles section of Super Pro. Before we move into Super Pro door cars. Hey, if you're running motorcycles, we need you pull into staging lane number 6, please. Round 2 motorcycles, staging lane number 6. This will include all winners of the buyback and all the winners of round 1. You're all in round 2. Motorcycles, round 2, we need you in staging lane number 6. Motorcycles, round 2, we need you into staging lane number 6, please. Motorcycles to the lanes, round 2. 897 on the 890 dial as Alston Calhoun goes just 3,000ths under his prediction on a single run and goes into the next round, round 3 of Super Pro, dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles. All right, listen up, Sportsman. You are on a ladder for third round, so we need you pairing up at the backs of the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman, you are on a ladder for round 3. We need you pairing up at the backs of the staging lanes, please. Sportsman, round 3. Pair up at the backs of staging lanes 1 and 2 with your pair. Motorcycles need all round 2 motorcycle racers, staging lane number 6, please. All round 2 motorcycle bracket racers, staging lane number 6, please. This will include all winners of our buyback round and all winners of round 1. We need you to the lanes, please. Here we go, round 2, Super Pro door cars getting ready to face off. Al Chin and his wheel stand in 64 Chevy Nova wagon here in the NC Cat lane, dialed in with a 915. He actually gets the handicap start of about 3/4 of a second over Tom McGuire's hard running flame-clad 66 Nova over here in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with an 834. Oh, Tom, red light to match the red card. He's out here in round number 2. Al Chin picking up the win. Runs great run, 916 on his 915 dial with an 02 light tip. Started off. Tom went red by 01. Tough one. Up next, David Knutson and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro dialed in 10:05. It's about a half a second handicap start over Daniel Heckelson's 78 Chevrolet El Camino. Cornwall Tools lane. All right, both drivers clean and green and headed down the racetrack. David Knudsen picks up the win, 10-10 on the 10:05 dial. Losing effort for Daniel Hegelson is a 9:64 on the 9:52 dial.
Rick Johnson,
78 Ford Pinto, 1048 going up against Ron Norris and his 90 Beretta with an 872 dial. About a second three-quarter handicap start for the Ford over the Chevrolet. Both stations ready to go. Three comes down. There goes Rick. There goes Ron. 876 on the 872 dial is good for the win for Ron Norris after a brilliant 004 reaction time off the starting line. Rick Johnson goes 1188 on the 1048 dial for the big problem-filled run there, and easy win for Ron Norris. Frank Nelson Jr. up next, 67 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in with a 1014. Will face off against Jim Mabry and his 75 Chevrolet Vega, Cornwall Tools wagon, the Vega wagon. Red light, fast Frank is 4 thousandths of a second too early, puts him out of competition. Jim Mabry drills his dial in for the win, 9.170 on the 917 dial. He's going on to round number 3. All right, Super Pro, dragsters, roadsters, alters, and bikes. Your ladder for third round is now being posted. Once again, Super Pro, roadsters, alters, dragsters, and motorcycles. Your ladder for third round is being posted right now at the base of the timing tower. Find out your pair. Get ready to pair up for round 3. Speaking of round 3, Sportsman racers, we need you pairing up at the back of the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman racers, you are on a ladder, and we need you pairing up at the back of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Dave Monsas goes through with a 968. Takes the win. Here's Mike Sherman, 63 Dodge 330 with dial at 1122, taking on Randy Brown. That's 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Innovation Design, Swift Tools. Top in charge, it's Randy Brown taking the win as he goes 909 on his 908 dial and drills a brilliant 002 reaction time off the starting line. Mike Sherman just behind on every marker. Starting line, finish line as he goes 1131 on the 1122 dial. Chris Ormsby's up next. 69 Chevrolet Nova on the 1004 dial takes on Bruce White with the 997 dial on the Advanced Management Camaro over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Powering down the racetrack, Chris Ormsby picks up the win, running 1007 on the 1004 dial for the win. Bruce White's losing effort is a 999 on the 997 dial in the Cornwall Tools lane. Super Pro Door Car Round 2 continuing. Robert Strome doing the driving of his 93 Mustang here, dialed in 941. Will face off against Rob Lindley in the 63 Chevy Nova, dialed in 893 over there on the Cornwall Tools side. Once again, motorcycles, staging lane 6, please. Motorcycles, staging lane 6. We're coming to you next for round 2 eliminations. Rob Lindley takes the win as he goes 894 on the 893 dial after a brilliant 009 reaction time. Robert Strome with a 942 on the 941 dial. Unfortunately, losing effort for him. 874 on the 874 dial. Just Dale is rocking on to round number 3. Michelle Lewis, the Infinity Coach's Chevy Nova, ran just a touch fast with an 8753 on the 876 dial for the loss. Once again, Sportsman, we need you paired up at the back of the staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 3. Sportsman racers, you need to be pairing up at the back of the staging lanes 1 and 2 for round number 3 eliminations, please. Here's Tim Shrodell on the 81 Oldsmobile Cutlass taking on Jeff Jackson's 68 Ford Mustang. Here's Lonnie Sharkey, 66 Chevy Nova, taking on Dave Barcelone in his 67 model of the same kind of Nova. Both these guys out of Bremerton. Probably not too far apart over there. Getting ready to take each other on down the racetrack. Top end, it's Lonnie Sharkey picking up the win as he drills his dial in 9772 on the 977 dial for the win. Dave Barcelone breaking out by a mere 8/1000ths of 1 second, going 1016.2 on the 1017 dial for the loss. Here's the guy who brought it all to you today, Fast Freddie Hoffman and his 67 Camaro. The big black car dialed in with a 1014. Taking on Dan Frainer's 68 Camaro with a 1015 dial. Darn near a heads-up race here. Dan tries to take too much advantage on the starting line and draws the red light. So Fast Freddie Hoffman going on to round number 3 of Super Pro. Runs it through the top end, 1010 on his 1014 dial. And a winning effort. John Brunner's up next, the 90 Chevrolet Beretta dialed in with a quick 811. Will give a slight handicap start to the hard-running 80 Pinto of Bill Hurd, dialed in with an 895. Red light for Bill Hurd and that Pinto means John Berger's taking the win. Nice run, 812 on his 811 dial for the win in the Beretta. Up next is Doug Whitmore and his Armstrong Performance Center 67 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in with an 899. He's going to get a little bit of a handicap start over Jeremy Waterman, who's 67 Nova's over there at the Cornwall Tools Lane. Nice clean start from both racers. Find out what happens as they power towards the finish line. Top end, Jeremy Waterman with the win as he drills the dial in right on the money. 863.5 on the 863 dial for the win. Doug Whitmore a better light off the starting line by about 300ths of a second, but manages a 903 on the 899 dial. A little slip in performance. Puts him on the trailer here in round number 2. David Hansen's up next, the 61 Pontiac Tempest, dialed 924, and tries to chase down Wayne Savar in that 79 Chevy Malibu over there in the Cornwall Tools Lane. First call pro, we need you pairing up at the back of the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder for third round. First call pro bracket racers, you're on a ladder. We need you pairing up at the back of the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket to the back of the lanes to pair up for round number 3, please. Pro bracket to the back of the lanes, please. Well, one car left to run here in Super Pro Door Slammer, and that's Dustin Martin. GM Honest Performance 67 Chevrolet Chevelle. Nice 019 light off the starting line. At the top end, he goes 919 at 129 miles an hour to advance into round number 3. All right, motorcycle round 2, we're coming to you next. You need to be on your bikes and ready to go. Once again, if you are a Sportsman round 3 competitor, you should be already paired up and ready to go in staging lanes 1 and 2. And if you're a Pro Bracket round 3 participant, you need to start pairing up at the backs of staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Bracket round number 3. We need you paired up at the back of staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Bracket to the staging lanes, please, for round 3. Wesley Walker on that 73 Kawasaki 872. Oh, Wesley's too early out the starting line by 8/1000ths of 1 second. William Nitta is on the green side of the line by 8/1000ths of a second and takes the win with a 9:33.3 on a 9:34 dial. Motorcycle round 2 continuing with the next couple bikes pulling up here towards the starting line. Josh Johnson, 1015 dial on his 86 Suzuki GSXR. Will face off against Donna Johnson on her 02 GSXR over the Cornwall Tools lane. Well, looks like Josh has already driven around Donna. If he doesn't break out, he should have this and does. 1020 on the 1015 dial for the win. Donna Johnson's losing effort is 1105 on the 1096 dial. Jim Weary's up next. The INS Tax Service 2012 ZX14R will face off against Stacy Hesh in the 83 Suzuki GS in the Cornwall Tools lane. Oh my goodness. One of these two riders has scored a perfect reaction time off the starting line, and it was Stacy Hesh who carries that to victory with a double breakout win of an 868.0 on the 869 dial. Jim Weary under farther with a 957 on the 960 dial with a not bad 018 light himself. Good, tough racing here. Round number 2 motorcycle bracket. Round 3 Sportsman coming up for you next. Once again, round 3 Pro Bracket racers. We need you paired up at the back of the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder. Round 3 Pro. We need you paired up at the back of the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder this round. And a reminder, those of you who are in the Super Pro class, Dragsters, Roadsters, Alters, motorcycles, your ladder is posted at the base of the timing tower, and we'll be asking you to pull in shortly. Get your bearings figured out. Get ready to go. All right, Brian Thompson, 90 Mustang with 1246 dial on the window. Going to get just a little bit of a handicap start, maybe a quarter second or so over Al Young, who's got his Bardall Plymouth GTX dialed in with a 1212 in the Cornwall Tools lane. Al stage ready to go. Brian finally bumps in, and here we go. Both drivers clean and green and only separated by 1/1000th of 1 second. This is going to be a race to the finish line here. Who's going to drive the finish line better is what this is going to come down to. Dead even almost off the start. It's Al Young taking the win with a 12:13 on a 12:12 dial. Brian Thompson 12:48 on the 12:46 dial in a losing effort by a margin of 1/100th of a second. Al Young comes out your winner in that tough pair. Gordon Rust up next with his 69 Chevrolet Chevelle here in the NC Cat lane. Going up against Gary Howe Jr., 71 Buick Skylark over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Gary Howe Jr. drilling the dial in 12:29 on a 12:20 for the win. Gordon Rust not quite enough as he goes 12:10 on a 12:06 dial in the losing effort. Maurice Castro up next, 79 Chevy Monte Carlo with 13:54 dial, going up against Jake Biscay in his Chevrolet Nova over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Oh, Jake, 6/1000th of 1 second too early off the starting line, but that puts him on the trailer here in round number 3. Maurice Castro's winning effort, 45 on a 13:54 dial. He'll have to adjust that dial for the next round. Kenny White O'Keefe and his 69 Chevrolet Malibu dialed in 12:01. Taking on Gary Gandy Jr. in the Ford Mustang dialed in 13:81. Powering through the traps at the top end. It's 13:87 for Gary Gandy Jr. and good for the win. The Ford Mustang. Kenny O'Keefe's losing effort is a 12:06 on the 12:01 dial on that pass. And that concludes round 3 of Sportsman. Once again, round 3 Pro Bracket, we need you pairing up in the backs of the staging lanes, please. Round 3 Pro, we need you pairing up in the backs of the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. Round 3 ladder has been posted at the base of the timing tower. Once again, Super Pro door cars, your ladder has been posted at the base of the timing tower. You can find out your pairs for pairing up for the next round. Also a note, all Super Pro competitors, beginning with next round, round 4, it will be a combined class where all dragsters, alters, roadsters, motorcycles, and door cars will run together as one Super Pro class. So keep that in mind. Super Pro, you combine next round. This round, you've got a ladder for door cars versus door cars, and dragsters versus dragsters. Pro Bracket, looking for you next.
Jerry. I knew that's what you were asking for. That's what I knew you were asking for. That's the only thing I have that you did that.
Super Pro, dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles. We need you pairing up at the back of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles. We need you pairing up at the back of staging lanes 1 and 2 for your third round of eliminations, please. Once again, dragsters, altereds, roadsters, and motorcycles in Super Pro. Start pairing up for round 3 at the back of staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Jason Cooper and his Ford Maverick getting ready to take on Greg Kilman and his 69 Camaro. Jason dialed in with a 1022. Greg with a 1056. Pro bracket, round 3. Staging ready to go, starting line. All right, they're both locked in. Ford versus Chevrolet, and they're off and running. Wow. Identical reaction times all the way down to the thousandths of a second on this pair. This is going to be a race to the finish line for these guys. And it's a 10:58 win for Greg Kielman's Camaro on his 10:56 dial. Jason Cooper a little further out as he runs 10:26 on his 10:22 dial for the loss. Brian Seberg's up next, 79 Ford Mustang taking on the 69 Mustang of Dave Garman over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dave, faster by more than 3 seconds, will give up a big handicap start here to the little 79 model. 69 pops those wheels up and starts charging hard towards the finish line. Let's see if he can catch that little 79. He does. 10:16 on a 10:15 dial for Dave Garman, who takes the win. Brian Seberg actually stayed out in front from beginning to end on that one, but he broke out doing it, going 13:47.8 on a 13:52 dial for a loss. Dave Garman held back a little bit, stayed good for the win. Ken Ward's up next as he's got the 70 Dodge Challenger dialed in 11:73. Going to give up a handicap start of almost half a second to Cassidy Langley, the 69 Ford Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Cassidy picking up another win as she goes 12:21 on her 12:19 dial for another win in that 69 Stang. Ken Ward just a little short with an 11:78 on the 11:73 dial for a loss here in the NC Cat lane. Gary Unsrud's up next, the American Dream Build Design Rada Paint 67 Satellite dialed at 11:25. Going to get about a second handicap start just under that over Dan Whelan's 2001 Chevy S10 pickup truck over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1037. 1/100th of a second difference in the reaction times, and it pays off for Dean Whelan, who goes 1093 on the 1039 on the 1037 dial for the win. Gary Insrud goes 1126 on the 1125 dial in a losing effort over in the NC Cat lane. Margin of victory on that one, 58/10,000ths of a second. Man, another great close race here in Pro Bracket as we roll through round number 3. Next pair getting ready to stage up on the starting line features Aaron Williams, 67 Chevrolet Chevelle. He's got a 1061 dial. He's taking on Dustin Woolard in that Plymouth Barracuda over there on the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with an 1130. So about three-quarters handicapped start for the Mopar over the Chevrolet here. And they're both off and running clean green. Again, just a touch over 1/100th of a second difference in the starting line advantage for one of these two racers. And at the top end, again it pays off as Dustin Ward goes 1132 on his 1130 dial for the win. Aaron Williams, a 1067 on the 1061 dial for a loss here on the NC Cat side of the racetrack. Alan Meacham's up next. The Pacific Power Battery 62 Chevy Nova dialed in 1029. Taking on Craig Smith in that 95 Z28 Camaro over on the Cornwall Tools side. So Craig getting almost a 3-second handicap start here. Alan waits patiently and takes off clean and green. Oh, Craig tried to get a little too much off the starting line and missed that red light for a second there. But he goes red and hands the victory over to Alan right off the starting line. Alan runs it out the back door and finds out he's got a little more than he thought. 1027.9 on the 1029 dial, but it's still good for the win. Darrell Hurst is up next. Love the candy apple on this 70 Mustang. Man, this thing's a beauty. I'll tell you what, I'm an old guy, so those louvers on the back kind of have a little warm spot in my heart, too. I know. Anybody who's probably born after the 1980s is like, what are those dumb things? But they were pretty happening back in the 80s, I'll tell you. Dustin Martin? Looks like he's got this one. Is there some kind of problem for Darrell Hurst's Mustang getting on the starting line there? Dustin Martin, a hard launch, and he's coasting it through, seeing that wind light, saving the parts for next round. So, an unimpressive run for us fans to watch, I'm afraid, on both behalves. But Dustin trying to hang on to those parts for next round and make sure he's running strong. So, there you go. 1857 winning effort at a whopping 34 miles an hour. All right, Matt Keelman, 1970 Chevrolet Nova, try to make this a better race as he takes on Skeeter Keen's 68 Chevrolet Chevelle. These guys, less than a tenth of a second difference in ET, so ought to be a good race here as they get staged up and ready to go on the starting line. Another big wheels up launch for Matt as that Nova goes heading down the racetrack. Good tight race. Both racers breaking out at the top end. But Skeeter Keen runs closer to his number as he only breaks out by 2/1000ths of 1 second, going 10.368 on the 1037 dial. Matt Keelman, 1027 on a 1029 goes under by the larger number, and thus goes to the trailer here in round number 3 of Pro. Jess Daly, beautiful 66 El Camino goes up against Brian McGinnis in the 56 Chevrolet Shoebox family race car over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Again, tight race here, less than a tenth of a second difference in the dials. Should be close all the way from beginning to end. Brian McGinnis with the win, 10:15 on the 10:10 dial after a brilliant 003 reaction time. Jeff Staley goes 10:03 on the 10:01 dial in a losing effort in that beautiful 66 El Camino. Once again, if you're in a dragster, a roadster, an altered, or a motorcycle, and you're running Super Pro Round 3, we need you pairing up at the back of the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, ulsters, roadsters, Super Pro, pairing up at the back of lane 3, please. Hey, once again, if you're running a dragster, altered, roadster, or a motorcycle, and you're running in round 3 Super Pro, we need you paired up in the staging lanes immediately, please. Dragsters, alters, roadsters, motorcycles, and Super Pro, we need you paired up for round 3, staging lanes 1 and 2 immediately, please. We're missing a few of you. Hey. Speaking of missing a few, we have a few folks who are missing out on their door prizes. Most people have claimed we've got a short list of those of you who have not yet gone to visit Fred and his pit area to pick up your cool door prizes. Those people are Eric Berg, car 663 OB, I think it is. David Harrison, 6653D. Ryan Horn, F670. Brett Irely, 66422. Casey Reed, R688. And Robert Wade, looks like. We need all of you to go pick up your door prizes with Fred Hoffman, please, in his pit area. Once again, cool door prizes are available, but you got to go pick them up. Eric Berg, David Harrison, Brian Horn, Brett Irely, Casey Reed, and Robert Wade. You all have door prizes still coming your way. So go pick them up at Fred Hoffman's pit area, please. All right, round 3, Super Pro door cars. We need you pairing up at the back, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 3, Super Pro door cars. We need you pairing up at the back, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 3, Super Pro door cars. Please pair up at the back, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Hey, you know, I want to remind you while I got a quiet second that we have something very special going on for you tomorrow morning. Many of you are probably spending the night and getting ready to race again tomorrow. And if you are here tomorrow morning, we have a fantastic chapel service being put on by Martin and Linda Schultz from Racers for Christ branch right here in the Seattle area. And this is a great subject that we could all use some help with, which is healing our nation. Obviously, our nation is pretty sick right now, both from a COVID experience level and all the things that are just going on that are having to do with that, whether it's financial or it's health or all the challenges that we're going through. And Martin and Linda have some great words of advice for you coming up at the chapel service tomorrow morning on healing yourself and healing our nation. It's going to be super safe and all that great stuff. It's golf cart seating. It'll be happening right outside the pro shop there, like they usually do. They're going to do a couple different presentations for you. If you're up early tomorrow morning and can make the 7:30, please do. And if you sleep in a little bit and you don't quite make that, there's one 45 minutes later at 8:15. But either way, attend one of those. Get some great words of advice and wisdom from Martin and Linda Schultz, our Racers for Christ chaplains right here in our own backyard. And a great sermon tomorrow on healing our nation. All done in a super socially distanced, COVID-safe way for you tomorrow morning outside the pro shop in your golf cart. So hope to see you there. It's going to be a great event. John Theophilus getting the luck of the draw and a single to advance into round number 4 of Super Pro dragster door car, dragsters, which will be combined with the door cars next round. He goes through 758 on the 760 number to advance. All right, here we go. First side-by-side pair in dragster Super Pro. Jim Weary on his INS Taxes bike. Going up against the fastest guy on the premises, Don Sefton, and his blown dragster over there on the Cornwall Tool side. Don Sefton drilling that dial again, 6-7-8-7 on the 678 dial for the win at a mild 92 miles an hour for him, as he was about 10 miles an hour faster than that earlier in the day. Jim Weary breaking out on his attempt to stay out in front of that dragster. He did stay out in front, but dipped under by 12 hundredths, 958.8 on the 960 dial. All right, Kelly Savar in the dragster dialed 895. Wade Archer in his dragster dialed 890. Going to be a good tight race here between these two dragsters, getting ready to pair up on the starting line. All right, they're both locked in. Less than 500 different in the dial. Darn near a heads-up race. Exactly 1/100th of a second difference in the reaction times. And it carries through for victory for Kelly Savar, who drilled a 001 light off the starting line. Hey, pretty good, Mark, huh? 001? Gotta like that. Mark Savar clapping and celebrating with his wife heading down the racetrack there. Wade Archer, just a little under as he goes 888 on the 890. He had a nice 011 light, no slouch himself, but Kelly was on kill that time down the racetrack. Kevin Rennick, his machinery services sponsored Yancey Dragster, dialed in with an 812, taking on Aston Calhoun in that 27 T-Bucket altered over there, Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in right on the Super Cop number of 890. Once again, Super Pro door cars, we need you pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, we need you pairing up at the back of the staging lanes for round 3. Super Pro door cars to the staging lanes, please. Pairing up for round number 3 eliminations. All right, they're off and running. Dragster trying to chase down the Alter before they get to the top end, and does. Kevin Rennick goes 818 at 112 miles an hour. Beats Austin Calhoun, who broke out, trying to stay out in front with an 887 on his 890 dial. Up next, you got Megan Gaynor over on the dragster here on the tower side, 738 the dial for her, taking on Lane Savar and his dragster over there on the Cornwall Tool side with a 735. Two of the three Savard Racing dragsters still in the program here in round three. See if Lane can keep up with his mom and move on to round four here. Top big charge. We got Megan Gaynor picking up the win. 740 on her 738 dial. Lane Savard runs right on the number with a 735.5 on a 735 dial. But got edged out by about 15 thousandths on the starting line. Margin of victory on that one at the end, 11 10,000ths of 1 second. Man, another tight, close race here in Super Pro Dragster round three. Once again, Super Pro door cars, we need you paired up in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. We need you paired up in the staging lanes, please. Ladders for Sportsman and Pro are down for round four if you want to take a look. Once again, Sportsman and Pro racers, your ladders are posted at the base of the timing tower for round four. Once again, quiet moment. I will remind a few of our door prize winners, if you haven't been over to see Fred Hoffman to get your prize yet, please do. Eric Bird, David Harrison, Brian Horn, Brett Irely, Casey Reed, and Robert Wade all have prizes coming, but you need to go see Fred at his trailer, right in that blue awning there, and he will get you set up. Once again, Eric Bird, David Harrison, Brian Horn, Brett Irely, Casey Reed, and Robert Wade. You all have prizes coming. Go see Fred Hoffman. Pick up your cool door prizes. And who gave us all those cool door prizes? Well, sponsors who are helping Fred out with this second annual Bracket King Showdown here at Pacific Raceways. And of course, some of those great folks who donated money and door prizes and all that great stuff include the good folks at Dr. Injector. My cousin Russ Randall. Security Race Products, who of course helped us out here with our pro shop and safety products needs and donates some great stuff to Fred as well. Freeway trailer sales as well. Also Auto Plus and Ballard. Pacific Power Shifts. Ballard Lock and Key and Robert Strome. Earl Cunningham Racing. Bardall, of course, Fred Hoffman Racing, the main person bringing you all of this. Mark Hedges and his Airtime Aviation Group. Motor Oil Supply Company. Arlen Steger and Performance Parts. Competition Specialties. Performance Coatings and Brad Guys. GZ Motorsports, Carter Volkswagen and Subaru, Tom Brown Auto Body, Archer Construction, Tony Arthur Racing, Federal Way Automotive and Radiator, and Ron Buckholtz's crew, Dave Barcelone and his crew at Dave Barcelone Trucktown, TSR Racing Transmissions, and Pacific Power and Batteries, Frank Nelson, all giving out some great door prizes and cash to all make this event possible today. So thanks to all those folks who are helping Fast Freddie Hoffman put on this great second annual Bracket King Showdown. Fun event, and I've been having fun doing it here. Once again, if you're a Super Pro door car, we need you paired up in the staging lanes for round 3, please. Super Pro door cars, we need you paired up in the staging lanes for round number 3, please. Sportsman and Pro Racers, your ladders are posted for round 4 if you want to take a look at who your pair is. They are on the base of the timing tower. Again, Sportsman and Pro ladders are posted on the base of the timing tower if you want to see who your pairings are. And reminder, as we get ready to run the third round of Super Pro door cars here, round 4 Super Pro will be a combined class of all Super Pro vehicles, regardless of whether you're in a dragster or a door car or a bike. They're all running together next round and round 4. Super Pro combined coming up with round 4 to give you a heads up. And as the temperature's rising up there, I'm going to remind you that they got ice cream treats over there at the concession stand. The Four Horsemen doing a great job bringing all sorts of neat new food to the concession stand. Had a BLT and a fantastic pulled pork sandwich earlier over there. And they've also got ice cream, and they've got cold beers, cold sodas, and all sorts of stuff over there if you want to take a little refreshment break. In the meantime, let's go racing. David Knudsen is pulling up his 67 Chevrolet Camaro here onto the NC Cat side of the racetrack with a 1008 dial on the window. Taking on the Ford of Jeff Jackson, the 68 Mustang, dialed in with a 1090. Blasting down to the top end and taking the win. Jeff Jackson in that 68 Ford Mustang. 1091 on the 1090 dial for the win. David Knudsen's losing effort is a 1011 on the 1008 dial in the NC Cat lane. All right, motorcycle bracket racers, we're looking for you back to staging lane 6 for round 3, please. Motorcycle bracket racers, back to staging lane 6 for round 3. Motorcycle, back to the staging lane 6, please, for round number 3. And first call for Sportsman, round 4. Start paired up in staging lanes 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman, round 4. Start pairing up in staging lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, looking for you to the lanes as well, please. All right, here's John Berger, 1990 Chevrolet Beretta with a big 811 dial in. Dustin Martin's getting exactly 1 second handicap start with his 911 dial in. And the GM on Performance 67 Chevrolet Chevelle. Dustin is too early out the starting line by a mere 2/1000ths of 1 second, but it's enough to put him on the trailer here in round 3. John Berger's winning effort, 833 on the 811 dial in his Beretta. Chris Ormsby's up next with the 69 Chevrolet Nova here dialed in with a 1006. Gets almost a second handicap start over Jim Mabry's 75 Vega wagon over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 917. Great race here, only 7/1000ths of a second difference in reaction time. And it pays off for Jim Mabry, who drills his dial in as well with a 917.7 on the 917 dial for the win. Losing effort for Chris Ormsby is a breakout 10.054 on the 10.06 dial to try to stay out in front of Jim. Lonnie Sharkey's up next, 66 Chevrolet Nova dialed in 977, getting almost a second handicap start over Ron Norris's Beretta, dialed in with an 873 in the Cornwall Tools lane. the top end of the racetrack. Ron Norris is your winner, and that Beretta going 874 on the 873 dial. Lonnie Sharkey had the better light off the starting line, a brutal 004, but he breaks out at the top end, trying to stay out in front, going 9756 on the 977 dial for the loss. Rob Lindley's up next, the 63 Chevrolet Nova with an 894 dial. Taking on David Munzes, the 69 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Dart is your winner, as Rob Lindley was just 3/1000ths of 1 second too early off the starting line. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself. He ran right on the dial, too. 894.4. But it's David Dunstas who's going on to the next round in his Dart as he goes 962 on the 964 dial for the win. Here's your guy bringing you this event, Fast Freddie Hoffman and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro here in the NC Cat Lane. Big block car dialed in 1011. Going to get about a second handicap start over Randy Brown's version of the 67 Camaro in the Cornwall Tools Lane. Randy backed by Innovative Designs and Swift Tools. And at the top end of the racetrack, it's Fast Freddie Hoffman picking up the win as he goes 10-13 on the 10-11 dial for the win. Losing effort for Randy Brown is a 908 on the 907 dial. Jeremy Waterman's up next with his 67 Chevrolet Camaro to take on the 1970 Dart of Jess Dale over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. These guys less than a quarter of a second difference in the dials, so good close race here. Wow. Reaction time difference, only 7/1000ths of a second difference. We got a tight race going, and it's Jeremy Waterman who picks up the win, going 866 on the 863 dial. Jess Dale's losing effort, breakout, get this, 1/1000ths of 1 second as he goes 8739 on the 874 dial. Ouch. Jeremy taking the win. Here's Lane Savar, the family 79 Malibu going up against Al Chin, his 64 Nova wagon. You can see a nice big wheel stand out of Al's wagon. That's kind of his signature move. Lane should drill the tree here. Deadly on that tree. All right, every stage ready to go. All right, see what happens here. Going to be the Malibu or the Nova wagon getting to the finish line first. And it's Lane Savar in the Malibu taking the win as he goes 1087 on the 1085 dial. Al Chin breaking out by 4/1000ths of 1 second as he goes 9156 on the 916 dial. Lane Savar did have him on the tree, 008 light to an 037. All right, final call, motorcycle bracket round 3. We need you ready to go. Motorcycle bracket round 3, we're coming to you next. We need you ready to go. Sportsman round 4, we need you pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Sportsman round 4, we need you pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Looks like we're down to the semifinal round of motorcycles here. Josh Johnson, 1986 Suzuki GSXR, dialed in with a 1015. Will be to the first. William Nitta on his 2008 Hayabusa, sponsored by Bardol. He'll give chase, dialed in with a 934. Both drivers clean and green off the starting line, and as they shoot through the traps at the finish line, your winner is Josh Johnson, who goes 8-10-19 on the 10-15 dial for the win. William Nitta's losing effort is a 9:35 on the 9:34 dial. One more bike to come here in round three. Pro bracket round 4. We need you paired up at the back of the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket round 4. We need you paired up at the back of the staging lanes, please. Also looking for Sportsman round 4 pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Sportsman and Pro. We need you paired up in the staging lanes for us, please. Sportsman and Pro to the lanes. All right, here's Stacy Hesh going up at single run here to face off against Johnson in the final. Coming up next round. Stacy gets the luck of the semifinal draw and will advance automatically into the final round with this 83 Suzuki GS. 868.8 on the 869 dial. Looking good, looking strong. As Stacy goes into the final round to take on Josh Johnson. Motorcycle final. All right, here comes Sportsman. It's like we are down to semi-final round of Sportsman as well. I'm only seeing 4 cars in the lane so far. There might be another one we're waiting on. We'll see. Once again, if you're in Sportsman round 4 or Pro round 4, we need you pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Sportsman and Pro, we need you in the lanes, pairing up and getting ready to go for round 4 eliminations. Semi-final round, I believe, Ian Sportsman. Gary Gandy Jr. and his Ford Mustang here on the NC Cat side, dialed in with a 1381. He's going to get about a second and three-quarter handicap start over Al Young. His Bardol Plymouth GTX over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both racers locked in, ready to go. Three coming down. There goes Gary. Here comes Al. Wow, 2 1,000ths of 1 second difference in the reaction time here. This is going to be another drive to finish line game. Who's got the number in their pocket? Here comes the Plymouth charging on that Ford. It's Gary Gandy Jr. taking the win as he breaks out by the smaller margin in a double breakout race. Gary Gandy Jr. goes 13.79.9. Al Young goes through with a 12.084 in a losing effort in the Cornwall Tools lane. So Gary Gandy Jr. going on to the Sportsman. Final round. Will he face off against Maurice Castro 79 at Monte Carlo? Or Gary against Gary and Gary Howe Jr. against 71 Skylark. Oh, Maurice is too early off the starting line. Draws the red light start in the Monte Carlo. So it's Gary Jr. against Gary Jr. in the Sportsman final round. Gary Howe Jr. going 12.19.6 on the 12.22 dial for the win. Once again, looking for Pro Bracket winners paired up in the back of the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket winners, we need you paired up in the back of the staging lanes, please. Also note, all Super Pro racers, you are a combined class this round. Dragsters, Ultras, Roadsters, bikes, and door cars all run together. Super Pro is one class this time. Super Pro will be one class for round 4. Once again, Pro Bracket needs you pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket racers, we need you pairing up in the lanes, please. We're coming to you next for round number 4. Eliminations. Reminder, Super Pro, you will be a combined class coming up here shortly. Super Pro is combined for round 4. And we will call it late shortly. And we will need all of you at that time. Regardless of whether you drive a dragster, a roadster, the door car, or a bike. Well, Bill's telling me it's getting a little warm out there. I'm, of course, sitting in my cushy tinted window air-conditioned tower. But if you're getting a little bit too warm out there, they have some great ice cream treats over at the concession stand that you can pick up. And help cool you down. Sweet ice cream treat sounds pretty good to me right now. And if you are also inclined, go on up and grab yourself one. Snack bar still open. I see the windows open, the open sign going. It's that green and black building right there on the pit side of the track. Between the big sets of grandstands. Feel free to grab yourself ice cream treat, or maybe like a ice cold beer or a nice soda, something like that. All right. Here we go. Pro bracket. Looks like Alan Meacham's getting the luck of the draw and gets a single here in this round to advance into round number 5 of Pro. Alan's beautiful 62 Chevrolet Nova, sponsored by Pacific Power Batteries and Federal Way Automotive. All right, nice little wheels up launch there for Alan. Cuts an 0-4 light off the starting line. See how close he powers to his 10:27 prediction at the top end. Quick, 10:22 at 129 miles an hour. So he may want to make a little adjustment to the dial on that one. Well, I wonder if my fellow announcing buddy Ray Kuhn has seen this Plymouth here. They call it the Baron. That was his name. That is Nova. Baron Nova. So, see exactly about that. He's seen this car or not. Dustin Ward's driving this one, the Barracuda, taking Dan Wheeland on his Chevy S10 pickup truck in Cornwall Tools lane. Wow, Dan was red by a mile on that one. I wonder what happened. Translate slip or something weird, but red by almost a quarter of a second for Dan Wheeland, and that's an easy win for Dustin Ward, who cuts a psychic 003 light off the starting line and then goes 11:41 on the 11:30 dial. He was a little off on the dial, but perfect, practically, on the tree. Greg Gilman's up next. His 69 Harbor Orange Super Sport Camaro here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against Brian McGinnis, the Cornwall Tools lane, in the 56 Chevrolet shoebox. Again, both drivers clean and green, heading down track. See if that 56 can catch up with that 69. All Chevrolet duel. He does. Brian McGinnis, good for the win. Goes 10-14 on a 10-13 dial for the win. Greg Gilman's Camaro breaks out, trying to stay out in front. Running a 10-56.5 on the 10-58 dial for the loss. Next pair features Skeeter Keen and his 68 Chevrolet Chevelle Super Sport going up against Cassidy Langley, driving the 69 Mustang over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Cassie's going to get a handicap start of a couple of seconds here before Skeeter tries to chase her down. All right, the young lady's off and running. Here comes the old man trying to catch up with her. Top 10 Skeeter drills his number again. 10:36.9 on the 10:36 dial for the win, and goes on to the next round of Pro. Cassidy Langley goes down here in round 4, running a 12:22 on a 12:19 dial, but she had the old man by a hundredth on the starting line at least, so bragging rights there. Dave Carmen in his 69 Mustang, staged and ready to go here with a 10:15 dial. He gets a 1 second handicap start over Dustin Martin's GM Honest Performance 67 Chevrolet Chevelle and Cornwall Tools. Oh, Dustin Red light by the smallest possible margin of 1/1000th of 1 second. Ouch. Then he goes 918 on a 915 dial at the top end. Dave Carmen was looking pretty tough as he went 1019 on a 1015 dial for the win here in the NC Caterpillar lane. Well, we are just winding through the second annual Bracket King Showdown here today. We are looking for our combined Super Pro class. Back to the staging lanes, please. Once again, all Super Pro winners, regardless of whether you're driving a dragster or a door car or a motorcycle or an altered, we need you all back into staging lanes. You're all one big class now. Once again, we need all Super Pro winners back to the lanes, please, for round 4 eliminations. All Super Pro racers of all types, we need you back to the staging lanes for round 4 eliminations, please. So we can get you paired up and ready to go. Sportsman and motorcycle finalists, whenever you're ready, you can wander back to the staging lanes and we'll kind of work you into the program. No hurry, obviously, as we have a few more rounds of Super Pro to run through. But when you're ready, motorcycle and or sportsman, you are welcome to bring your finalists back to the staging lanes. Once again, looking for all our Super Pro racers to start pairing up in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro racers, we are looking for you to start pairing up in the staging lanes, please. We are coming to you next. Once again, a reminder for all Super Pro class participants. This is a combined round this time, round 4. All dragsters and door cars and motorcycles all race together in round 4 here as one big combined Super Pro class now. So once again, all Super Pro winners, regardless of what kind of vehicle you drive, we're looking for you to start pairing up in the staging lanes for us, please. Also a reminder, if you're running motorcycle or sportsman in the final round, we're ready for you whenever you guys are ready, and you can pull in the staging lanes as well. Motorcycle bracket and sportsman bracket final rounds, if you are ready, you may pull in staging lanes. We are ready for you as well when you are ready. All right, once again, looking for our Super Pro combined class of all dragsters, indoor cars, and bikes, and all that good stuff through the staging lanes, please. Looks like we are getting some of those folks we are missing. Some of our family and Theophilus families into the lanes now, so thank you very much for heading this way. Looks like we're going to go to the motorcycle bracket final round. There's your next thing. We finished pairing up our cars in the Super Pro combined round. Again, all Super Pro racers, regardless of type of car, meet you in the lanes and ready to go. Get paired up, please. All right, here they are, getting ready to go in the water box. Your motorcycle bracket final round of eliminations. Two bikes left to duke it out for the top prize. Josh Johnson is on this GSXR 1986 model, dialed in with a 1018 in the NC Caterpillar lane. Stacy Hesh on that 83 Suzuki GS drag bike with the wheel bars and all that stuff on it, with a brutal 869 dial on the window. Here we go. Stage ready to go. Three comes down. Clean and green for Josh. Clean and green for Stacy. Only 0.003 of a second difference in the reaction times. Great race here as the drag bike tries to catch up with the Suzuki. Top bend. It's Stacy Hesh picking up the win. A double breakout race. Both of them going too quick. But Stacy is closer to the dial and picks up the win. 867.8 on the 869 dial for the win. Congratulations, Stacy Hesh. Our first champion today in the motorcycle bracket. Josh Johnson coming up just a little bit short as he broke out by the larger margin, going 10-14-6 on the 10-18 dial. All right, Super Pro combined class now. John Berger, 90 Beretta. Ron Norris, 90 Beretta. Pick your favorite color 90 Beretta, orange or red. Who's it going to be? Ron's going to get a little bit of a head start in that red one. A little more than half a second over John's. The Berettas, staged and ready to go. Top in, it's John Berger picking up the win. 818 on the 812 dial, and a brilliant 004 reaction time. Ron Norris is losing effort, and 879 on the 873 dial. Here's the fastest guy on the premises, Don Sefton, and his TNT chassis dragster with the blown power plant out of Bremerton, Washington. Dialed in with a quick 678. He'll be taking on Jeff Jackson and his 68 Ford Mustang, dialed in on the Super Street number of 1090. Both locked in and ready to go. Super Pro combined. Don Sefton driving around Jeff Jackson for the win. 679.9 is good for the win at 195 miles per hour. Jeff Jackson runs right on his number, but still comes up short due to giving up a couple hundreds on the starting line. 10.909 for Jeff Jackson, but he gave up 200s on the starting line. Don Sefton only used one of those to pick up the win at the finish line. Pro bracket, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket winners, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket winners, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. All right, next pair here in Super Pro, Megan Gaynor and the Dragster going up against Jeremy Waterman in the Nova. Jeremy's first. Oh, Megan draws the red line, leaving the starting line too early by 0.19. Jeremy is winning time, 8:66 on the 863 dial in the Nova. Losing effort for Megan, 7:38 on the 740 dial. Well, here's your event sponsor. Fast Freddie Hoffman, 67 Chevrolet Camaro, the big block 454 car dialed into the 1015. We'll be taking on Jim Mabry in his Chevrolet Vega wagon. Big block under the hood there as well, dialed in with a 917. Jim trying to close the door on Fred. That does. Goes 919 at 142 miles an hour on the 917 dial. Fast Freddie Hoffman breaks out by 100th. 1014 on the 1015 dial for the loss at his own race. Jim Mabry goes on to the next round. David Monsas in the 69 Dodge Dart. 962 on the window for him. Taking on John Theophilus and that hard-running dragster dialed in with a 758 over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. Both stages ready to go. John waiting patiently. But not patiently enough. Red light by the smallest possible margin. 1/1000th of 1 second. And that put David into the next round with a 969 on the 962 dial for the win. John goes 763 on the 758 dial with a loss by 1,000th of a second red light on the starting line. Ouch! Tough way to go. All right, here's Lane Savar driving the door car, the 79 Malibu, up against Kevin Rennick and the Dragster from Machinery Services, dialed in with an 812. Once again, looking for pro bracket winners back to the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket winners, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. Pro winners back to the staging lanes, please. Kevin Rennick's dragster trying to chase down Lane Savar's Malibu and does with an 814 on the 812 dial for the win. Lane Savar goes through with a 1091 on the 1086 dial for the loss in the Malibu. Rennick with a almost psychic 002 reaction time on that run as well. All right, one hope left for the Savar family. Kelly Savar getting ready to take her dragster down on a single run and will automatically advance into the next round of Super Pro. $898 on an 896 prediction for Kelly Savar as she goes into the next round. Super Pro eliminations. now the Pro Bracket final round. I'm sorry, the Sportsman final round. As we've got Gary Jr. up against Gary Jr. Hal Jr. driving the Skylark, going up against Andy driving the Ford. Pro Bracket, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket, looking for you to the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket racers to the lanes, please. All right, the Gary Juniors are staging up on the starting line. About a second and a half handicap start for Andy Jr. in the Ford over Hal Jr. in the Skylark. You would try to close in on the Ford. Does he have enough to drive around? Yes. 12:25 on the 12:22 dial. And Gary Howe Jr. is your Sportsman champion today. Congratulations. Gary Howe Jr. and crew in the Skylark. 12:25 on the 12:22 dial is good for the win. Gary Gandy Jr.'s losing effort. 13:87 on a 13:79. Once again, look for Pro Bracket to the staging lanes, please. Pro Bracket, we need you in the staging lanes, please. We're coming to you next. Pro into the lanes, please. yeah, some pro-bracket action rolling into the water box now. Skeeter Keene and his Super Sport 68 Chevrolet Chevelle here on the NC Caterpillar side of the racetrack, facing off against Alan Meacham in the Civic Power Batteries Federal Way Automotive sponsored 62 Chevrolet Nova. They're locked in and ready to go. The all Chevrolet dual tree comes down. Beautiful launch for Alan Meacham. Pull the wheels up on that 62 Nova. Top pin, it's Alan Meacham picking up the win as he goes 10:28 on the 10:27 dial for the win. Skeeter Keene a 10:39 on the 10:36 dial. Skeeter had the better light off the starting line and made it mighty close. It was only a 5/1000th of a second difference down there at the finish line as Alan Meacham just barely drove around Skeeter Keene for the win. Here we go. Dave Carmen and his Nova, or Mustang rather, going up against Brian McGinnis and his Chevrolet. Dave ends it right there on the starting line. 5/1000th of a second too early red light for Dave Carmen's Nova, or Mustang. Sorry about that. 10:16 on the 10:17 dial. Brian McGinnis and that trusty old 56 Chevy going through for the win. Here's Dustin Ward and his Baron Barracuda. Just going to kind of break the beams and back out. Got the luck of the draw this round and the single into the next round. Going to save the parts and get ready to go for round number 5. While we're waiting for our next round to cool down and get ready to go, I thought I'd once again say thank you so much to Fred Hoffman for putting on this second annual Bracket King Showdown and inviting me to come out and announce for it. I had a great time. My first race out this year, and kind of an odd year 2020 has been, hasn't it? With all the COVIDness and all of these things going on, and this, of course, the weekend that we would have loved to have the NHRA Tour hit town, but unfortunately our state not ready to do that, so we had to say, Fred, come on, give us an consolation race here, so to speak. So it's been really a lot of fun. Beautiful day, a lot of great racing. And I wanted to also thank, of course, all the Bracket King sponsors who helped pitch in for this thing, whether you gave door prizes to give away, and man, there was a pile of door prizes to give away. So I hope everybody got those. The last few lists that I had were Eric Berg, David Harrison, Brian Horn, Brett Everly, Casey Reed, and Robert Wade. Hadn't collected. If you did already great, and if you didn't, those are the names that you might have a prize still coming. You might want to go check in with Fred. And of course, thanks to the folks who gave out all the sponsorship. My cousin Russ Randall from Dr. Injector, Security Race Products, and Al and all his crew. Thank them for all they do out here, both at our concession stand and also at their store, for giving all the great safety products that we need. Freeway trailer sales, of course, the Freeway Kings around, or the Trailer Kings around here. Auto Plus over in Ballard, shopped there myself when I used to live in Ballard. Pacific Power Shifts, Ballard Lock and Key, and Robert Strom. I have some of his cool keys that look like guitars instead of keys on my key ring. A great shop as well. Earl Cunningham Racing, of course, Bardall, and all their great products that they bring out for racing and lubrication and all. Fred Hoffman, of course, Fred Hoffman Racing, the guy who put it all together. Mark Hedges and Airtime Aviation, who was a big part of this and helped put this sponsor list together for me to read up here and everything. The Motor Oil Supply Company, I lost count of how many cases of motor oil they donated to this thing as cool door prizes. Arlen Steger and Performance Parts, of course. Competition Specialties, of course, is close to my heart. I do their trade show each and every year. Performance Coatings and GZ Motorsports, of course, Carter, Volkswagen, and Subaru. I bought my Subaru from them, and of course, they're also dear to my heart. Tom Brown Auto Body, if you ever need great auto body work. Archer Construction, of course. Tony Arthur Racing. Federal Way, Radiator and Automotive, and Ron Buchholz, and those guys, of course, have done all my radiators and stuff over the years. Dave Barcelone of Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. TSR Racing Transmissions, Pacific Power Batteries, and Frank Nelson. So thank you to all those folks who have made this possible here for the second annual Bracket King Showdown. Have a fun time announcing it for you, and having a great day of racing as well. Beautiful and sunny and warm out there, but not too beating hot down on you. So pretty nice day as well. So looks like you might still be able to grab an ice cream over at the snack bar over there too. I see the open stein still lit up, as even though a lot of folks are kind of winding out of here and things for the evening. They've still got plenty of food and beverage and ice cream treats and beer, sodas, and all that stuff over there at the snack bar if you need to grab something while we're between race cars here. And of course, I do want to also remind you that we have a fantastic non-denominational chapel service going on tomorrow, put on by our very own Racers for Christ chaplains, Martin and Linda Schultz, who take care of all of us here around this area with all of our spiritual needs. And it's of course a COVID-friendly, socially distanced gathering, like all of our worship services are having to be this times of COVID, you know. So right outside the pro shop is where they're going to be doing it. As always, they do it a couple different times, because some of us like to get up early and some of us not so much. So there's one at 7:30 if you're one of the early bird risers, and if you can barely drag your butt out by 8:15, well, they'll do a service for you then too. Right outside the pro right there. Just bring your golf cart, sit in your own golf cart, 6 feet distance from each other, and it's a great subject, which is healing our nation, which is something that we all really need to have a few words of wisdom on during this especially tough time. So, Martin and Linda Stoltz, make sure that you tune in for their words of wisdom tomorrow morning at either 7:30 or 8:15. They'll be here. They're staying the night. I know a lot of you are staying the night for the race tomorrow and stuff. So make sure you're there and get a little uplifting of the spirit. Joining together, the camaraderie, getting together with our spiritual selves, and it's so important during the times that we're in right now to really support each other and lift each other up spiritually like that. So I hope you're able to attend that. Super Pro! All of you. We need you back to the staging lanes, please. All Super Pro winners. We need you back to the head of the staging lanes, please. Super Pro winners. Up to the head of the staging lanes, please. For round number 5 competition. Super Pro combined category, round 5. All winners back to the lanes, please. Once again looking for Super Pro into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes, please, for round 5 eliminations. About the quarterfinal round, I think. Once again, Super Pro, if we could have you pull up to the head of the staging lanes, please. We're going to pair you up here at the head. There's not that many of you left, and we don't need you all the way back there to make room. So, Super Pro, come on up to the head of the staging lanes. We'll pair you right here. Well, we have three door prize winners who still have not collected prizes yet. I'm surprised, you guys. There's free stuff for you because you were here and got lucky draws. So, David Harrison, car 653D, you've got a prize coming. Fred would love to give it to you, but you need to meet him over his pit area so you could do that. He'll be down again in a minute. He just came up to the tower to give me the three names. Casey Reed, R688, you need to get your prize picked up as well. And Robert Wade, you've got a prize coming too. The three of you need to go see Fred so he can get you set up with your cool door prizes that you have won. So once again, David Harrison, car 653D, Casey Reed, R688, and Robert Wade, you all have prizes coming. You need to meet with Fred over in his pit area. He'll be down shortly and can meet you there and get you set up with your door prizes, please. Once again, looking for Super Pro, pull up to the head of the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, pull up to the head of the staging lanes, please. We will get you paired up here. All Super Pro racers, pull up to the head of the staging lanes, please. We will get you paired up right here. goody. Quarterfinal round of Super Pro. Getting ready to power down the racetrack here. And it will remind all of you, this race pays all the way down to the 8th for the top 16 vehicles. So if you were in the top 16, meaning like when we combined Super Pro together, or if you were in round 4 Pro, stuff like that, you got some money coming. So you'll want to come up here to the second floor of the timing tower and see Ed, and he will start cutting some jacks for all you racers. A lot of payout at this race, thanks to Fred Hoffman and all the great sponsors and all that we've got going on. So here we go. David. It is dark. Off and running. Here comes the fastest man on the property, trying to chase him down. Don Sefton. And Don drills another one. 679 on the 678 dial, and good for the win. David Manes in that 69 dart, man, he thought he was on a run. The man had a perfect light off the starting line, and then ran 967 on his 964, but still wasn't quite enough. By 3 1,000ths of 1 second, Don Sefton was able to drive around him in that brutally quick 6-second dragster and take the win. Tough, man. You cut a perfect light, and you still get beat. Wow. What a race. All right. Up next, you got yourself another dragster versus door car duel. This one's Kelly Savar driving her dragster. The last hope for the Savar family here in the NC Cat Lane, going up against John Berger. His 90 Beretta over there on the Cornwall Tools side of the racetrack. Charging through the traps at the top bend. Kelly Savar picking up the win. She drills her dial in right on the money. 8.972 on the 8.97 for the win. John Berger had her a little bit on the light, but broke out trying to stay out in front as he goes 8.16 on the 8.17 dial for the loss in the Beretta. Jeremy Waterman's up next, 67 Chevrolet Nova here in the NC Cat staging lane. He's dialed in with an 866, going up against Jim Mabry in that 75 Chevrolet Vega wagon over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. So Vega wagon will lead the starting line first. And a little more than a half a second later, Jeremy's Nova is going to try to chase him down. Top end, Jim Mabry stays out in front for the win and goes 924 on the 918 dial for the win. Jeremy Waterman breaking out, trying to catch up to him, going 864 on the 866 dial for the loss. Oh my! We got a bunch of smoke down at the top end. And we're going to have to send the safety crews down to investigate that before we send our final Super Pro car down the racetrack. So once again, I'll remind you, if you made it to the final 16 cars in your class, like the 8ths, that would be like round 4 for Pro. That would be when we combine the Super Pro class together with the dragsters and the door cars. You got money coming. Yeah. Even the top 16 cars are getting a payout here. The Bracket Kings, brought to you by Sportsman, it was semifinals. So just a clarification on that. But if you were a Pro or Super Pro, it's the top 16 places that were paying out on that. Sportsman paid down to the semifinals. So anyway, just to kind of give you a note, there are a bunch of checks to be had. So if you were running in the top 16 in Pro or Super Pro, you got money coming. Top 4 in Sportsman, you got money coming. So come on up here to the second floor of the timing tower. The door's open, and Ed's got pen in hand, ready to write you a check. Well, that old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, doesn't always apply to a drag strip, but where there's smoke, there's oil, a lot of times does. But apparently this time where there's smoke, there was just smoke, and we're A-okay, and track's looking clean, we're ready to go. Kevin Rennick is pass into the next round here. He got the luck of the draw on this one and gets the single to advance into the next round. The semifinal round, I believe it is, of Super Pro. Kevin drills the tree on his single pass. He'd probably like to trade that in with somebody in the other lane. 002 light, looking sharp, and then goes 814 at 162 miles an hour. All right, Pro Bracket semi-final round pulling forward here now. All right, time to fire them up. Semi-final round in Pro Bracket. I think we got 3 cards left in this one. Alan Meacham, 62 Chevrolet Nova, backed by Pacific Power Batteries, Federal Way Automotive, both of which were sponsors at today's program and gave donations to the door prizes and all that fun stuff. So thank you very much, Alan Meacham, his sponsors. He's dialed in 1028. Nova. Take it on Dustin Ward in the Bearing Barracuda over there in the Cornwall Tools lane. He's dialed in with an 1130. So just a tick over a 1 second handicap start for the Mopar over the Chevrolet here. Semi-final round of Pro Bracket. The Bracket Kings. Showdown. Oh, Dustin, a little early off the starting line by 013. Alan Meacham going into the final round. Winning time, 10:24.9 at 129 miles an hour on that pass. Dustin Ward was a little slow, maybe because he saw the red light and they saved him parts. 12:20 on his 11:30 dial down there down the Cornwall Tools side. So it'll be Alan Meacham going up against Brian McGinnis for your Pro Bracket final round here at the Bracket King Shootout. 56 Chevrolet, got a 10 flat on the window. See how close Brian runs to that here in his free test run to advance in the final round of Pro Bracket Eliminator. Got the nice 013 light off the starting line in that big 56 Chev. See what he turns in at the top end of the racetrack here. 10:28, 112 miles an hour. Probably about a back that dial in down by a quarter of a second or so, it looks like. And get ready to go into the final round of eliminations for Pro Bracket. So once again, reminder, racers, if you were in Super Pro or Pro, the top 16 cars are getting a paycheck. So if you were in the quarterfinal round or later, eights, I should say, then that gets you a payday in those two classes. Sportsman was paid to the semifinal rounds. The top 4 cars getting paid there. So make sure if you were in the running, you come on up and get your money. We got it here, second floor of the timing tower. Come on down, see the open door, and get your payday. Once again, top 16 cars in Super Pro and Pro getting a paycheck. Top 4 in Sportsman getting a paycheck. Super Pro. Time for you to pull back into the staging lanes for us, please. Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes and ready to go, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Once again, looking for our Super Pro racers back to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro winners back to the lanes, please, for your semifinal round. And Pro Bracket finalists. If you're ready, we're ready for you. You can come up at any time as well. So, once again, Super Pro semifinalists to the lanes and Pro finalists. When you're ready, come on up to the lanes as well, and we'll get your final run through. Reminder, if you were in the top 16 in Pro or Super Pro, you got a paycheck coming, so you can come up here to the second floor of the Timing Tower and walk on in the door, and that'll get you set up with a check. Once again, top 16 cars get a paycheck at the fantastic Bracket Kings annual showdown event here. So if you were a Pro, Super Pro, and in the top 16, come get your paychecks. Of course, anybody higher than that gets one as well. Sportsman paid down to the semis. Top four cars there. So pretty great race in action so far today. Just a few more rounds left. Semifinals and finals in Super Pro, and finals in Pro yet to come. All racers, when you're ready, get us back into the lanes, and we'll run you for the next round. All right, Super Pro semi-final round here. I think we've got a single here on this one. I don't know that we're even going to see a run here. As Kelly Savar getting ready to bump into the staging beams. Well, there you go. She was scheduled to race Jim Mabry, but I guess Jim must have broke or something like that. So Kelly getting the single run into the finals. So way to go, Kelly Savar, taking the Savar family name into the final round here again. Her husband and sons, who usually do most of the driving, all went out earlier, but Mom's holding the family torch up high, going into the final round for the Savar family. So in Super Pro, you're one door car survivor, or so we thought in Super Pro anyway. Jim Mabry unable to make the call here in the semifinals, so it's an all dragster affair. As Kelly Savar goes into the final to face off one of these two dragsters. It's rolling forward night now in the other half of the semifinal round in Super Pro. You got the fastest man on the property, Don Sefton, out of Bremerton, Washington, with the 2016 TNT chassis dragster. He strapped a supercharged big block into and runs 679. The dial in on that dragster. He's going up against Kevin Rennick with the Machinery Services sponsor, 2004 Yancey chassis dragster out of Kent, Washington. Dialed in with an 814. About a second and a half or so starting line advantage or handicap start, as you will, for Kevin Rennick. He's staged and ready to go. Now Don's locked in and the tree's coming down. Oh, Don Sefton, a red light by the smallest possible margin of 1/1000th of 1 second. Ouch! Tough way to lose. He's been killer on the tree all day and just pushed it a second. A thousandth of a second too far and turns on the red light. So Kevin Rennick is going into the final round to face off against Kelly Savar with an 812 at 163 miles an hour on that pass. Super Pro finalists, when you're ready to roll, we're ready for you in the staging lanes, please. Once again, Super Pro finalists, when you're ready to go, pull them on into the staging lanes. We're ready to run your final. Two finals left. The Pro Final and the Super Pro Final still to come today before we wrap up the second annual edition of the Bracket King Showdown presented by Fred Hoffman run here at Pacific Raceways. Once again, want to thank all the great sponsors that made this event possible and managed. Fred put together a list and a stack of door prizes and everything. Again, before I get to the sponsors, let me remind the three folks who hadn't picked up their prizes yet. David Harrison, car 653D, Casey Reed, car R688, and Robert Wade. You all had door prizes coming, so if you have not connected in with Fred Hoffman yet, please get over there and do so. Robert Wade, Casey Reed, David Harrison, you all have prizes coming. Go see Fred in his pit area and he'll set you up. Once again, Pro Bracket, we are looking for you in the staging lanes for your final round, please. Pro Bracket winners, looking for you back to the staging lanes for your final round, please. Pro finalists, to the staging lanes, please. Hey, add a note to winners today. We are going to do winners circle photos in front of the tower today. So keep that in mind. Once again, all winners, we're going to do winner circle photos in front of the tower today. So keep that in mind of your to-do list after you pick up the win. Besides getting your check, you get your photo taken and all that fun stuff right here in front of the tower. Pro Bracket Final about to fire up, and why don't we make first call for the Super Pro finalists? Back to the staging lanes, please. First call for Super Pro finalists. Back to the staging lanes, please. We'll be coming to you next. All right, final round in Pro Bracket. For the big check, here it is. An all Chevrolet affair for you. You've got a dual sponsor car here. Alan Meacham's 62 Chevrolet Nova 2. But, of course, by Federal Way Radiator and Automotive, and also backed by Pacific Power Batteries. Both companies donating all sorts of cool door prizes and money into the equation here today. So you got the sponsor Heavy Car and Alan Meacham dialed in 1027. And then you got the always tough Brian McGinnis and his 56 Chevrolet over there in the Cornwall Tools lane, dialed in with a 1014. Who's it going to be? Alan Meacham. Brian McGinnis. Stage ready to go. Both racers leaving clean. Should be a good race here. 56 trying to catch up with the little Nova. Can he do it? Top end of the racetrack says no. Alan Meacham is your winner as he wins the double breakout race. Alan goes 10:26.5 on a 10:27 dial, breaking out by 5,000ths of a second and taking the win. Brian McGinnis breaks out by the larger margin with a 10:11 on a 10:14 dial for the loss. Alan on that run also a perfect light on the starting line. Triple zip for Alan as he takes the win. Congratulations, Alan Meacham, Pacific Power Bounties and Federal Way Automotive, your Pro Bracket champion today. Fantastic final round. Bam, drills the perfect light, takes it all the way home. Second annual Bracket King Showdown Pro champion, Alan Meacham. Super Pro finalists looking for you in the staging lanes now, please. Super Pro finalists looking for you into the staging lanes, please. Again, a reminder, we will be giving away the money up here in the second floor of the timing tower for all of you who have checks coming. And we will be shooting the winner circle pictures in front of the timing tower today. So once again, checks here in the second floor and pictures in front of the tower for all you winners here in the second annual Bracket Kings Showdown. All right, well, we have half of our Super Pro finally into the staging lanes now. But our family rolling in with their dragster. All right. Well, both our Super Pro finalists in the lane and getting suited up and ready to go as we're moving ever closer to our final pair of cars going down the racetrack here at the second annual Bracket King Showdown, brought to you by Fred Hoffman and all the great sponsors that he put together for this particular event. One more time, those great folks were Pacific Power and Batteries, Frank Nelson, TSR Racing Transmissions, Dave Barcelone and Trucktown, Federal Way Radio Automotive, Ron Buchholz's crew, Tony Arthur Racing, Archer Construction, Tom Brown Auto Body, Carter Volkswagen and Subaru, GZ Motorsports, Performance Coatings, Competition Specialties, Arlen Steiger and Performance Parts, Motor Oil Supply Company, Airtime Aviation and Mark Hinges, Fred Hoffman Racing, Bardall, Earl Cunningham Racing, Ballard Lock and Key and Robert Strom, Pacific Power Shifts, Auto Plus and Ballard, Freeway Trailers, Security Race Products, and Russ Randall from Dr. Injector, all donating to the cause today. Here we go. Final pair of cars pulling forward now. The Super Pro final round of eliminations. Came down to a couple dragsters here. Quickest class today. Of course, we split our Super Pro up into dragsters and door cars and different categories to start. But surviving in the end, it's the dragsters in the final round after we mixed them all together. Jim Mabry, the quarterfinal round blew up his motor, unfortunately, but the diaper worked great. No oil got on the racetrack, even though he damaged it so badly he was not able to come back and race in the semifinal round. So here we go. Kelly Savar and her Worthy Chassis Dragster dialed in with an 896. Kevin Rennick is the answer chassis dragster from Machinery Services, dialed in with an 811. little more than three-quarter of a second handicap start for Kelly Savar. We'll try to hold off the charge of quicker Kevin Rennick. Get to the finish line first. All right, see who we've got here. Should be a good race. The final one of the day here at the Bracket King Showdown, brought to you by Fred Hoffman. Tree coming down. Kelly's off clean. Kevin's off clean. All right, here we go. Kelly going to stay out in front, or is Kevin going to drive around? It's Kevin Rennick driving around for the win. 8:13 on the 811 dial for the win. As Kelly Savar goes 897 on her 896 dial in a losing effort. Again, a close race. 2 1,000ths of 1 second difference separating at the finish line. A great race for the final, and congratulations to Kevin Rennick. He is your Bracket Kings Super Pro Champion today. Kevin with a 006 light off the starting line, assisted his way down the racetrack. Kelly with a great run, 019 light and 897 on the 896 dial, but Kevin just was a few thousandths quicker and got to the finish line for the win. So, congratulations, Kevin Rennick, your Super Pro Champion here at the second annual Bracket King Showdown. So, thank you so much to all of the racers for coming out and participating with us today in the Bracket